All right. I think we're all set there. Yeah. Hey, howdy, Xavier. Good to see you. Is it low quality content time once again? Yeah, we got to go get ourselves that good old screenshot matter. Just got to get a couple of pics, I promise. This isn't Demon Souls. No, it is not. Anyway, so we're going to stop this here. First, we're going to finish off a vid that I did not. I've been meaning to finish to the end on. And then there's another one I want to see as well. So this is a good excuse for me to enjoy some vids while we do this stuff. We're gonna have to turn things up on my side actually. And then I think this should be good. You guys can tell me if it ends up being too quiet for you when the vid's playing. I was referring to reaction content. Aw, but I love my reaction content. That's obviously piqued me, clearly. How could you say that is the low quality? There's actually something interesting happening. Anyway, so yeah, we gotta get some screenshots for Londor and stuff like that. So I want to get like shots of Yol and things of that nature. Do I need to get anything from Pilgrim Butterflies? I don't think so. We got all the stuff for Pilgrim Butterflies and Angels. Thank God. I know, Xavier. I know you're memeing. Don't worry. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's pretty much set. So let's just get on with the vid. So, from what I recall, part 1, I heavily disagree with Vati on a lot of things. Part 2, it was getting a bit mixed. I expect part 3 is going to continue as a trend, and I'm going to end up probably agreeing with most of what I hear here. But we'll see. This is Vati's Mesmer vid again. We're finally finishing part 3. I'll put the link in the description after the stream for those that want to, you know, find the full links of this. But man, I'm looking forward to this one. Evil no! Hey, Mercy. Why am I seeing ugly-ass usernames for you guys, by the way? I'm just saying. Like, with all the numbers and stuff. Like, who at YouTube thought this was a good idea? I'm just saying. It seems really off, if you ask me. Speaking of off, where the hell is the warp button? I feel like I have the game too loud still, but maybe I'm crazy. Again, you guys can tell me if anything sounds too loud or quiet versus anything else or what have you. So, you know, just spam the chat. Yeah, I forgot where the warp button is. Kind of should figure that out before we start this. Quality of life. Oh, who cares about quality of life? We don't want that. Oh, there it is, right? No, that's not it. Am I crazy? Yeah, there we go. I found it. Man, this is what happens when I don't, like, do stuff. I'm, like, gone for, like, a week. And I forgot how everything works. All right, let's start this vid.
Blessed bone shards are found throughout Mesmer's fortifications. These are special bone fragments that can be turned into...
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Also playing it on ×2 speed again for those that those who want to get the original. Actually, you know what, you guys, I'll put it to 1.5. Especially since I'm gonna be distracted by the game and chat. So the tags, yeah, it's new. Yeah, I do not care for all the numbers and things. It's like, what the hell? You just noticed that? Yeah, isn't it awful? I hate it. I see that. I'm just like, ew. Why are you guys doing this? Ew. All right. This sound good?
Blessed bone shards are found throughout Mesmer's fortifications. These are special bone fragments that can be turned into light.
I'm actually going to turn this off.
Of the Golden Vow, which honors the comrades who placed their faith in the distant Erd Tree and gave their lives in the Crusade. Their bone fragments have this power because they've been touched by the gold of the Shardu Tree. It's a reminder of the Shadow Tree's power, and indeed there's something to be said for merely being in its presence. Take the Shadow Sunflowers, for example, which only bloom when facing the Shadow Tree and
Yep.
are suffused with profound holiness,
For sure.
much akin to the Shadow Tree itself. Thus, to be hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight would be a severe indictment of an individual. And one such instance of this exists with Messmer's soldier ashes, which read, "These soldiers belonged to the ignoble penal battalion, and were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight." An ignoble penal battalion would have been a unit comprised of disgraced soldiers, warriors assigned to fight as a form of punishment maybe, or perhaps as a path to redemption.
No, okay, no,
The fact that
this
their
is...
ashes were disgraced with a hidden burial.
No, so as I recall, this is just referring to those who are involved at the Fort of Reprimand. They're the people who are in charge of doing all the ignoble, quote unquote, work with the torturing and stuff we see there. So they're punishing like their fellow soldiers, all this stuff, right? So yeah, they're not like I think he's misunderstanding what penal is. I find that shocking because again he has access definitely to the original text there, so that could be good. It sounds fine, perfect, wonderful.
Would be all the more tragic. Now, it's unclear whether all of Messmer's soldiers comprised the penal battalion, or whether it was just these two, but I'm inclined to think it was just them. Either way, it's very interesting that Messmer was willing to send the guilty to war, especially if you believe that Messmer was a part of the war against the Giants, because that war, or the aftermath at least...
Okay, yeah, so this is what, so Vati's definitely very off here. Again, he's completely missed what was being said here. The whole penal battalion thing, it's, again, I don't remember the exact wording, so forgive me. I don't even remember what the JP name was anymore, but it's definitely not how he's framing it here. It was definitely something more on the lines of, these are the people who are in charge of, the punishment, right? That was the whole point of the Fort of Reprimand. It was basically a punishment center. And it was very clear that it was mainly punishing deserters and, people who were not cooperating and, what's the word? Losing faith in their faith was faltering in America, as I recall. So yeah, this is not a good start. And again, I disagree with Messmer having any involvement in the Giant War. So again, I think this is a terrible connection. So not off to a good start here.
Involved the sinful thorn sorcerers as well. The Shadow Tree is all many in the realm of shadow have left. The armor of those soldiers, as well as the Black Knights, has a gold Shadow Tree motif engraved on the chest plate. It was a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. Yet, for some, the Shadow Tree wasn't enough. In a small cave on Shadow Altus, a fledgling Erd tree grows, surreptitiously being tended to by the most proficient of gardeners, perfumers. And elsewhere, another golden tree grows in a courtyard of the Shadow Keep. These are akin to minor Erd trees or illusory trees, which early in the age of the Erd tree likely were not around, as the Erd tree was thought to have been perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erd tree seeds could not exist. But exist they did, scattering across.
This is I'm going to let him finish, but I'm curious about this because this might tie into something what he has to say about R'hllana and stuff later, but let's let him talk.
The various lands when the Elden Ring was shattered.
Because again, for you recall, Vati believes that the whole stuff with R'hllana and the Lyrnian Wars happens a lot earlier in the timeline than I would place it. I would place it, the events involving the Lyrnian Wars with Radagon till after the events involving here with Messmer, at least when Messmer starts the crusade. And then the Vati, I believe, would have it much closer to like the beginning of Godfrey's reign, which, yeah, very huge difference there. And I'm curious now how he's trying to connect it all here with the golden trees here. Because again, from what I understand, like this is very much consistent with what I've said, which is like we start seeing these trees appear in toward the the last kind of like period of the Crucible era, when like the Crucible is beginning to wane and die, right? It's kind of like with the Erd tree, the seeds come out. This Erd tree hasn't died quite yet, right? But obviously it's sort of at least fears its own death, and so it has these seeds come out to try to have new trees potentially exist there in case it ever were to perish or what have you there. And we see that this is sort of the same thing that's happening here, where the Crucible feels like it's gone, and so it first lets out these trees, and these illusory trees end up growing into the big minor Erd trees. And we can see, of course, the Messmer's people have some of these seeds, which they then use to cultivate, which again makes sense because all this would be happening after Marika's begun doing the stuff we see at the Minor Erd Tree Church and researching a bit, because she's beginning to formulate, well, fundamentalism, right? So this is sort of like, the seeds have been sown for Golden Order fundamentalism, which we would see fully formulated under Radagon.
As if life itself knew that its end had come, And in that moment too, did the Erd Tree avatars emerge from the minor Erd Trees, determined to protect the withering Erd Tree's offspring. So, for a long time, I thought that minor Erd Trees across the entire lands between only came to exist when golden seeds flew from the Erd Tree in the wake of the Shattering. But
Oh.
that can't be true, because then how could these trees be here? The Shattering happened after this realm was split off for the Crusade.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Vati, I'm surprised about that too. Like, yeah, there had to be multiple events because, yeah, we have bigger trees and we have small trees, and it would be impossible for there to be small trees if they're also. I guess he thought that they were like all the seeds weren't released all at once, maybe, right? But I guess that would have to be how he thought it worked then, because otherwise, like, yeah, there's no way to square that. You can't have like, some trees that are growing at different rates than others when they're all the same seed and stuff, right? Like the minor Erd trees, it seems pretty clear, right? Like that, or they took a really long time for some of those to find ground. They're just floating in the sky for God knows how long.
So the trees here must have been planted before the Shattering, right? Unless you believe that people and things like Erd Tree seeds could be brought.
Also, the minor shadow tree and the church district alongside the two spirit trees. Yeah, those two.
Complicated. Anyway, now I think that the age of plenty with the Erd Tree came swiftly to a close, and then minor Erd Trees like these were grown all across the lands, with their sap being collected in basins by the physic chemists. I think
Yes.
one of these trees was even grown here in the Shadowkeep itself.
I
where
thought we
you
had
can
Yol
see
in this
all
character,
scent
but I guess
oils of
not.
the Erd Tree are accustomed to praying. But this tree that the perfumers tend to is smaller, suggesting I think that it was grown more recently, perhaps after the perfumers were brought to the Realm of Shadow. Gardening certainly wasn't what they were brought here to do. The Crusade was a violent purge, and the perfumers were not called there to heal. Still, near the perfumers, we loot Heal from Afar, which is an Erd Tree incantation discovered in the Realm of Shadow. It reads, even when far beyond, far out of sight, the Erd Tree will surely give us its blessing.
Again, and notice the menu graphic there.
Practices suffer, because Erd Tree enchantments are all but a lost art in the Realm of Shadow.
Again,
and truthfully,
again,
even the
recall, menu graphics have been a very reliable indicator for these not miracle incantations or prayers about what exactly, the era that or faction or stuff that things are associated with. And it's very clear whenever we see these that they're always associated with the old Erd Tree versus, i.e., the Crucible. And just very consistent across with all of them that we have here, right? And again, we see that the Realm of Shadow more or less preserves this imagery, even though we see that pretty much every new spell has pretty much dropped this in favor of the Erd Tree Cross, or of course, with fundamentalism, they have their own or something, or like you join up with Mikola, and then Mikola creates his own as well. So like, it's one of these things where it's like, again, I think Vati has undervalued, sort of like all the disparate little pieces of evidence that kind of coalesce together to paint a singular picture for the timeline and things like that. Which again, I can see because clearly he was confused by the Erd Trees here until the DLC, where it's like this should not have been confusing. Like there were already obvious oddities back in the base game and stuff. So again, I'm very, very surprised.
Their faith persists, but their practices suffer, because Erd Tree enchantments are all but a lost art in the Realm of Shadow, and truthfully, even the faithful have begun to suspect how bad things are outside. For when the Elden Ring was shattered, the people of the Realm of Shadow felt
Yeah,
it too,
okay, there's no
and
Yol
feared
here,
a
so
sign of the Erd Tree's
let's
wrath.
check other characters
This
just to be safe.
information learned from an incantation that's found in the rafters of the Specimen Storehouse, so it's hidden way out of sight. And I imagine that the Shattering might have been one truth too many for the people of the Realm of Shadow, whose
Okay, does that count as hidden out of sight? Like it's in the rafters, but it's on a corpse, right? Like let me make sure I'm not going crazy here.
of the Specimen Storehouse, so of the Erd Tree's wrath.
Yeah.
This is information learned from.
No, is there no corpse? Oh, there's no corpse, then yeah, maybe it is being hidden.
This is information.
I cannot. Unfortunately, the way he. Okay, yeah, I don't see a body. Okay, yeah, then I think how he's characterizing it is fair. That's a cool little detail. Because if it's because what reason would you have to have this? Like, you're not connected to a corpse, so it's not like a dead body or someone brought here, right? Which is what I would be like immediately go to. I'm like, okay, well, if there's a dead body up here, right? Or if it's in a chest, maybe you could also make that case, but at the very least, you're like someone's storing it away. So is it really doing it? But if someone's just like, casually tossing like a text on this wrath up here, then clearly someone doesn't want to see it. Now, I guess the question would be, well, why don't they just destroy it? Maybe they're hiding it for later, or because they think it might be important. I guess that'd have to be the justification, right? Like, again, this is one of the things where it's like, you're trying to tell your story. So Sometimes you have to have characters like keep or hide things or do stuff where you're like, man, why don't you just get rid of the evidence? But yeah.
Is information learned from an incantation that's found in the rafters of the specimen storehouse, so it's hidden way out of sight. And I imagine that the shattering might have been one truth too many for the people of the Realm of Shadow.
I would
whose
agree
faith
with
was
that.
already waning. Indeed, it's rare to find a statue of Marika in this place that is not defaced.
Yep.
Literally. A phantom in the Shadowkeep gives voice to this wavering belief.
Okay, yeah. Also, some again for those that may not have the context. Generally speaking, especially in ancient times, it was very common that when you invade and you conquer a people, you deface their gods' idols, because again, the point was to show the powerless of the god in the face of you. So the idea that Mesmer soldiers have been defacing all the statues of America, and that all these like rebels and malcontents have been sort of like put out before we of course enter the scene, right? Because everyone we see seems to be loyal to Mesmer and is doing their normal function, right? But from all the dead bodies and things and the stuff we see in the catacombs, it seems pretty clear that yeah, there's probably been quite a lot of people who for one reason or another has sort of like lost faith in America, especially post shattering and stuff like that, where they're at least getting signs and signals that things outside are not going so well. Actually, would the minor shadow tree be from the crucible fading since it doesn't glow like the bigger minor Erd trees around the lands between? I don't know about that because like it's a smaller shadow tree. So like if it's a shadow tree, it might not necessarily glow the same way. Like we have obviously the one big tree, but like I could definitely see it being where like it doesn't really glow. We see something similar with the sunflowers, right? Like they don't really have a strong glow to them per se in the same way that like the golden sunflowers might at least in the menu graphics. So I could definitely see it being a case where it's like, oh, we have we have like a piece of the tree and it's now growing, like because remember the tree, it blew up, right? So I could imagine that perhaps when that happened they might have planted that tree, that or maybe they were already taking pieces of the tree and trying to do so. Like there's several ways you can do it. um the only question I would have is like if the shadow, like when the Erd tree is as the crucible releasing seeds, would the same thing have happened in to the shadow tree in the other way? Because like there's, again, as I've stated before, I don't think there was any land there at the time, so the seeds would all be gone. So then like how would they collect them? Would it, I guess it could be like with the base game where like some Erd tree seeds float in the water to land, so maybe after the crusade starts they find some of these, like kind of like floating around or coming ashore or something and pick them up. I don't know. There's a lot of different scenarios I'd want to explore for that. Also, only 2 fire knights near the top can cast it, the Wrath from afar. Ooh, yeah, that would be a good point to make. And the hornless corpses impaled. Yeah, Castellensis also kind of alludes to this as well. Yeah, for sure. Again, we also have all the stuff indicating that you have like banished knights, and of course the stuff with Gaius and things like that, and the banished knight equipment there. Right, it's very clear that various forces. Also, of course, the misbegot. Like, there's tons of evidence of the like various like Mesmer's armies falling apart. Right, and what we're seeing is like in typical Dark Souls fashion, most of the civil infighting has been handled, quote unquote, at least for the time being, and we just find mostly the loyal people, or that all the disloyal people become monsters or something.
No, such a thing is utterly inconceivable. We have not been abandoned. Mesmer is the son of Queen Marika. Her grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. Maybe this is why there needed to be a fort of reprimand, a place where many were reprimanded.
Yep.
Even those
punished
with Marika's own grace were hunted down and slain, like Omen. But remarkably, rebellion did rise. From a Black Knight.
Again, I'm surprised that Vati has made the connection here, but he doesn't notice the connection to the penal colony, because this is where their graves are, right? Like, again, this I'm it's always astonishing to me when I see other content creator stuff, because it lets me see like what did they notice versus what I've noticed, and what did they not notice that I've noticed. And this is one of those things where I'm like, I'm surprised, like it really is. Anyway,
of all people, the Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army, with weighty shields meant to symbolize their iron conviction in the crusade. The Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose.
Right.
Wishful thinking, for the Black Knights didn't even fully understand the nature or potential of the impurity they were facing.
For
Thus,
sure.
Does the Pearl Shield Talisman boost all types of non-physical damage reduction, because they were forced to prepare for all threats known or unknown. A rotten stench clung to their helmets, which were tainted by horn-sent blood, or, for all they knew, tainted by their own blackened souls, festering after endless slaughter. Is it any surprise then that once the dust had settled, the Black Knights began to question their purpose? Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible. A Japanese description here makes it clear that, like the other soldiers in the war, Andreas was driven away from the Erd Tree, but that despite being a
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like he again. It's very clear that he mistook what the name is saying. He's trying to think that the soldiers are the punished and not the punishers. Again, that's I can kind of understand that, but again, he has access to the JP stuff, and it's very clear. It's very clear there for sure. Like it's one of those things where like he definitely would have seen it if he checked. So again, I'm just very surprised this got over it. Like here you can see he's using the JP description from me here, which again, got to make sure the video gets a like here because thanks Vati, I really appreciate it. Yeah, even after being driven out from the Golden Tree.
Follower of in the
There we
war
go.
powers of the Crucible. A Japanese description here makes it clear that, like the other soldiers in the war, Andreas was driven away from the Erd Tree, but that despite being a devout follower of Messmer, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. This is strange, considering the winged serpent is literally the token creature of Messmer's military forces.
Yep.
So surely it was obvious that Messmer had a serpentine nature. Either Andreas was totally oblivious, or he glimpsed something deeper, or more disturbing. Maybe he glimpsed...
Yeah, okay. So I know Vati's just trying to be like dramatic about it, but it's clear that, there's a huge difference between, oh, you have a serpent for like a pet thing that you have with you and like it's going through your body. Okay, that's a little weird, but okay, whatever. There's a difference between that and, oh, your sneckiness is like it's like just a thing of what you are. Oh, you're a snack.
the abyssal serpent. We know this happened sometime after the divine beast hunt, thanks to the ashes of Andreas's son, Hugh, who afterwards followed his father, Andreas, into rebellion against Messmer, only to be rewarded with imprisonment in an underground tomb. Messmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. How bad must the snake's reputation have been for it to have made Messmer's most devout knights rebel?
I mean, considering what we see in the Colosseums in like Lanedale and stuff with the gladiators, it becomes very obvious that the betrayal of the snake was taken very hard. Now, maybe this is because America's culture kind of has relations to the snake, so she kind of felt like, hey, I assumed that you would always have my back, and this like hit her very hard, so she's extra spiteful about it. I don't know, but like it's very clear that they made a big deal about this. Like, hey, we like we tolerated you, we let you kind of be around us, and then you end up like betraying us and becoming our enemy. So like, I completely understand the idea that it's like, oh, Messmer himself is in fact like a snack himself, and he's related in potentially related to Gelmir in some ways. Because again, I can't claim that I know every little minutia detail about the lore for Gelmir. I have my thoughts about what the snake god is, but like again, I'm not going to claim that like I'm 100% certain that that's accurate. It could be that there's some deeper connection there related to snakes that we don't know about, but even assuming it's just superficial, I can understand why if the idea is that, oh, he's a snake and he's been deceitful about it. Yeah, that's not gonna fly, I can imagine, with certain people, especially people who have been, putting their their trust in Messmer to lead them through all this. Mm-hmm. Oh, that would be evidence that he's turned into a snack before our fight. Again, it depends. What does it mean if they understood or recognized his snakiness? Has it been that he transformed into the actual snake, or is it just trying to say like, oh, they discovered that there's like some snake-like quality? Like, I don't know. Like, does Messmer like strip and he has scales or something? I don't know. Again, maybe. I'd have to. Again, that's something I'd want to think on more.
It wasn't the shrieks of sorrow from those they were killing, it wasn't the horror of the crusade itself, instead it was their commander's serpentine nature. I guess to many of the Erd Tree...
Well, again, because the crusade is holy and just, right? Like, the term crusade is holy war in Japanese, right? So, again, like, it's very much this idea of like, a Deus Vult, God, God is good. We're doing this sacred act to get rid of all this evil and purge it, purge the heretics, all that jazz. So I could definitely see why, again, if the snake is now heresy, and it's a terrible heresy because of betrayal of all things, and, Messmer has kind of been concealing this fact about himself, I can see why his knights do so, especially if he has a history with the snake. Again, I've pointed this out previously, where I would not be surprised if Messmer has some connection to the snake, and that ended up being how the Glowmite Queen ends up connected to Gelmir's snake god. I could definitely see that if there was like kind of like a brother sister, kind of mentorship going on with Gelmir, because hey, these are snakes, they can show how to maybe control or manage his snakiness, right? I could definitely see that having been a thing. And then, it doesn't take much then for a knight to learn, connect the dots of, oh, Mesmer was hanging out with the snakes. He's brother to a big trader, the Glowmite Queen, who was also betrayed with the snake, right? And he turns out that he's a snake himself. Like, I could see how all of this kind of spirals into, oh, you are a liar and a deceiver, and you're not like, you're not actually fit to be a demigod or anything, right? Like,
Crusade itself was beyond questioning, for they were certain of the sanctity of their campaign and invigorated.
does it have scales on his model before phase 2? Yeah. Again,
was a different matter.
Again, it's just I'm being fair in that we don't know to what extent what Mesmer's transformations in his state is like, right? Again, if I had maybe a better grasp of the cosmology, maybe I could say more on this. But like, if it's like something where like he doesn't have to be like it does have to be like either he's man or he's snake. There may be some variable in between. Maybe he like begins to transform himself. Again, I don't know. Because as we see, he ends up crushing the eye he has after he takes it out or whatever. So he has like this no going back mentality. Has he taken out the eye before and that he's gone through the transformation? Has it accidentally popped out? Or has it been a thing where sometimes the eye isn't enough and like some part of him starts like transforming without it and he's got to like calm. Again, I just don't know. Right? Now again, I've said my thoughts before where I think I could have seen situations where Mesmer has definitely become a snake in the past, right? Again, I've definitely made that argument before, right? But I'm just trying to be fair here in that, like, for what Vati's talking about, I can see a lot of different scenarios here, right? And again, maybe if Vati was also talking about the snake skin and stuff, he would tie that in there and right, and we can like start talking about like the specifics if that were true. But like, yeah, I feel like I would want Vati to go more in depth in terms of this scenario, but I think what he's given us is fine. Like just in terms of like vague like overview. And I think it's more important what he's talking about here about like, why is like what is the culture of the Erd tree? What is the background that would lead the snake to be such a bad thing? And I think he makes a good point. It's like it has to be pretty bad, right? And I wish he would just go into more detail about what that must mean for Gelmir and the Glowmite Queen and the history between Marika and the snake and all that stuff. But that's fine. That's not this video, right? This is a Mesmer video.
Ironically, it was actually those closest to Mesmer, his
Hey, I am.
who questioned the crusade on moral grounds. One of them still stands guard at the bridge to Roar, risking his life to protect an old ruin.
Rain of fire.
This is Solza, the sage, disciple of the elder Wago, who we mentioned earlier. Solza asked, if we reduce to ash this land against which we hold no grievance, no ill will, are we any better than barbarians? And his disdain for barbarism never waned, even as he burned more villages and scorched more land than any other. I suspect it was Solza who prevailed upon Mesmer to create the specimen storehouse within the Black Keep, a place for the preservation of Hornsent culture, a museum of sorts, actually tended to by loyal Hornsent scholars, folk of burned body and soul.
Wait.
Who, ironically, incant coils of
Wait, are they Hornsent?
Mesmer's own scholars, folk of burned body, a museum of sorts, actually tended to by loyal Hornsent scholars.
Are those Hornsent? I don't see any horns. Hey, maybe I'm crazy, and we see these guys used in other contexts for the Hornsent. But I don't think those are Hornsent. I always thought those were just regular Erd tree researchers. I feel like that's kind of... I feel like that's just not it. But okay, moving on. Maybe they cut off their horns because we see horns everywhere. Like, I don't know.
Folk of burned body and soul, who, ironically, incant coils of Mesmer's own fire. The same...
Yeah, that'd be another thing where I'd be like, can we really say those are Hornsent then if they're doing that? Yeah, they don't have horns, what I'm seeing. So, like, I don't know. I feel like this is Vati not looking close enough. It's very awkward because the B-roll does get the close up and it's very clearly they don't have horns, but like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to explore, could this possibly be that they're Hornsent? Again, maybe if we've seen the exact same model used alongside Hornsent people, but I'm pretty sure if we actually go to the place where we get the Hornsent scholars, they have their horns. So either they'd have to have cut off their horns, or they're just not Hornsent.
Fire thrown by Mesmer's rank and file soldiers. A dear friend of Solza was the fire knight Hilda, who joined those that urged that the specimens be preserved. and so Hilda's ashes were enshrined here, a charm to protect the storehouse. Mesmer, for his part, showed his compassionate side within the Black Keep as well.
Also, he mentioned the idea of Salsa being responsible for the storehouse. I mean, I think he probably would be a huge proponent of it, yes. I don't think he'd be the only one. It's also a little weird when we think about it, because we know that they've definitely done damage to stuff like the ruins, and that's what like Salsa's all like big mad about, is like keeping people from going to the ruins and like burning everything and stuff like that because of the knowledge. So like I don't know if it was just Salsa. I could definitely see him being a leading voice, but like he says, there's also like Hilda. There's also all the stuff with what's it called? Like again, all the non-Hornsen scholars and things like that, and just the fact that like Mesmer's own tower is connected to there. So it seems very weird to me that he has direct access to this like research lab, right? Like you have to go through the research lab to get to him, and yet somehow like it's supposed to be kind of like, oh, Mesmer had to really, we had to really go out of our way to get Mesmer to agree to this. Like I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not convinced there.
Curating a wing dedicated to the care of the Jar Saints, the shaman, his kin, who were tortured by the Hornsent long ago. Though it has long fallen into ruin, it's
I'll be honest, my impression was that these were like their own artificial creations with these. Though I guess it is possible they just collected specimens and they've just been like taking them out of the jars and experimenting on them or whatever. But I got the impression with the beds and stuff that this may be just them creating their own. Again, I don't think what Vati's saying is absurd though, so I could be wrong there.
a reminder of the real reason for the crusade against the Hornsent, a cycle of vengeance that goes on and on, of curses realized and placed anew.
All right.
Marika, a curse upon thee.
Shadow the Erd Tree lore is so foreign to you. Yeah, I can see that. Before the Erd Tree grew.
As we
Ooh.
close out this video, I'd like to go over a few topics that are more open to interpretation. I'd like to talk about who Mesmer's soldiers might have been in an age long past, what the
Oh.
Black Keep might have meant, and why the Serpent Skin in Bonnie Village might be there. To begin, there was a time
Ooh,
America's
he's
sanctioned
going to the
godhood,
skin.
where the realm of shadow was not separate, but rather simply a part of the lands between.
Yep.
Back then, here roamed the Highlanders, fierce axe-wielding warriors who hunted bears and chased glory.
Uh-huh.
In our previous video, I discussed their connection to Horalu, their greatest warrior, who would later abandon his Highlander roots to become Elden Lord Godfrey.
Okay,
And
I'm with ya.
naturally, I suspect many of his Highlander kin followed suit, leaving their past behind. Yet, perhaps traces remain in the men who became Mesmer's soldiers. Though they now serve the Impaler, wielding spears, I suspect there's more to them than meets the eye, for, like Godfrey, they favor axes. Like Godfrey,
Well, here's the thing. I don't disagree with Vati here. I would just say, yeah, but that's the entire army. Again, I've talked about this previously with the Oriza and stuff like that. Like that is at its core Horalu's tribe, right? So like I'm not like so like enthused about like kind of saying that, oh, these guys specifically are the old Highlanders. I think the point is just kind of highlighting how modern people are descendants who are so, removed from that ancient lineage that most of them don't have anything like the skills of the old guard, as it were. Whereas Mesmer, who comes from earlier in the timeline, we still see a lot more remnants of that in the way that the soldiers and stuff fight. And maybe some of them are, originally members of the genuine tribe and stuff like that, right? I just don't think that this is, I don't feel like this characterization, at least the way he's wording it, is necessarily the best way to put it.
they specialize in charge attacks, and like Horalu, they roar, and like Horalu, they can shake the earth itself with their stomp attacks.
Also, I'm not sure why this is going in the, oh, this is something that's much more up to interpretation and speculation about this, right? Like, I think what he's saying is, I mean, it has the same, if not more evidence to it than whatever else he's talked about, right? I guess because it doesn't have as much direct text, maybe? I don't know. This seems like a weird thing to include right here at the end, but maybe he's gonna tie it all together. I'm waiting
So,
until.
were these Highlanders drafted into Mesmer's ranks after Godfrey became Elden Lord, or did their culture simply evolve over time?
Well, again, this goes to the point of how again, America has Godfrey fighting with an army. Who was his army? Obviously, his barbarian tribe. Like, we see this with everything. He has to have the Crucible Knights and stuff like that. He has to have like so much stuff involving with the in terms of soldiers and men and things to conquer. Like it can't just be Godfrey alone, right? Like even if we could consider him this like immortal demigod who's going to be protected by the Erd Tree and is blessed and yada yada yada, right? Like you need to have an army to be able to fight these wars that Horaloo is part of on America's behalf. So yeah, I feel like trying to say like, oh, these are like the Highlanders. It's like I'm pretty sure the Highlanders have already been incorporated and made part of America's kingdom for a long time by this point. I don't think it's like, oh, Godfrey just kind of left them behind, and America somehow found an entire other group of people to do this, right? Like this is where I think that this is where it kind of gets lost in the sauce. Well, at least the ones that use axes. Well, yeah, for sure, the ones that use axes do that. But the whole point is like, the axe connection to Godfrey specifically is very specific, right? The idea of like charge attacks and things like that. A lot of these things are definitely something that are, meant to tie back to, the era of Godfrey. Versus what we see with modern soldiers, many of whom have lived through the age of Ratigan, and it's an era of peace, right? So they're not as strong and powerful and yada, 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 right? Like this is all like Godric stuff we can be talking about right now.
Am I completely wrong? Now, I feel pretty confident at least putting forward this theory, considering we never see the old Highlanders as an enemy type in-game. So I love the theory that they might have slipped into becoming something else in the Age of Godfrey, a people aligned with grace, though later they would become divorced from it. To them.
Again, I think that, I don't think he's wrong per se. I don't think he's looked at the full picture here. Because I feel like, why are we looking at this now? We should have been looking at this in the original game too. Like, there's so much going on here with terms of like, oh, like Godfrey is a barbarian. He comes from a barbarian past. He's going to give up his barbarian past. We see like barbarian like weapons and stuff in his round table and things that are like obviously, partially like tree inspired and stuff, but clearly, not like the modern, civilized weapons. So like, I don't get what we're trying to do here. Like, why are we having this discussion only now with Mesmer soldiers and trying to limit it to Mesmer soldiers? Shouldn't we be talking about like everything involving Godfrey? So again, this is a Mesmer video, so I get it, but this is just a weird point to me because again, I'm not seeing too much of a Mesmer connection beyond the fact it's his army. I feel like this is something we could have talked about in terms of Godfrey's whole forces, but
the Grace of Gold would be a distant memory. Mesmer's Black Knights, too, seem tied to the land that they would later forever occupy. According to Ashes, they had command over the powers of the Crucible, which flourished in this region. Godfrey's Crucible Knights, too, were in tune with the powers
Yes,
of the and
indeed.
since we
Oh,
can trace
God.
Godfrey's heritage in this region, it makes sense that we might be able to trace his Crucible Knights back here as well. So if all of these factions were long-standing in this area, who's to say the structures in the Realm of Shadow weren't long-standing too? This brings us to the for it also contains signs of an older culture, one related to death, as it was in the age before the Erd Tree. Here in the Black Keep, Mesmer is cremating his warriors, turning their remains into light. But what's curious is that this ritual is taking place within boats, funerary boats that are an exact match for those piloted by the Tibia Mariners, the oldest gravekeepers and boatsmen who can summon the dead. We've learned a little bit more about the Mariners in the Shadow of the Erd Tree. Interestingly, they're quite sad beings. The Polterstone is this contrivance they devised, and it creates a noise imitative of human presence where it lands, which was used by the gravekeepers to distract themselves from their longing for company. But the most important piece of lore for them isn't an item description, it's a place, Caro's hidden grave, where one river boatsman remains, watching over those at rest. What's important here is the name Caro, for Charon is a figure from Greek myth,
Yeah.
a man of the underworld, whose role is to transport the souls of the dead across the river Styx.
Yep.
This confirms what we've long suspected, that the Mariners are a guiding lantern in the mist to the dead, who are in sore need of leadership and have long been left to wander. So the similarity of the boats.
I mean, again, I definitely will admit that I have not thought hard enough about the Mariners and stuff like that and their history and their culture and if they're like predating Destined Death or part of Destined Death or all that stuff. So again, I don't have any problems with this stuff. I am curious where he's going with the boats though, because we also see the boats in Hornsent culture. So like, I don't know if I would necessarily say that it's all necessarily tied here to those who, the Mariners and, the whole Deathbird cult thing that we obviously see with the red and blue colored flowers and stuff here. So like, I don't know if this is, if this is like relevant to saying that the castle's been here much longer than we thought. I would even make a strong argument that if you have like this random village out on the Hicks by it, the castle itself probably hasn't been around there. I definitely don't think so. But again, I know some people have other theories on that.
Used by the Mariners and Mesmer suggests the Black Keep might have had a deeper tie to the culture of death in this land. But
By the way,
that's
Loki,
the
who's
only
Tibia? Have you
Elven
found him? Is he here with us?
steeple
No
is a
idea.
curious item that was
What a
dropped by
strange
the
man, this
Mariner in
Tibia.
the base game. It's a great sword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen, the lampwood, which guides the dead of the spirit world.
We meet
For years,
Tibia.
We've wondered what the Helfen
We
might
meet
be.
Tibia, and it's an actual tibia bone with like a mouth and eyes and stuff. And he's like, I transformed myself into the ultimate one who lives in death during the day of the great mother bird. God, that'd be so silly.
And now we have
Honestly, I could definitely see like Tibia turning out to be this like weird afterlife dimension or something that these guys come from. Like it's like their country in, I don't know, like the heaven or whatever, where all these gods and stuff apparently are coming from for the Horn too. Like, oh god, I truly have no grasp of the Elden Ring cosmology. I really don't.
another theory to add to the list. What if the Helfen was once the Black Keep? As I learned from Quelaag in her video about the Shadowlands, Helfen's serrated steeple kind of looks like the jagged steeples of the Black Keep, making us wonder whether this keep had a different role in the past. And
Oh, okay. This is actually interesting because people have definitely made connections between the Helfen steeple and at least the Shadow Tree in the past. Now, here's my problem that I have with it. I don't recall if it said explicitly, but I had the understanding that the Helfen steeple was supposed to be an actual tower. I don't know if I would consider the Shadow Keep necessarily a tower. Like, I get the idea because it is kind of tower-like, but I don't know if I would necessarily consider it a tower itself. And I don't know if I would say that it's related to anything that we've talked about with like spirit worlds and stuff like that. So it's the name of a river, lake, or ocean in the Death World, obviously. Oh god, yeah. We're coming up with curse stuff today.
it might have been a place that was simply taken over by Messmer rather than being built by him. While a lot of this is circumstantial evidence and speculation, you can't deny that there's signs of older traditions enduring here.
I would agree. I just don't know if I would say that the castle is involved. I'd say the boats could be involved. But again, we're already seeing Messmer doing research stuff here. So why wouldn't he also be doing stuff involving the how do I put it? Like, why wouldn't he also be doing stuff involving sort of this like boat death ash like burning thing, right? Like it just kind of seems like, again, maybe I'm being silly saying this, but like it just kind of seems like logical for me that he would have like stuff like that. Like I'm not surprised, right? Again, this is where it's very fascinating to me seeing, what people are picking up on. Because again, I can understand wanting to make a connection to Helfen Steeple, but again, I thought the Helfen Steeple was supposed to be a tree. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't mention that at all. It's been a while since I've looked at that description, but that was kind of my idea that they were talking about like a towering tree type thing. But even assuming it's just a tower, I just don't know if it would make sense to have like this tower with everything else we know about the area, right? I really do feel like it's just like, oh, it's black and it has a tower, or maybe two, you could argue, in it, and that's why it has to be connected. I don't know if that's enough.
The Highlanders, the Helfen, funerary rites, the Serpent's reputation, it's these things that make the world of Elden Ring feel real and lived in, even across all of the ages that we don't get to witness in-game. Let's end this video with one of the biggest secrets in the DLC, the shed serpent skin found by Bonnie Village.
Uh-huh.
And what is it with From Software and leaving us unanswerable questions about serpents at the end of their DLC? I'm going to pretend to know.
Unanswerable. Okay. Now, again, if anyone knows my perspective on this, especially considering he put that there, it's only unanswerable if you don't accept the answer being given. Like, that's the reality. You can come up with an answer for anything. The question is it the right answer? And that's ultimately what we're dealing with here. Is the what he shows here is the Priscilla idol stuff. And again, there's some very, I would argue, obvious answers if you're someone who actually sits down and gives it like literally like 30 seconds of thought. So I do feel like that's not unanswerable, especially if you're familiar with the Dark Souls 1 lore. It's like, just read my Ariandel thesis. I think I lay out pretty straightforwardly. It just sounds like duh, right? Like, so again, I don't think this is an unanswerable question in Dark Souls 3, and I wouldn't say it's an unanswerable question here. The question is just like, which is the right answer? Which answer is right?
Exactly what's going on with it yet. Instead, I'm going to leave you with a few observations and let those inspire your conclusions. My first note is that the serpent skin is found near the statue that reveals the Oh Mother emote, which you later use to gain access to the Shaman village hidden behind the Black Keep.
Uh-huh.
For this statue to be so close to the serpent, I think suggests a connection to either Messmer or Marika. My second point is that this serpent is not physiologically similar to Messmer's serpent. Rather, it's a perfect match for the god-devouring serpent's visage, and Igle as well, for that matter.
Eagle for our that again. I would not say that the devouring serpent and quote unquote Eagle are separate either. Personally, um, but like let's put that aside. Because I'm not familiar enough with Vati, whatever Vati's covered on Gelmir to like kind of answer that. Um, again, I've said it before. I do feel like it's just them reusing some old an old object model they had here for that they did to create the skin at Eagle's place, and they're kind of just reusing it here instead of trying to create a new one from like the Mesmer boss fight and stuff like that. I feel like that's probably what the intention is with it. But again, maybe somehow you have the actual snake god all the way here or some other serpent. I guess that's another possibility. But now we have to figure out like the story of an entirely separate serpent. And I just don't know if I buy that personally. Again, I can understand people who are like, oh no, this was Gelmir's serpent and this was like, America and stuff. Like there's a lot of theories about that I can understand, even if I don't agree. This is one of those where I'm like, I really do think that like we have to consider it just being probably representative of of Mesmer instead, and like the whole model difference thing or similarity is just from software reusing assets like we see them do all the time in the game. Like let's not pretend that they don't do this. So yep, that's just kind of like my thoughts on this. But if he's not going to go into too much detail on this, like again, like he said, he's just kind of posing this stuff for people to think about.
As a reminder, Eagle is that flayed serpent skin that's spread over the altar in her church at Gelmir, and below it we loot the serpent's amnion, an item that's tied to Raya, who was the poor unwanted offspring of this repellent birthing ritual. It's a common trend in Elden Ring for smaller NPC stories to mirror and help explain
Do we
more
not have?
important stories.
Oh, there he
And
is.
so
That's
I wouldn't be surprised if Raya's repellent birthing ritual could help to explain the circumstances of Mesmer's own birth and what's going on with the serpent that took root inside of him.
yeah, I think that's
Mesmer
fair.
was born of a repellent birthing ritual as well. It's
Maybe.
also worth noting that a godskin dwells in the Church of Eagle, which could in turn suggest a connection to the Glowmite Queen. The godskins are somewhat serpentine, with bodies that can stretch much in the same manner as a man-serpent's. The Godskin Noble Robe states that nobles are the most ancient apostles, who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible. And there's even a spirit-calling snail, which is actually a serpent, that summons Godskins in your battle with it in the spirit.
Okay, yeah, but that's
Fair
taken out of
enough on that,
context,
but
Vati. Like
it's
let's
impossible to be sure. If you'd like to share what this story might look like to you, drop your ideas in the comments, and I'll pin my favorite interpretation at the top for.
So, I'm not even gonna look at whatever he picked there, but like, yeah, I have my perspective on that. I'm not gonna pretend like it's hard and like solid on there because like I haven't like explored any of the other possibilities and stuff, and I'm definitely rough on my Elden Ring lore, so I could be missing stuff. But overall, yeah, it's what I expected. The trend in chapter 3 was like, I agree with more of the stuff. There's still a few things where I'm like, I don't know about that. But most of it was like, yeah, I definitely more or less largely agree because it's the stuff that's the most like it's the stuff that's the most talked about in the game, right? Because it's the thing that's like most recent, right? Which tends to be how these things play out. And then we also have now this thing at the end where it's like I feel like Vati kind of had like a bunch of like separate ideas he couldn't like put together in the video because like they weren't something that like kind of like flowed with what he was writing. So he's kind of like just all stuffed him here at the end. I would not be surprised if that was kind of like the work process there. And I definitely feel like you could have cut probably the Mesmer soldier stuff because I feel like it'd be better if we just talked about Highlanders and Mesmer stuff in general. Maybe he already did a Highlander video and this was something he did separate. Like I don't know. What was the second topic? The one on the there we go. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the stuff on the Tibia Mariners and stuff like that. Talk about the Health and Steeple again. I'll be honest, I would have been more interested if he tried going in the Sun Realm direction with this, like so many people have theorized. I would have at least been kind of interested in seeing him try to make the case for that there. I feel like just kind of saying, hey, there's a similarity to the Health and Steeple. Sure. But we also see a lot of similarities to stuff that we would expect in like an actual America, Erdtree Kingdom built castle, right? You also could just there's also some similarities you could argue with the architecture and what we see in the other forts and stuff like there. So I just don't see the castle being that radically different from there. So like, I don't know. I don't feel like that. I feel like this is another like undercooked thing I would have loved to see more of. And then finally, of course, the snake thing. Again, I think this is fair. He's not going to try to tackle this because admittedly, it is something that is very, very, very hyper specific. So like unless you feel like you have a very strong grasp of a lot of stuff surrounding it, I get why he wouldn't want to tackle it. But yeah, I guess you could say a lot for a lot of this video. I feel like a lot of this video suffers from not having a stronger grasp of the timeline. But overall, I do like it. I do like Vati's presentation and stuff here. So I'm very, I'm obviously not Vati, so I have a very different approach when it comes to the lore and how in depth I like my lore theories and stuff to be. But I also can't complain too much about like the way that he makes his content, because my stuff, like, there's a reason I don't come out with videos and stuff, because my content would be hours and hours long. And this is already like what? This is already almost an hour long video, and it's pretty, brisk in terms of how it tries to go through all this stuff. And again, I love how he incorporates item descriptions and stuff. He's kind of played around with the style or whatever, but I definitely like him kind of like, I feel like it's one of those things where you want to have it so someone can pause and read it or what have you, but you don't want to just sit there. Like Acer Aesthetics has done this, and I'm not a huge fan of this. Is where like you sit down and you just kind of like narrate it out, especially if it's like something that's not strictly relevant to whatever you're talking about the video or what have you. You're just kind of reading it out for the sake of full clarity of context. It's like people can watch, pause, and read it for themselves if they feel like they're worried that you're like taking something out of context or something, and they can decide for themselves. I feel like for the sake of narrative flow, Vati handles this a lot better. If it is Mesmer, I would have to say that's terrible storytelling. I'm fine with asset reuse, but this would be ridiculous for me. But I can't exactly say it's impossible. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where I don't think anyone can say it's impossible for sure, because From Software has do it, right? But that doesn't mean everything From Software does is therefore just because of asset reuse either, right? Sometimes it is in fact meaningful, whatever specific asset they're using. So I think it's fair for people to make their theories and stuff like that. I just feel like people need to also like they shouldn't be so locked in by saying, oh, it's the same thing and it has like a resemblance to this other snake thing, therefore it must be related to that, when we have to also consider the alternate possibility that the people who have copy pasted ruins have taken Dark Souls 3, Cathedral of the Deep Doors, and used them for so many different cultures. Like I think we see them in like Erdtree context, we see them in Liurnia context, we see them like everywhere, like everyone. I think even Farum Azula might have one or two. So like it's one of those things where it's like we can't really like try to pretend that like From Software have like these very distinct, completely like non-overlapping like cultures and peoples and things, and like we're going to be able to say with absolute certainty that like this has to be this or that, right? In the context of this game specifically, I think there's just too much there. Now, is it good or bad? I'd have to think about that one personally, because again, I recognize that there's always going to be a limit, and I don't mind asset reuse within that context, right? Though, yeah, it's always nice if you can go the extra mile to make something more clear cut, so that way it doesn't become more confusing for you. But again, there's always the question of, okay, well, how abstract are we allowed to get then? Because at some point, like like for example, like in Skyrim or something, like you copy paste, like I don't know, there might be, I don't know, like a Wisp Mother or something who have very specific lore in their game, but maybe you throw them in, I don't know, some random haunted house story quest, right? And there's obviously no connection to the Wisp Mother lore or anything like that, and it's just like sort of like, oh, this is just supposed to be a stand-in for spooky ghost lady or something like that. Like, am I going to get so mad at that? I mean, sure, I would have liked it if maybe they did something to change it or make it look more generic or whatever, but would I be like so mad that they just do it? No, because I can understand within the context of the story they're trying to tell what they're going to do, even if it's one of those things where it's like, that's kind of, it kind of, I get the idea that it will take you out of it if it's something that's so blatantly like something else entirely, right? Anyway, I'm very glad.
Questions about
Anything else?
serpents at the end of their DLCs. I'm not going to pretend to know.
Yeah.
Unlike the top.
Yeah, okay, nothing else. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything else. Yeah, okay. So overall, I'm glad that Vati, did this video and all this stuff. I'm glad that he referenced me sometimes. I wish he did a bit more, because again, there was definitely some confusing bits where it's like, I'm sorry, man, I think you might have just gotten this inaccurate. And like I said, I always would appreciate more depth and stuff like that. Even if I disagree with it entirely, I think it's wrong, I would like something to actually sink into and being like, okay, well, yeah, I understand that fact or that fact, oh, that's an interesting connection you make there. Let's try to investigate that more. Like, there's a lot of different things I would like to see different. But again, that's like, other content creators can do that. They don't have to be Vati and do that. And for this, it's okay. Definitely not my favorite of his, but like, I definitely love the presentation for sure. And some of the points he made, I think, are good. And again, I like that connection he made with the Wrath from Afar and stuff, because maybe I noticed that when we were streaming or whatever, but I definitely forgot about it. I definitely forgot. And it's cool that as Xavier mentions, the 2 knights are the ones that use that, because I don't think I've noticed that before. All right. But let's move on to a, less lore focused video and to something a little bit more fun. Something that's been suggested and that I'm actually legitimately interested in. Because I think this is just a fun thing to talk about. All right, let's make sure. This would be Smotown's video on the most evil character in Soulsborne and Elden Ring. I like how we're separating Elden Ring from Soulsborne. I guess because he's not including Sekiro. He's not including Sekiro in here, right? So I guess I can't complain. I would much prefer Soulsborne be Soulsborne and not like just every From Software game that has been vaguely related to the stuff Miyazaki's made ever since his rise within the studio. All right, let's see what we got here.
Who is the most morally evil character in the Soulsborne series?
Oh
This is
boy.
a fascinating question that was put to me by some friends recently when we were in a Discord call, and it really got me thinking. The FromSoft Souls games are world-building masterpieces, and we usually are walking in the shadows of what were, exploring great kingdoms that are long past their glory days. These incredible and rich worlds are populated by fascinating characters of all stripes. Gods,
Sure.
kings, queens, knights, witches, madmen, and monsters.
Uh-huh.
What From Software does really well, though, is make a lot of their characters morally grey.
All right, I doubt it's intentional, but I do like how, like, when when he says monster, Gwyn flashes. Just personally, I find that funny.
Like Sister Frida, who has allowed the painted world of Ariandel to decay and rot. She resists its need for renewal, and lets the land fall to rot. Not because she is evil.
This is so funny to me because not only do we have my Ariandel thesis, which it doesn't touch too much on Frida's like personal character and stuff like that, but I recently finished my Londor first draft, right? Like I just finished that, and like I talk a lot about Elfrida there, and there's a lot more going on under the hood there with Elfrida, and I'm not gonna lie, I did not really care too much for Elfrida one way or the other when I had first started going into this, but now I have to say I'm really liking the character. Like, I really like what Miyazaki did with her. Like, she kind of feels like um, a second look at the Maiden Astraea type character, right? I don't think she's exactly the same thing, but I definitely feel like Miyazaki wanted to kind of like approach her in a similar way, where he wanted a character who you might actually be able to sympathize, even though she's so awful, right? So I'm actually, I'm actually really curious where he's going to go with a bunch of these different characters and stuff like that. So yeah, this will be interesting. It stairs outside the tower, going up the tower and up on the rafter right by the Fire Knight's ashes. Yeah, I just was not aware of that.
But because she doesn't want this world to fade, she is holding on to things as they are.
Uh-huh.
But that is not to say that there are many characters within the various games who do widespread harm for their own gain. We have characters within positions of power, like Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, who denied the natural cycle of the world, and misled the undead and pygmies so that he could retain his own power base. We also have Ranni, who readily sacrifices Godwyn, and inflicts an undying curse upon the lands between, solely to achieve her ambition. Yet while these acts are reprehensible, I think that there are even more villainous characters.
Okay, so this is an interesting thing that he's bringing up, where he thinks there are more reprehensible characters. So when we're talking about evil, there is always going to be the question of how do you define evil specifically, right? Because there's very ontological questions related to the definition of evil and what constitutes evil. And for me, I would say that, of course, evil should be defined by intention, right? I think Miyazaki sort of touches upon this himself when he's exploring the character of Maiden Astraea, where Maiden Astraea is not evil per se. She is, the purest good, as it were. But just because you have good intentions doesn't mean that you necessarily can't do something absolutely horrible or horrifying or something that an evil person might also do. It just means that you yourself are not doing it for any evil intentions and therefore would not be constituted as evil. Smotown also alludes to this idea of kind of like, gray morality and stuff like that, with characters where they like do things or whatever, but, not necessarily, because they're, the worst or have terrible evil intentions, though you can maybe argue there's quite a bit of ego involved when it comes to someone like Elfrida. But I think that there's a fair statement to be had that, a character who is, a character who it has like, quote unquote gray morality doesn't necessarily mean that they're divorced from good or bad either. In fact, for me, I would say I don't really believe in gray morality. I believe in Dalmatian morality, where you're not really gray because you might do some good things or bad things. It just means that you're like kind of, white. You have the white good, and then the bad things are just adding spots to you. And sometimes you have so many spots on you that you turn into a black Labrador, right? Like at some point, at some point, the scales tip, and we can say, all right, you've done enough evil things in your life that we can say that you yourself are in fact evil, right? So, oh, that's funny that he puts Ronnie outside the morally gray characters and in the evil ones. Again, yeah, I'm gonna have to see what his definition of stuff is, but I can see that. I can definitely see an argument being made that Ronnie, a lot of the things she's done were completely unnecessary. They were purely out of spite or whatever, and they have long, far-reaching consequences for the worlds in which they existed. Now, again, this gets into philosophical questions of, is it wrong for Ronnie to have created those who live in depth, or is it just wrong for her to have done what she done that brought them into being with Godwyn, right? Because Godwyn obviously has had no choice in that. He gets technically killed, and then like his soulless body is now living on to create this like corruption or whatever, right, in the world or whatever, right? Again, I'm not like the most versed in Elden Ring lore, so I'm not going to pretend that I can say with absolute certainty that everything Ronnie did here was necessarily evil, but I can definitely see the argument that we can't really just call her morally gray because what she's done, at least in the example he gave. I think you can make definitely a case that like overall though, at the very least, what Ronnie's trying to do, and she certainly thinks what she's doing, is for the best in the world. So, gonna be interesting what we have him define, especially when it comes to more reprehensible, right? I can definitely see some examples like Aldrich. I could see the argument. My problem would be like saying like, oh, there's more reprehensible characters than Ronnie and Gwyn. Again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. In Dalmatian morality, okay, let's say that you do evil. You have a bunch of black spots on you. I would say that, there's different sizes of spots too. Obviously, if you're like, littering on like, a public street or whatever and contributing to like pollution and stuff and, therefore indirectly causing, people's health in that area to get worse, that's obviously very different in terms of scale versus I go out and torture puppies for a living, right? Like, so I think we also have to consider like magnitude and stuff, or like I'm trying to start a nuclear holocaust. Like at some point we have to kind of say like what Ronnie and Gwyn do and the effects they have on the universe, at the very least, I think it would be very hard to say like, oh, there's some character who, they do something that's so awful, disgusting, or arguably more evil than Gwyn, who again literally twists and screws up the entire world for his personal vainglory. And that's not even getting into all the stuff in terms of the murders, the enslavements, like, the overall, treatment of, various races and things like that, the inherent racism and stuff like that. Like, and again, even the question of, do we even factor that stuff in? Because obviously, what would constitute morality necessarily in our world, depending on your paradigm for how our universe is structured, could be very different from how these fantasy worlds are structured, right? Like obviously, Dark Souls relies a lot more on sort of like naturalistic, almost like a pantheism type thing with how it treats like fire, rock, and all that stuff. So like, there's definitely questions to be had. Pontiff is worse. Yeah, that'd be a question for me. Can I really say Pontiff is worse than Gwyn, considering all the stuff that is directly responsible for Gwyn? Also, at what point do we say Gwyn is absolved from all the things? Because okay, yeah, he really fucked up the world, but he didn't really intend to fuck up the world to this extent or whatever. Like, well, actually, no, you can't really say that because of Ring City and what we were over there. Like he definitely had some understanding of how long term this could fuck up the world. Actually, no, I take back what I said. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to convince me that Gwyn is not like absolutely totally like irredeemable here. Like at least more redeemable than some other characters here. Like, and again, I don't care if the mafioso, goes to the goes to the church and donates to help the orphanage be able to eat. He's still a mafioso who's like slamming, a guy's head into the pavement. So that way he try to extort some money. So it's like, I don't know if anything that you could say Gwyn has done that would be objectively good would be necessarily outweigh all the bad, right? Like, again, I'm very interested in this video. There's so much you can get into for this, so.
And cruelty without any such lofty motivations. In this video, I want to reach into the filth and find the truly evil characters of the Soulsborne universe, those who commit evil crimes and show little or no remorse for their acts. In terms of this video structure, I will choose a...
Okay, so if this is the way he's going, where the characters do something so remorse, but they have little or no, like, they have, like, these are people who, like, show no remorse for something that's truly awful and reprehensible, again, I'm curious where he's going to draw the line on, because what happens if the characters have far-reaching consequences and the characters aren't around or alive to be able to have any remorse in the first place. Like, again, what's the question here is, like, would a character have remorse if they knew, like, all the consequences of their actions? Maybe not. Like, this is going to the question of, what is the individual action, the intention, the consequences, and the amount of negligence that could have been involved that could have been avoided.
Character, who will serve as a nominee from each of the mainline Souls-like games. This means we will look at Demon Souls, each of the 3 Dark Souls games, Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Then in the final chapter, I will choose one of these characters, who will take the coveted title of Most Evil Character. This is a little bit different from my usual long-form lore content, but I thought it was a really interesting subject that everyone will have different opinions on, so be sure to let me know yours in the comments below. And if you're interested in additional benefits, such as exclusive videos and early access to videos like this one,
Oh,
then
there
check out
he
my
is.
Patreon in the description below. And shout out to my friends Vexidian, Lazago, and Fiendish Doll for first having this discussion with me. With
Cool.
that said, let us jump into the discussions with my first candidate from Demon Souls.
Nice. Ooh, King
Demon
of
Souls
Lot.
is a game that I have a special love for, as I think its themes and story are unmatched by any of the other games. A tragic tale of human greed and depravity, and many will not know this, but this channel actually started with Demon Souls lore.
Oh,
And so it is
nice.
fitting that we start with the very first Souls game, a game that is full to the brim with the worst of human sin. For that is what the demons are. They are the personification of human fault. From greed, to cruelty, to jealousy and violence. Demons take form according to their surroundings, usually drawing upon human emotions, our fears and myths. And in some cases they also draw on the environment itself. In some cases they are created by another powerful demon, and in other cases a human being can take on a demon soul themselves and use its power. Such is the case with Estrella and Alant, with Estrella being the only example of someone's intentions being pure. In most cases,
Yeah, what's interesting about Alant is that, he's the one who he's definitely more evil than Estrella, and yet he fails to become a proper demon. Whereas Estrella succeeds. And I think that's something very telling. That ironically it is someone as, um like unequivocally evil as Alant, right? He still has so much humanity to him. He's evil because he's human, as it were, right? And so that sort of is what prevents him from becoming a complete demon. Whereas Estrella, ironically, because she is, pure good, right? Like, she is sort of like this example of, like, the untainted, unfallen, uncorrupted man. That she ends up becoming the most demonic, right? The most of an totally quote unquote evil being, while remaining pure in her own intentions. Like, this is, I think, again, this is something that's, it very leans into the whole natural evil aspect of the Valley of Defilement, but, like, it's something I find very fascinating when you compare, Alant to her. And I'm very curious what how Smotown is going to compare them right now.
the demons take on our world's worst aspects as their physical form. They are our myths and deeds, given form and hurled back at us, in a scourge that wipes out a once powerful and prosperous nation, Boletaria. And yet for all that, my choice from this game is not actually a demon, not even the Old One itself, for the Old One is just doing that which is its nature. No, my choice is none other than Old King Alant, the man who brought the scourge of demons upon Boletaria for his own selfish means, damning his entire kingdom to a terrible fate. Countless innocents and his own subjects.
Well, I mean, so technically, yes, he damned his entire kingdom. He was also going to damn the world. I think we should also forget about this. Like, this is an apocalyptic scenario. His intention was literally to have the entire world essentially get erased from existence. Like, he was essentially trying to do a reverse Big Bang. Like, this is, I feel like that we have to like kind of like point that out. Like, yeah, he did screw over his kingdom, and like, if we didn't stop him, the entire world would have also been dragged into it.
Sacrificed on the altar of his ambition. Now it does seem as though at one stage Alant was a good man, as he seems to have fostered a chivalric culture in Boletaria. This is most
Well, he didn't really foster a chivalric culture. He inherited it. Like, chivalry and knighthood and all that stuff has been part of Boletaria forever. The problem is that it was also entwined with aggression, invasion, conquest, subjugation, like a lot of things that we don't typically associate with good people, right? Though obviously there's a lot of moral complexity there. The point, I think, is that, like, with Alant, he was a good man, but good men are ultimately still just men. And I think one of the tragedies of Alant is that he realized that he was the most powerful king of the most powerful kingdom in the world, and yet he still felt helpless to be able to right the wrongs of this world, because they were things that were so far beyond him. And the duties and obligations, the things he had to do to be good, um, were not enough for the sake of making the world itself good. And they, in many ways, made him uh, a slave to much of the evil in the world as a result. And I can definitely see how that makes him not only very depressed on a personal level, um, especially when he looks back on his life after hitting old age, but just overall kind of seeing all this world and just seeing like, yeah, there is nothing of value worth saving here at this point. It's better, everyone would be better off if we were just all kind of dead and just deleted, as it were. So again, I think there's a lot of tragedy there. Would I consider him more evil than the old monk? I think would be the question. Because like the old monk is someone who's much more outwardly, openly malicious, and he's someone who has definitely done, I arguably say, worse evils than any individual evil that Alant has done. Um, and he's done them cumulatively for sure. But I think that again, this goes back to what I was saying with Gwyn. Alant has had so many far more reaching consequences, and what he's trying to do is ultimately like complete world annihilation. I don't know if you can beat that.
Evident in the heroic knights who serve him. Metas, Bior, Valorfax, and Longbow Ulan.
Lord of Chaos kind
drama
of guy.
has
Yeah, there
dealt
is definitely a bit of that, right? But while Chaos is kind of like, it's chaos and stuff like that, Alance is much more tragic, and I would argue it's much more relatable, right? Like it's like because his stuff isn't rooted in nihilism the same way that like, you could argue like some of the chaos stuff can be. It's much more rooted in kind of just this idea of like, you know, this war, like, God gave us a chance. We fucked up that chance. Well, you know what? Let's just end it all before we suffer anymore, right? Like it's something where it comes from a place of I want to try to reduce the maximum amount of suffering, and it just leads to wanting to, much like Astraea, to doing absolutely horrendous things. The problem is that Alant understands that what he's doing is evil, and in some ways he wants to embrace it. I think if Alant had a choice, he wish he could have been born he wish he wouldn't have been born a good man. I think he would have wished he would have been born, at least from his view, an evil man like so many else in this world. So that way he wouldn't feel so guilty and awful about his part in contributing to it, despite everything, right? I think that's kind of the irony, is that in Demon Souls, with both Astraea and to a lesser extent Alant, it is the good in people which ends up being the most horrifying aspect of us. It's if we were all just pure evil, we wouldn't care. If we were all just pure good, there wouldn't be problems in the first place. But it's the fact that we are good in a sinful world that this this extreme is even in question.
Of this golden age, when Boletaria was known as a northern paradise, and the king and his good knights ruled over a happy people. Yet over time, the old king's melancholy and discontent
would it so I am here. Would it really be bad if humanity can't be saved and erasing would be better though? Well, if you had the ability right now, would like to nuke yourself and everyone else in the world? I mean, I think you'd want to ask the rest of the world their question, right? Why do you get to decide now what happens to me or to anyone else in this chat or to anyone else on the planet or whatever? Like you've just decided that, you know what? There's nothing worth living, right? Like that's sort of the problem, is that, okay, who decides, right? Who's going to decide that, there's no point to living? Because clearly a lot of people in the world would disagree, because we're not all just killing ourselves. We go on and enjoy our lives or whatever, right? Like if King Alant was feeling so sad and melancholic and thought, okay, well, you know what? I don't want to be part of this anymore. Okay, well, like more power to you. You can get into, the morality of suicide and stuff like that as a separate thing. But like when you're deciding you're going to bring everybody else in your pity party and drag them down this whole nuclear holocaust route, like, I don't know, I'm going to be like, I think there's still a lot of good in this world worth having and enjoying because of it, despite the bad, So again, I definitely can't subscribe to that thinking. I think it's just fundamentally a flawed reasoning.
Life itself seems to have overtaken him, and the importance of his knights would be replaced by the likes of the Fat Officials and Executioner Meralda. But there is lore within the game that suggests that Alant was always an evil man. The description of his sword, Soul Brant, reads the following. The soul-rending blade passed down through the Boletaria royal family. It is a black blade that forms a matching set with Demon Brand. After Alant rose to the throne, it was always in the king's hands. Old Alant favoured the blade for the way its power increased the more demonic the wielder's soul became. There are two magical swords that belong to the Boletarian royal family. one good sword meant to kill demons, and one evil sword that consumes the souls of men, a demonic sword. So it is interesting that the description of this sword tells us that even from the start of his reign, Alant favoured this sword. It tells that even from the onset of his rule, Alant saw value in the demonic, and as we will discuss shortly...
Again, I would not say this is because Alant himself is evil, but because Alant had to do evil to do good. Again, this is the problem when you are someone who is born into a militaristic culture whose entire concept of honor and chivalry and everything is sort of wrapped up in war and i.e. killing, right? Is that you are someone who is sort of by honor and duty and societal expectations. And of course, you're ultimately responsible for so many people and citizens and knights and everything, right? And you want to do good by them, and you have to make sure that the economies are running and like the system is functional, all that stuff. So like it becomes to this question of, okay, do I have to do evil for the sake of being able to perform the maximum good, right? That's again a tough question for people to have to do so, right? Like again, if you are being like, okay, I have a button here and I'm able to feed my people for the next 100 years, so no one's ever going to starve. But I will, if I press the other button, I kill I kill 1,000 people in some far off country I don't know about, right? Like someone could say, well, I am now purposely deciding I'm going to commit sacrifice 1,000 lives for the sake of my people, right? And if we say that, the sacrifice of 1,000 lives in order to do that is sort of evil, then it's like, okay, well, now then you're deciding to do evil to do something that is objectively good, which is trying to make sure a bunch more people survive. Again, assuming that you have like more than 1,000 people in your country or whatever, right? Like there's a lot. There is a lot that you'd have to discuss in this, right? And there's also, of course, the argument of like, okay, well, it's not necessarily wrong if you're deciding 1,000 people have to die because, well, as a leader, you're always having to weigh pluses and minuses. There's always going to be some degree of loss. Someone is going to either be directly or indirectly impacted by any decision you're making on that scale as a world leader. So, of course, that also means that you are essentially going to probably condemn someone to die, right? Like, again, for example, we have laws on the books, right? These laws exist in order so that way, we don't want people getting murdered. So we have a law against murder. If you commit a murder, we take you, and then we punish you appropriately. Well, with any law and with any justice system, there are going to be those who did not commit crimes, and yet they will be accused of crimes, they will be convicted of crimes, and they will be punished for the crimes of which they did not commit. This happens in every society, everything, because, again, in any system that is made, there are always going to be some percentage of, failure, right? It's just going to be happen. The system is at some point going to fail, and it's going to cause some people to die. You know that. Like, we can all say this statistically. We can say this just common sense. It just makes sense because that's how everything else in our lives exists that we have ever made, that there's always going to be at some point, some mistake, something's going to come out wrong, right? Like you make 1,000 hammers, at least a few of those hammers have a good chance of having been defective in some way, right? Like that's just how it is. So if that is the case, then does that now make it wrong? Does that mean that we now shouldn't have any laws? Well, of course not, because you're doing the maximum good, even if you know that there's going to be some bad outcomes to that, right? And again, you can talk about whether or not that's evil or something like that. But what I'm trying to say is, again, I think a lot of what we're talking about when it comes to King Allant is trying to talk about a man who is, as the game portrays, someone who is fundamentally good, and yet he's someone who understands that he will have to do and perform evil for the sake of trying to enact that goal of doing good for his entire kingdom, right? And again, very large kingdom, as we learn, with how far Boletaria has gotten in terms of its borders.
It is because the Old King hated this world and human life. When you first play the game, you are initially in the dark as to how the Demon Scourge came to the kingdom of Boletaria, and you can infer from the introductory...
Again, I don't agree with Smotown on this. Again, it's not the idea that, Allant just hated human life, and so, like, he just wanted to kill or eradicate it or something like this. It's like, no, he's someone who... he understands. He's someone who has to live with a lot of moral complexity, and now that he has been sort of... and now that he's looking back on life, that's when we see him become melancholic. Because, again, the melancholy comes in his old age. It's not in his youth or something. It's not when he was a young man who's becoming king and stuff like that, right? This is a man who has been through an entire lifetime of doing stuff like this. And now, in his old age, after everything that's happened to bring Boletaria to its highest point, right? Like it is, Boletaria has never been bigger, more prosperous, especially after the whole thing with the Soul Arts and everything. None of this stuff has ever been possible with Boletaria before. It is now, it is objectively the best it's ever been as a country. And yet Allant was feeling miserable looking at everything he had done in order to accomplish all that. Again, can you really kind of say like, oh, this is someone who like, he just hated life and everything? No, that came later with the misery, with the depression, with just the overall feeling of you know inner torment and this tortured soul type of mentality, and that's what leads to his quote unquote madness of the fat officials and stuff like that. Again, this is something that that even his son, who again we understand has gone out touring foreign lands for a few years before or at least few months at least before the incident with the fog, like he wasn't familiar with these fat officials. Kind of gives you a sense of how recent everything was happening and stuff. And I've talked about this previously with his son and Ariona and stuff like that. But let's continue with Smoketown's thing.
Cinematic, but the rousing of the Old One was an accident, brought on by Allant's interest in the soul arts, instead of it being a deliberate act. And even the king's son, Ostrava, has come to Boletaria to find his father, and find out how he let this happen. As we learn more, Allant's guilt becomes more apparent. One of the most...
All right, so no one says that what Allant did was an accident. It's just a matter of people either believe it when the Monumental and stuff say that, Allant caused this and he deliberately did this, or you don't. There's no one who claims that Allant accidentally, oopsie whoopsie, somehow let out the demon. And no, it had nothing to do with the Soul Arts. The Soul Arts and things were already happening in Boletaria. So I think Smoketown's a little confused on the timeline here. But like, yeah, we have there's a lot to say about, sort of like, King Allant and his downfall and stuff like that. But it's definitely not something where it's like, oh, everyone thought it was an accident. It's like, oh no, it turns out he actually did. No, everyone's saying that this is happening, and it's just a matter of, no, there's no way this can be the actual story. And the game's basically like, no, yeah, that it's the truth. Yeah, it's the truth.
Iconic enemies in the game are the Fat Officials, the demonic ministers who run Boletaria during its downfall. We know that these beings are inhuman, for numerous reasons. Firstly, their very visage is uncanny. Well, not in the remake, but we don't talk about that. But in the original game, these beings...
If I could thumbs up twice this video, I would. Good on Smoketown. Yeah, look at this. This is a fat official. This is the king's minister. What the hell did the remake give us? First off, I think they're less fat than they are in the remake. I think the remake just made them more fat. That's actually funny. No, but like, look at this. There's something dapper about them. Again, this is very much a Miyazaki design, right? Like, this is something Miyazaki 100% approved of. This is what Miyazaki would consider elegant in his mind. Like, it's got that disgusting smile, but it's not like revolting because he's got all these like pustules and crap. He's like got his revealed belly with more of that shit or doing like that. Like, no, this is a character who is, you feel that this is an upper class bloke who really loves his job, and that job lets him be able to do the most sadistic shit to people. And he has full authority from the king to do whatever. And he's using that to get very rich, very fat, and very, very jolly. That's a demon, man. Trying to do the bestie things for everyone on a personal level. Yeah, that's the thing with King Allant. And that's the problem, is that, again, I go back to this point, but when you're someone who looks back and you're like, I am the most powerful king of the most powerful country in the world, there is no one on the planet who could do more in order to try to advance the cause of good than me. And I feel helpless to stop evil. I can understand someone who looks at that and says, if I can't do it, then what hope does anyone else have of doing it? What hope do any of us have? Like, what's even the point anymore? Like, all this terrible, and again, the game shows like the potential of human malice and all that stuff, right? And maybe you could say, Allant enabled a lot of this stuff, right? But we all know of horrible, vile, terrible things that have happened all around the world right now that are happening as we speak, right? And when you're someone who is so focused and obsessed about, all that stuff that's happening in the world, all the evil and stuff, it can be overwhelming, and it can be something that will just drive you crazy, right? And that's why, generally, as human beings, we are, for lack of a better word, designed in order to just handle our immediate surroundings, right? Like we remember up to like 100 names or whatever the thing is. Like cuz we like for us it's just important for us to know like ourselves, our immediate family, our immediate community, and then anything outside of that is almost unreal to us, right? Because they're just like, things they may as well be fictional characters as far as like, our psychology is concerned, right? There's only so many people who you've never actually met or known about that you can say so well that you would consider them almost like a personal friend or whatever, right? And that gets into like parasocial relationships and things like that. So like the idea of like someone who is a fundamentally good person and wants to do the best and good for the entire world and all that, but they also have their responsibilities to that immediate circle. For Allant, it was to his tribe, his kingdom, his people, like his citizens. And like you're trying to do that, but you're also thinking about, well, look at all the evil that is happening or being worsened in the world because of me trying to do this good for this small amount of people, even though again, largest country there is, right? Like there's something where when you think about the scales and the numbers and something like that, I can see how you can get someone like King Allant turning homicide maniac, because again, we all know people like this, people who like sort of kind of lose themselves when they're thinking so much about the big picture that they can't think about the focusing on like what they can do in their immediate moment and stuff like that. It's like making your gesture your right hand. The thing is, I think a jester might be more competent than a lot of politicos you typically see, right? But yeah, the idea definitely is like, these are like obviously corrupt individuals. King Allant should never have allowed these people to be promoted to have the authority that they do. The fact that he did, of course, is a sign that, yeah, he's legitimately gone off the deep end. And that's what the game acknowledges. This is like proof of his quote-unquote madness.
Beings are clearly inhuman. Additionally, the description of their crescent axe describes how the ministers wield these axes with unbelievable power, again reinforcing the idea that these are not humans but something more. What is clear is that these officials are tied to the demon scourge.
I would not say that there's something more per se. The game makes it very clear that they are that they're definitely powerful and strong and stuff like that. You might even want to argue they could be enhanced by the soul arts or something, but I would not say that they're necessarily I would not necessarily say that they are related to anything like deeper than that or anything. Like they're just really corrupt. They're just really corrupt people, and now they're actually soul starved. They're technically human, right? Like the game confirms this. These are among the soul starved, which I think is funny in how these are people who don't have a capability of thought, right? Like they no longer have a consciousness to think. So this is just them with all their weird, complex schemes and all their vile maliciousness. This is just who they are by nature, right? Like that's the irony here. Like they're like doing all this laughing and joking and running around and like running us around and all that stuff. And this is just them being, even more thoughtless than your dog, right? Like there's just no thoughts going through that brain, only instinct. Like I think that's very telling about the type of people that King Allant was bringing in,
and that they had a hand in Boletaria's downfall. We learn more about them via the official's cap, which reads the following: fat ministers who appeared just before demons ran rampant in Boletaria and ingratiated themselves into favor with King Allant oppressed the masses with a sly grin.
Again, the point is how they appeared, one, before the demons, so again, they're not part of the whole demon scourge thing, and two, that they it's happening at the the madness of Allant was happening at the end. It wasn't something where Allant was always evil. No. This is completely missing it. Again, I said before, it depends on how you define like how many spots does it take before you truly are you're no longer just a good person, you really are just evil. But again, I think we can at least say that there's at least some argument of like, okay, like he's got a bit of black, he's got a bit of white, but like it might balance out here, right? It's only when we start getting into the fat officials and ultimately awakening the old one where it's like, okay, no, this guy has completely lost it. He's just got enough good to understand what he's doing is wrong and that he's guilty about it, and he ends up failing to become a demon because of that. And again, I think that there's some poetic irony there.
So these officials came to King Allant prior to the Scourge and then began abusing the population on his behalf, and this is why they are found in Boletaria and Stonefang mines. They are his slave drivers and overseers. The fat officials oversee Boletaria's destruction, and they do it with glee and sadism, symbols of greed and cruelty. Whether or not these individuals influenced Allant to pursue the soul arts is a question that is unanswered. However, the very fact that he would allow them into such positions within his court speaks volumes about his character. When we come to the palace at Boletaria, a fake version of Allant, a demon, remains to watch over the smouldering ruins of his great kingdom. A demon fashioned after Allant's appearance in his prime, yet a being that represents nothing more than Alant's arrogance and thirst for power. The false king is a demon fashioned by the true king himself, and this is something we learn directly from Alant, as after we defeat the false king demon, Alant refers to it as his demon. We can combine this information with dialogue from one of Urbane's followers, found in the Nexus. She tells us that it was King Alant himself that led the demon scourge against Boletaria, after being abroad on business. Our conclusion is that Alant purposefully woke the Old One, became a demon, and then created his fake double, who was the one who led the demon army against his own kingdom. Alant directly chose destruction and death,
Yep.
and sentenced his own people to death, for his kingdom to become the plaything of the demons. His son, Ostrava, is on some serious copium throughout his journey. He cannot accept that his father purposefully inflicted the scourge upon his own people.
Sure.
But then Ostrava finally makes it to the throne room and meets the false king himself. When Ostrava meets this being, he realizes the truth, that his father is the cause of all this suffering and the fall of his nation. Countless innocent lives sacrificed to the soul-hungry demons, just for Alant's ambitions. Ostrava is broken by this truth, and he is unable to handle the burden of his father's sins. However, it isn't just power that Alant craves, it is an end to everything. He is a nihilist, who craves the end of the world, and this is made clear to us in our final fight with him, where he says, "Surely you have seen for yourself the pain and suffering that fills this world, but fight poison with poison. God is merciful, and so created the Old One. The Old One will
It's not really relevant here, but the Japanese stuff definitely does some things to help connect things back to the beginning of the game with the opening cinematic and stuff like that. I just kind of want to like mention that like the localization gets a little creative here. I would have liked if it was a little bit more straightforward. But again, that's at the very least, it's not the worst that this localization has done, so I can't complain too hard.
feed upon our souls and put an end to our tragic
Like again, like so this I would have liked if they just said tragedy, or they would have somehow incorporated the pain and suffering back here. Because the whole point is like the tragedy, so we're gonna end all the tragedy. That's sort of the point of here. So I feel like I would have liked something a little bit more direct. But again, this is me quibbling. This is not like the most important like thing for the localization I've gotten right,
realm
quote
of
unquote.
existence. Alant becomes a demon and beckons the Old One because he is bitter and hates the world. But because of his ego, he cannot just end it himself. No, he must take us all with him in dramatic fashion. When we finally meet true Alant within the heart of the Old One itself, we are met with a sickening sight. A pathetic slug-like creature who still holds on to his precious soul brant. Yet he is now too feeble to even wield it properly. This isn't a fight, it is a mercy kill. I remember when I first played this game, the disgusting sight of the king's true form literally made me sick to my stomach. This is what his lust for power has wrought, an exterior that matches his rotten soul.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised to hear that, Smo. Again, I've seen definitely screenshots of it, and obviously the remake adds a bit more to the gross factor with the enhanced graphics and stuff. But I don't know. I don't find this stuff personally revolting. But then again, I don't get revolted by seeing like something like Aldrich or anything either, right? You know, I'm more revolted when I think about like the stuff Aldrich does than when I like look at like Aldrich's actual form. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's too fantastical. Like, but God is the old one. God is like the old one, the old God like look at the old one and be like, okay, I'm gonna leave you as my giant trash compactor. Okay, like you know if they do too much or whatever, you know it's on them if they wake you. You got it, but like people would be like, I see. So this is God and this is what he wants. Motherfucker.
Alant got the power of a demon from the Old One. However, as we can see from the demon souls throughout the game, the form a demon soul takes depends on its circumstances. For me, Alant's demonic form is a reflection of his own nature, a pathetic man with a rotten moral.
Again, this is because Smo does not realize that the name King Alant is not actually the name of the boss. It's actually the Alant the failed to be. And again, it's this idea that his form is not because he's a demon. He's a failed demon. That's the point. He doesn't actually reflect anything except the fact that he is ultimately human, and that unlike Estrella, who was pure good, Alant was an evil an evil man who was still good or had still good in him, and that was his fatal flaw. You have to be one or the other. That's what they're telling you.
Compass
Right.
and character. The fight is barely a fight, as this toad form of the king can barely swing his own sword. And having this
I do find its form disgusting, but like, would you say like your would you say your actual stomach and stuff when you look at this is I don't know, like I just don't have a personal revulsion looking at this. And again, maybe no, because like I said, the remake, even with the updated graphics, it's just not one of those things where I feel like like personally affected by to that degree, right? Like this type of
Choose the
stuff
most
does not
difficult
affect
fight.
me. Again, I can understand it on intellectual level, right? I'm sure if I saw something like this in real life, I could imagine myself being affected by that. But I don't know. I think there's just some separation because this is fiction that I can't look at all this. What is this bone or whatever, right? And this like this nasty, like fleshy, like substance or whatever, and whatever those things are. I just can't say that I'm like disgusted in that way, right? And I feel this way about like all the, like I don't feel this way about One Reborn, or I don't feel about this way about like Manus. Like there's not really like, or like again Aldrich, like I don't think there's any like enemy in these games where I've been like, oh god, that like personally disgusts me. But I would say the same thing in Dead Space, right? Like I've never been like personally revolted about stuff in the Necromorphs. I think the designs are definitely disgusting and repulsive, but not something where I'd be like, oh no, I felt physically sick looking at them or something like that. Like I don't know, that's just not me. Squidward. Somebody got the reference. Uh, let's see. Is the old one not God? No. God and the old one are different. So I said this before. It depends on whether or not you're talking about the worship of the temple or not. The temple and the God that the temple worships is the old one. They have mistakenly looked at the old one, and they've properly attributed that the intentions and will of God in many cases, but they mistook that the old one itself was the creator, right? So like yeah, it's not, it's a little more nuanced there, right? But yeah, the game makes it clear there is, in fact, there is a God that's responsible for all this stuff. It does exist and it has like clear intentions on what is good and wrong for the world. The old one was just left by that God for the sake of it, and humans have mistaken, in at least the mainstream religion, have mistaken the hand of God for the face, as it were, right?
Waiting for you at the end of the game. Yet here we just put down a pathetic old man who traded his kingdom and his dignity for power. The demons are nothing more than a reflection of humanity's greatest faults, and Allant is the most rotten example of all. Allant has taken it on himself to bring judgment upon all of creation because of his own nihilism. Allant would watch the entire world burn because of his own misery, instead of defending and uplifting the subjects that he should have served. So I did speak about Gwyn a lot in the opening segment, and I'm sure he will come to mind for many as an evil character. Yet while he was no doubt despotic, I can't help but think that there is a more purely evil character within the first game, and that is Seath the Scaleless.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting case.
Traitor, visionary, madman. All of these titles can apply to the Pale Dragon, who is one of the first characters we are introduced to in the Dark Souls universe. We learn that Seath is one of the ancient dragons, but that he betrayed his own during their war against Gwyn and the gods. The composition of this shot frames this betrayal as an important factor in the defeat of the dragons, whether he gave Gwyn information regarding the scales of immortality, or he used his own power to destroy large swathes.
He did not. He did not. This is, again, Smo, I know you've read my book. You should know that this is bullshit. Whoever says this is someone who is completely misunderstood because the localization chose to use the word confidant, which happens to have a very specific particular mission, when it's very clear that they were using it like how most people use confidant as just like a generic word for ally. Like this is very clear cut for anyone who actually looks this up for like 5 minutes. So like, yeah, no, this is not it. It's very clear. Seath only betrays the dragons at the end. And it's not hard to figure out the hell. There's like no secrets about their scales that somehow Gwyn and the gods weren't going to be able to figure out on their own. Like, especially after Dark Souls 3 with the whole understanding with the wyverns and stuff in advance of all the things with the dragon hunts. Like, this is like, let's not be silly here.
Of his kin is unknown. But either way, the first thing we learn about Seath is that he is a traitor, and a jealous traitor at that. We learn that he is scaleless, and we see him jealously crushing a stone scale, while screaming to the sky.
Yep.
And indeed, Seath's scaleless nature is what drives everything he does. His envy of his immortal kin leads him to betray them, and it leads him to spend the rest of his life desperately researching the means to recreate the scales of immortality. His desperate obsession would not only lead him to go insane, but would also lead him to commit horrific crimes against the people of Anor Londo and Lordran. Crimes that were enabled by Gwyn himself, for it was Gwyn who granted him his position and power following the War of the Ancient Dragons. We learn this from Seath's...
Okay, well, this comes a question that, okay, so are we going to address Smotown? Okay, the line then, like, doesn't this then fall under the umbrella that Gwyn would be worse because he allowed someone that you're saying is so obviously evil, then, and put him in a position of authority? Like, I'll be honest, I think Seath's worst crime was cheating on Guinevere. Like, how the hell do you do that? But that's neither here nor there. But um, Braden Mitz is more pleasing to look at for me for some reason. Again, I don't find any of that stuff like particularly unpleasing to look at. Again, maybe I'm like Miyazaki and I have a warped sense of aesthetics or something, but like I just find like that stuff just doesn't like, bother me on like a visceral level. Like I guess it does for like Smo and other people personally. Again, I could be someone who's like, oh, that's nasty, but like I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, I'm feeling sick, I might hurl, Anyway,
Lord Soul, which reads the following. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of the Great Soul. Although just a piece, it will still satiate the Lord Vessel. Gwyn gave him a fragment of his own soul, he gave him power, and he raised him to royalty, and the Duke would make his roost in the Duke's Archive, a tower that sits above Anor Londo itself. This tower was once a grand library, which in of itself tells us that Seath's entire...
Why didn't Seath glue their scales on himself? Is he stupid? Why did he just go to the path of the Dragon Covenant? Is he stupid? God, it's so... I love that meme so much, and applying it to Seath works so well. Because again, it's an absurdity, but like it's just funny to think about. Like you have all these things where you would like be like, well, why not just do this or something like that? And again, like logically, it doesn't work when you think about the cosmology and how all this stuff, how like everything, like the circumstances for Seath are definitely kind of shitty for what he wants to have. But like, I just find it so funny. If DNA transfer was a thing, Seath would have been the goodest. Yeah, just got to do some genome editing. That was the problem. Why didn't he just get his genome edited? Is he stupid?
Existence was focused on learning. He wanted to accumulate knowledge so that he might find an answer to a scaleless form.
Mhm.
The truth of Seath's form is one wrought by the coming of the flame, and I've often suggested the idea that Seath was the first ancient dragon born after the first flame, after the advent of life itself.
Oh, was he the first? He could have been. I'm not going to say that's impossible. Do I think it's likely though? No. No, I think there probably were plenty of dragons that might have been born. Because again, if Smotown is thinking that, oh, I think he's probably the first because that would best explain why he has that unique predicament going on. I don't think it's possible. I think again with what we see with disparity, it's just pure randomness. I think it's random chance. And maybe you can make an argument that, no, I don't think that would work either. Because we also have like, freaking Sin and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of purely, I think it's just a matter of, it's the nature of disparity. You have these dragons, they have like, the power of disparity for the first time. They're siring new stuff. You're going to have, your birth defects, quote unquote, right? Like you're going to get your Seaths and your Sins and your Calamutes and stuff like that. And some are going to be more debilitated than others as a result. And some are going to become, as we know, absolutely arch dragons, period. So like, because of evolution and stuff like that. So like, yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with this.
Prior to the first flame, the ancient dragons were unliving creatures of mineral. Life did not exist prior to the first flame, but the advent of flame brought life and death with it. It brought change to the stagnant world of the ancient dragons. This too meant that the ancient dragons would be affected, and so while the ancient versions of them were stone creatures, we can see that their descendants, the Drakes, are flesh and blood creatures. Even older ancient dragons like Calamite are beings of flesh and blood, showing that the flame changed their very nature and form.
This is something I think that Smo's making a good point about. The problem is that we have tons of examples of these dragons who have their immortality and stuff like that, where like, yes, the dragons are treated as, they're shown like with like blood and stuff like that, but they are kind of treated in a very weird kind of like middle ground where like they're considered to have still stone bodies, at least because of the scales and things like that. So like, yes, I would agree with Smotown, like in the broadest sense that we definitely see some of that, but we don't see it like exclusively with that. We see definitely some variability with like wyverns and stuff. And some of the, like, they'll have like some dragon scales, and then like, certain like other races and things might drop dragon scales as well if they're related, like the Hydra and stuff like that. So like, I don't want to say like it's one of these things where it's like, oh, they're 100% all the descendants are flesh and blood now, and that's Seath is like the most flesh and bloodiness of all, and therefore he must be the first. Like I just don't think that's circle squares.
So for me, Seath is the first of the dragons born after this change, and as the first full flesh and blood member of the dragon brood, he would have been treated differently, as lesser. In time, flesh and blood...
I'll be honest, I don't know if he was even treated as lesser. again, this is the problem I have, is that we see tons of dragons that have various things. Maybe he was ostracized in some way, but I think it's very much an assumption versus a character who very clearly his problem is not how he's treated, because he's treated better amongst the gods, and he still has this deep-seated obsession with having scales for himself. So again, maybe there's some analogy to like trauma and stuff like that, and like, he's no longer subjected to it, but he still feels or whatever. But I feel like it's from what everyone throughout the entire series ever says about Seath, I think it's just purely a fact of everyone else has this thing. I don't think there was particular discrimination against him. Partially because, again, there's no evidence that the dragons particularly had a community with which to, like, discriminate against him, period. Like, they just seem to be kind of doing their own thing, like every other tribal race was, until they found the Lord Souls and established civilizations and kingdoms which had actual hierarchical organization. It would have something like that be more prevalent. So yeah, I don't think
the norm. But at this early time, Seath will have felt like a freak among his people, and so began a lifelong identity crisis that would consume him.
Yeah, this I
was
agree.
likely the reason that Seath became the grandfather of sorcery, deep diving into the practice in order to find a way to achieve immortality that
Okay,
would
yeah,
mimic his kin. Seath researched magic for selfish reasons, yet his research into sorcery basically founded the practice, and the Dragon School of Vinheim is so named after Seath. One of Seath's most treasured artifacts is the Primordial Crystal, an object that Logan tells us that Seath pillaged from the ancient dragons. This crystal does make Seath...
Again, I pointed this out before. It pillaged is a localization problem. It's more so that he acquired by betraying them, which has the accomplishment of he could have pillaged. Yes, he could have taken this from them. He also could have been awarded it from another party that wasn't obviously the dragons, because he's betraying them, right? So again, it could be something that came from Gwyn, and I think that's probably more likely given the context, because again, we don't really see anything to indicate any type of dragon civilization community or anything of that nature. Again, they're having they're having a relations with each other because of their newfound desires, thanks to fire and souls. But like, we don't see, again, the whole point is that, the Lord Souls is what enables there to be the first real kingdoms and stuff. Otherwise, you have like really loose like tribes and community.
Effectively immortal, and is a good stopgap for him, until he figures out how to recreate the scales of immortality. Eventually, Seath would pioneer crystal magic, which makes sense when you read the item description of the Homing Crystal Soul Mass, which reads as follows: "The mysteries of souls crystals, and the sorceries are deeply intertwined." So the crystal is intertwined with souls, and hence Seath would deep dive into magic, crystals, and souls, so he might discover the truth of the soul and immortality. I would even posit he tried to use crystals as his scales. In the opening cinematic, his skin is completely smooth, and yet by the time we meet him in-game, he is covered in crystals, and I think given they are tied to immortality...
We see these same crystals in the opening cinematic, like...
But at this early time...
See, they're still there. They're still there. Like, Smo, can we get better quality here? Nah, damn. Unfortunately, you can't make an old cinematic made in like 720p with motion blur.
In time, flesh and blood dragons would become the norm, but at this early time,
Yep. Oh, damn. Too early. But like, yeah, we can see the crystals coming out of him already. Like, this is
blood dragons would become the norm, but at this early time,
right. Like, you can clearly see them. Let's go back to...
Seath would deep dive into magic, crystals, and to do human experiments to reach reality. He covered himself in them as his own version of scales.
No.
In the opening cinematic, his skin is completely smooth, and yet by the time we meet him in-game, he is covered in crystals.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's just not true. So, like, again, Smo, I know you've read my book. I do, in fact, mention this. Okay, no, in fairness to Smotown, it's a big book. I do not blame him if he forgets any details to this. But, if you have it, might be good as a resource to fact check yourself and double check. Hey, what did Loki say about this? Just saying. You can avoid like little mistakes like this.
And I think given they are tied to immortality,
And again, this has nothing to do with my analysis, it's a fact.
he covered himself in them as his own version of scales. But none of this...
Again, no. The crystals and the crystals are a direct byproduct of his Moonlight affinity. Hence why the Moonlight Greatsword is basically a crystal blade on a hilt. Like, it's the magic power of his crystals from his body with the power of Moonlight, which he was born with. Again, Seath is a Moonlight dragon. That is the reason why he's scaleless. And we've talked about this before. the power of moonlight is essentially what happens when you have the power of sunlight, and then it intersects with the power of the rock earth, which again is represented by the power of rock is represented by the moon. The power of the first flame is represented by the sun. So sunlight bounces off the moon. Therefore, when the power of the first flame interacts with the rock earth, that produces this power that we regard as moonlight, right? That is the point that is being made here with Seath, is that he represents the power of disparity. And again, I see why Smotown wants to tie this back to, oh, maybe he was like the first one because it goes back to that exact moment in time or whatever when this stuff is first happening or whatever. But really, all it's telling us is that Seath happened to be born with a moonlight affinity. Just like you could argue Calamite was born with something like a dark affinity, or Sin was born as like a poison dragon with that affinity, right? Like, all, all the arch dragons, some of them are just going to be born randomly with special powers. We see other descendants of dragons who are like normal, like in the Ring City and stuff, and obviously the opening cinematic. Like, again, there's nothing to make that we would have to there was nothing that we would have to say necessitates that Seath is like putting crystals on him now to cover himself for scales or whatever. It's like, no, this is all he was born with. This is the powers and everything that he had already, and it's the responsible for the scaleness problem. It's why he ends up looking in the direction of crystallization when he takes this. It's why he wants the primordial crystal. It's why he's happy to have that as a reward. It's why he's happy to be able to actually start experimenting with crystals and stuff like that, because he's trying to see, can I use crystallization and the crystals that I have to kind of sort of reverse engineer a way for me to get back to having stone scales instead of these crystals, right? I myself always forget some of the stuff you point out. So yeah, exactly, right? Like, again, I'm giving Smotown a hard time just because of, the video and for the commentary. But again, I don't want anyone to take from this like, oh, Smotown is like, I don't know, like he's not like, he's not trying hard enough or he didn't put effort or anything like that. Like, no, I think Smo is doing like, again, for what this video is, I think Smo is doing a great job in trying to like, go through all the facts and stuff and make his case for why he thinks that X or Y character is more evil. I just think that he's making quite a few mistakes on the facts. And some of it is just because I'm sure he remembers reading my book. He maybe remembers some of the general conclusions. He didn't really get all of the details, though, right off when he was formulating the script for this. And again, I would just say to recommend, might be helpful if he kind of like goes back and gives it a quick read. Because then he'd be like, oh, wait, no, Loki pointed that out. Let me do a double check and make sure he's right. Oh, my God, yeah, he's right. There is in the cinematic Seath with these crystals in there. Okay, let me have to change that or whatever, right? Like, I do the same thing, right? Like, I have stuff where I'm like, I write that in, like, say, the first draft or maybe when I'm first starting the draft or something like that. And I'm like, oh, no, this is wrong. I do my fact check, and I'm like, okay, this has to be done. That's why I always say there's no such thing as good writing, only good rewriting, because there's always going to be stuff like that will be able to be fixed or refined in subsequent drafting when you go back and try to do something again, right? It should never just be like one and done.
Seemingly satiated Seath, and he went further. He began to do human experiments to recreate the ancient dragons themselves. Seath's chief servants are known as the Channelers, powerful sorcerers in their own right, who also served as readers for Seath, as he was blind and could not read books himself. Yet they began...
Ah, Smo, you've read my book! You should know! This is not true! Seath is not blind! When is Seath ever blind during the boss fight? He's not old hero. See? Okay, this I'm gonna lay against Smotown a bit because this personally irks me so much. This is false. This is fiction. Seath is not blind. The channelers are doing the things for Seath who cannot see, but he's not there with the channelers. He's busy reading those books that he is able to actually read. Like, are we seriously thinking that Seath is somehow blind and yet he's able to write sorcery scrolls from the archive, which Logan and then later the Crystal Sages are able to also read? Like, are we seriously saying this? Like, like again, Seath is not blind. He very much can see. Just like he's not crippled, he can move. There's another piece of armor that makes the same point. It's trying to say, Seath cannot move because, he's in his archive doing all his research. So he's not moving, or he's at the very least, he's not able to move to be able to collect these specimens that these channelers collect for him. That's the whole point. He can see the people to abduct. They can see the people to abduct for him. They can move to find the people to abduct for him. That's the point being made. It's like,
to serve another purpose. Something we learn from their robes, which read as follows. Robe of the Channelers, sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Even after the onset of Seath's madness, the Snatchers, as they were often called, ventured to far lands to find suitable human specimens. The channelers became known as the Snatchers, as they would travel the lands and kidnap people for experimentation. There is indeed a channeler to be found in the Undead Parish, and it is presumably this one who would kidnap Rhea, as she gets transported from the church to Seath's archives. As to the nature of these experiments, we learn the terrible truth of these at the bottom of the archives, when we come across the tortured beings known as the Pizzaka. Some of these snake-like beings immediately attack us when they are signaled to do so, but some remain in their cage, weeping. That is because
Loki, don't be silly. See, the channelers right before they're sitting down. It's like, okay, boss, what do you want me to write? He just starts reciting. Oh, yeah, no, make sure, do the process here. It's like, oh, okay, gotcha, sir. Like, we should have called them channelers. We should have just called them scribes. That's what they, that's their actual job. They learned sorcery just as a byproduct because Seath couldn't Seath couldn't bother to teach them, so they just kind of picked up what they could from writing all this stuff down for him. He reads his books with glasses.
beings were once humans, and they are self-aware of what has been done to them. Their identity is also revealed to us by their drops, as they drop soothing and bountiful sunlight. Both of these are stated to be miracles that are specifically granted to Guinevere's maidens. These poor souls once served the Princess of Sunlight herself, meaning Seath was bold enough to kidnap members of the royal household. Whether this happened before or after Gwyn had linked the fire is up.
Yeah, but he's married to her, so it's okay. It's like, is it really stealing from the royal household when it's your own household too? God, thank God Shira wasn't around to see this. She'd be like, Dad, what the fuck? God, I love.
Up for debate, though I would argue it is likely that his reign of terror would have become unfettered following Gwyn's departure, as at this stage there would be no one powerful enough to keep the mad pale dragon in check. It's also assumed that
I mean, he's sealed by Gwyn's power. And again, I would argue Gwyn isn't actually responsible for putting up those barriers. I have the timeline a lot later for a lot of those events. I would say that when you're taking a look at like sort of like the scale of what Seath would do if left to his own devices, I think what we see is already the extent of it. His guys go out, they grab people for him, they bring him back, he experiments on them. He is the proverbial witch on the mountain, right? You don't like the witch on the mountain. She's kind of spooky and scary. You don't ever want to go there unless you really need something super specific and magical from the witch on the mountain, and she'll probably turn you to a frog or something if you do so. But, like, she's just the witch on the mountain. You're able to kind of go on with life ignoring her for the most part, you know? I'm not as concerned about Seath kind of just existing in the world in the same way I'm not scared of Mytha, who's another witch on the mountain type character. Like, clearly Vendrick wasn't. He let Mytha do whatever for God knows how long, even after exploring those very same places. Hell, he picked up some of her marionettes. So like, I cannot like pretend that Seath is somehow so dangerous that, oh, like, can we imagine if we just let Seath alive after the game and like let him over to his own devices? Like, he would just still be there getting mad at the fact that he doesn't have his scales or whatever. The irony is that killing Seath caused Seath to cause more damage to somewhere else. Like, all the events with Seldora would not have happened if we didn't kill Seath. If we just left him alive. Imagine your female maidens getting abducted by your husband. I mean, well, they're maidens, so like, I feel like the female part's kind of redundant, but again, like your holy women. Again, maidens in this case are referring to holy women or saints, saintesses. So like, it's basically kind of like, hey, I need some specimens. Get me my wife's servants real fast. Like, just get me her maids. Like, that's essentially what he does. Give me the princess's maids real quick. I can experiment on them. That's basically what happened. It's one of those things where it's like, it's really funny to think about, like, how, like, Seath had everything. He had, like, the best life he could happen. Like, goddamn, like, he had an awesome daughter. I'm going to just say it. If Shira didn't get sent off to the Ring City, none of this would have happened. Seath would have just, Shira would have been there. She'd be like, no, Dad, you're going off the deep end a bit, okay? Like, you don't need to do all this crazy stuff. Like, Halo, come on, just sit down and let's go have some fun, take a walk out and smell the crystals in the garden or something, right? Like, like, I'm just saying, This all happened because Shira left, and then Seath started cheating on Guinevere. It all went downhill from there. The man ruined his own marriage. He needed his daughter there to kind of smack some sense into him. I'm just saying. Oh my god, can you imagine the custody battle? Oh my god, that would have been some juicy drama. God, I would have paid to see that on pay-per-view. Oh, that one poor guy who wanted to be a finger maiden. All those what do they call them? Missionaries, right? All those missionaries who were like, damn, I wanna fight for the cause as like a priest. Oh, I have a dick. Fuck, man. Okay, I guess I'll just preach the good word or something, I guess.
The man serpents, Seath's servants, are experiments of his. And of course, snakes are seen as imperfect dragons in the world of Dark Souls. Thus, I see the man serpents as failed attempts to create artificial dragons. But
we have an interview where Miyazaki says this outright for sure. I was wondering where he was going with this. I'm glad this is what he was trying to talk about.
repurposed as his muscle. In short, I believe that Seath was trying to recreate the dragons, and was only able to make these imperfect serpent men and Pizaka. Seath's reign of terror continues into Dark Souls 2, as despite being killed in the first game, his soul persists, and it is clear that he is trying to insert his soul into an ancient dragon's corpse, which has been found at the
Again, I'm just saying this wouldn't have happened if not for Chosen Undead killing him. You know, maybe Chosen Undead, we should... Chosen Undead is the real most evil one in Dark Souls 1. Changed my mind. Chosen Undead goes through, absolutely kills a bunch of people who are just doing their own thing, absolutely destroying entire cultures, peoples, and civilizations. Also, he could have a few extra souls. You know, actually, that would have been a good one for the Demon Souls. It's like, who's the most evil person? Is it Allant or is it us who enables Allant to get his way because we choose to become a demon after we kill him and betray the Maiden in Black? Food for thought. A dysfunctional family, my favorite trope.
of Seldora. The boss of this area is called the Duke's Dear Freya, but unlike the other bosses who seem to be reincarnations of Nito, Gwyn, and the Witch of Izalith, Freya does not drop...
They're not reincarnations! Again, this is just me quibbling over terminology. They're not reincarnations. They're possessed. They're people who are possessed by the souls, and they're not even like possessed during any significant part of their lives. They're possessed like at the end of it, all this stuff. Like they're not reincarnations in any like, you know, genuine sense. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, yeah. Seath is the same as the rest of them. He's just a soul. He was doing his own thing. He crossed path with a body, which he has decided to use to some extent as a vessel. It's not like he actually, yeah, it's not like he fully controls it because Freya is ultimately her own spider thing. But like, obviously, the souls possessing them have a very strong influence to some extent. Again, it's not like it completely replaces them in any meaningful way. Because again, they have their souls and we get other bosses' souls.
The Pale Drake's soul in New Game Plus. Instead, his soul is found on the ground directly beneath the ancient dragon's corpse that inhabits Freya's lair.
Yeah, because it's Seath. And guess what that happens when we take that soul? In its place, a crystal emerges and it becomes, you know, like again, we know that the Great Ones are involved with all of them. It's very obvious what's going on with Seath is that after we kill Freya, Seath's soul is dragging itself to the dragon corpse because he wants to continue studying it. That's why Freya dragged it up out of that ditch, because it's a dragon corpse that he wanted to look at. And the very fact that it's a corpse that hasn't turned to bone or anything like we've seen with some of the other dragon bodies and stuff, like say in Dark Souls 1, shows that it's probably a specimen he procured and had preserved before his death. And now that after it's been partially uncovered and stuff by Seldora, he swoops in, is trying to take it, and has been using the opportunity to study because, again, he wants to figure out how can I give myself these stone scales that this dragon has, right? Like, again, it all ties together if you know all the facts. So how everything is bad because fire makes more fire. Getting Black World tendency makes you worst person alive. You know, you're not wrong.
Indeed, Freya's soul description instead implies that Freya is the keeper or defender of Seath, that the spider...
You know what? I'm so mad about this one. 1 second, chat. Let's I don't remember if it's here or not, so forgive me. Yeah, I don't have it here. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, damn. Is it this? I forgot exactly how. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, again, just to
found Seath's soul and was granted power by it.
So
That
let's
is,
just
the
go back to his
dragon's
point.
corpse that inhabits Freya's lair. Indeed, Freya's soul description instead implies that Freya is the keeper or defender of Seath. That the
Okay, no. What we have here is the term. Let me bring this up here. What it's trying to say, Seath is the writhing ruin or the crawler, as I have it translated. Let me bring this up for you guys. Right? The crawler's watchman, right? The crawler is an old one who scattered its works in this land. Hint, hint, the dragon. Seldora is also called the land where the works dwell. And again, we see the crystals as well. And it's said that those who stopped there were transformed into forms grotesque. We see that with the whole spider thing and stuff. Special soul this watchman possesses used to acquire vast doing. So again, the crawler's watchman. So when they're talking about keepers and stuff like that, like the idea is that Freya is the one who's acts as essentially Seath's a guard. He's the one that's watching over all this stuff for Seath. Well, I say he, she, whatever. Point is that this spider is acting as essentially Seath's muscle. That is the point of the possession for her. The idea here is purely to be essentially his, his thug, He's using her as a way for him to be able to keep and protect this body of the dragon, which he's so obsessed with, right? I wouldn't say that he's trying to use her for the purposes.
spider.
Yeah, there we go. I would say he's trying to use her for the purposes of trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to protect Seath. Seath doesn't care. He's fine. Again, he's a soul. He's gonna do all these things anyway. That's what he's always done.
Found Seath's soul and was granted power by it, and essentially acted in the Duke's interest. The name Duke's dear Freya is telling us that it is a creature dear to the Duke Seath, not the Duke Seldora.
Again, the deer is completely added by the localization. It doesn't exact. Again, it's just the Duke's Freya. Again, you can make the argument that Freya and the spiders are all products of Seath and stuff like that. And like, they're ultimately they stem back from his creations and things like that. Like, that's fine. But like, this isn't like something where it's like, oh no, like Seath really needs protection, and then like these spiders are doing that. Like, all of this is supposed to be like remnants of stuff that Seath's already done. The crystals, the dragon, the spiders, the scorpion men, and all that stuff. All that's supposed to say is that, oh, Seath has left all these like, all this like stuff that he's kept, these specimens, these experiments, these creations, like all of these things have been kept around for the purpose of his research, but he's now dead, but his soul is still off, and he's now come back. He's possessed one of them. Freya becomes giant big spider thing. Smotown, are you forgetting the giant blue magic Seath laser that gets shot out during the boss fight, right? Like, it's very clear that Seath is not inside the dragon body. It's in Freya like the others, but Seath, being Seath, is so obsessed with the dragon that we don't just get it when we kill the spider. The soul is still trying to go to the scaly dragons because he wants the scales.
Freya and Seath unleash a wave of death and destruction across the Bright Cove, inflicting violence and horror upon its citizens, just so Seath can secure the ancient dragon's body.
Yep.
Once again, his only concern is to get the body of an ancient dragon, no matter what moral line he has to cross and what atrocity he has to commit. Seath's destructive influence can be seen throughout all three of the Dark Souls games: a tyrant, a coward, a traitor, and mad scientist who was a truly evil being. Now I have to struggle to choose between Nashandra and Aldia.
Okay, so this is an interesting thing. What I consider Seath the most evil character versus Gwyn, based on everything that Smotown has said? Probably not. Again, like I said, I think Seath, in effect, is a Mytha level villain. Sure, pretty bad, pretty nasty, but on like, on terms of pure scale, I just don't think he's done enough damage to people, even when we include the stuff with Seldora. So like, I just don't think he's a character who we can really kind of say is like that bad or anything, right? Like, I'm pretty okay with Seath being like second to Gwyn in this. And again, I get why Smoketown probably would prefer to have Seath anyway, just because Seath would be more interesting than just saying, oh yeah, it's going to be Allant, Gwyn, Lawrence, you know, like every big bad guy, right? Because at that point, like, you know, that's kind of like predictable and boring, right? I'm just going to say though, like, I would agree with Allant, but not for the reasons that Smoketown says. And I would disagree with Seath because, like I said, I think he's underselling. He's underselling Gwyn here. But again, if we're talking about like characters of how much are the characters? Let's forget about scale. Let's just think about like the individual level of, because as he says, you know, remorseless, you know, characters and stuff like that. I'm gonna take that to mean that Smoketown wants to talk about like, you know, characters who like, you know, how many characters have so many evil actions that they were like the least good, like they never were ever good. You know, they were never someone who's just like, oh no, I just want to be a good, nice person, right? Like, I think that may be what he's going for. And if we're going through that, again, I think it might be hard to argue for Gwyn, but I can admit that, you know, there's some aspects of Gwyn that you can say are definitely even whether or not you want to say moral, or at least admirable to have, right? Like, I don't think he was always like, he's not like wah mustache twirling type villainy or anything like that. I can definitely say you can make more of a case for that for Seath, except even then, like, he had a really good relationship with his daughter. Like, it was clear he had an okay and happy marriage with Guinevere for a bit. Again, it's only like, you know, Shira gets sent off, he ends up cheating, like I don't know. Oh, all right. Scale, lol. Yeah, you're right. I'd say his jealousy is understandable. Okay, yeah, I can understand a jealousy and envy, period, right? Like, I think that's a very relatable trait to have. Again, I don't say it's a trait that you necessarily is something where I would say like, oh no, then that makes it okay. I still think, yeah, like the fact that he has this bit of envy and resentment and all that stuff, like everything sort of kind of like expands from this one thing that he does not have stone scales. I definitely would agree that that's like it's like, dude, like, get over it. Like, look at all the good that you have in your life. Like, just kind of like, you chill out, right? I definitely can see, again, it's this weird thing where it's like, I think both Seath and Gwyn are not characters who are like mustache twirling villains, right? So I can't look at it on that scale, but if we consider it through the actual idea of like, what is the magnitude of damage that their evil actions have wrought, I also can't ever give Seath any victory here, right? Like, again, it's really hard to beat Gwyn when literally what you're doing is causing long-term destruction to the entire natural order. Like, it is really hard. Like, think about everything that we see in Dark Souls 3. Like, you just look at the Dreadkeep and you're like, yeah, Gwyn had a reasonable understanding that something like that might have happened, but he allowed that to occur anyway, because he would rather have that than the alternative of letting his entire legacy perish. Like, I'm sorry, like that's pretty fucked up.
For my Dark Souls 2 candidate, as both commit terrible deeds in pursuit of their goals. Aldia, in many ways, is much like Seath, an unethical scientist who commits horrific experiments on living specimens in order to uncover the secrets of the ancient dragons. Like Seath, Aldia is enabled by the king of the...
Okay, no. Seath, so Aldia is not doing all this for the ancient dragons. Aldia is doing all this for the first sin, i.e. the dark sign. He's trying to understand the undead curse. The dragons end up becoming one avenue of experimentation for him. One, because, well, the kingdom is a dragon kingdom, and it's a dragon country, so has some stewardship over the dragons, as we see at the area and stuff like that. So like, they're there, you know. And two, because again, in his research of understanding the undead curse, he ends up basically looking into basically everything, and he's trying to unlock the entire cosmology of Dark Souls, which, yep, that makes sense. That's proper. And as a result of it, when he finally achieves this complete understanding, so he can understand what the undead curse is and how it came about and all that stuff and the history involved with it. Well, yeah, of course, he's going to look into dragons as a possible way to solve this, because hey, if we can essentially be quote unquote dragons instead of men in a sense, we'll be able to have like that immortality, but none of the downside of hollowing. And the problem that Aldia has is that he doesn't want to give up being men. And this is sort of the contradiction that he cannot accept, is that you you know, it's either you're fully dragon, you're fully man, you're fully medial, you're fully, you know, I don't know, you know, lion person, fully man grub. Like you have to make decision on like what you're going to be. You cannot keep the human form while also be, you know, the quote unquote the human form, as it were, right? You know, that wonderful form that, you know, the fake lie that as Aldia would call it. You cannot preserve the lie while also being able to not come with, you know, everything else that goes with that, right? You can't just kind of like engineer yourself to be, okay, I'm man, but I'm really not, so I don't have to worry about all the stuff that comes with being a man, right? And that's Aldia's problem. Compared to Nashandra, though, I'll be honest, I'd have to really think about that one. Because Nashandra is also one of those villains where it's like, I mean, her actions do lead to the destruction of the kingdom. Um, and she, but it's more so because she doesn't really care what happens to the kingdom, right? Like, I don't know if she was like, we're gonna go and take these giants, and then they're gonna come back for revenge and destroy this king. Like, I don't think that there's nothing to indicate that that was the plan. It really does seem like, you know, she's just being like, oh hey, you can use these giants to help you unearth the throne for me, and he Vendrick obliges. And then like when the kingdom's being destroyed or whatever, she doesn't really have any we don't really get any insight on what she really feels about that, but she's happy when Vendrick disappears during the crucial final battle because she thinks he's going to go to the he's going to the throne or whatever, so she's getting her way and all that stuff. So it's like like I guess you could say she just didn't care enough to about the consequences of her actions. Like she should have known that if like, but it wasn't like she was asking Vendrick to genocide them or anything either necessarily, right? So like, yeah, I don't know how much I'd want to blame Nashandra for what happens with the giant war. If we do include that, it's hard then to say that Aldia beats her, because Aldia, again, relatively speaking, he does horrifying experiments on people, or his guys do them on his behalf, but he, like, you know, he's the boss in charge, right? Like he's the one that sets it up because he ultimately wants this, and he wants them to do these types of things. So I think it's fair to say we can blame him for all this. But again, it's sort of like this. I go back to this whole witch on the mountain problem. Yeah, it sucks. It's a witch. You don't want your random women or whatever getting abducted away to do God knows what to them on that mountain or whatever. But like, you know, overall, like, you can mostly kind of just ignore it. Like, most of what's going on with Aldia was happening within the confines of his own manor, right? Wasn't like he was doing like so many horrible, terrible things, like, you know, on a world-ending scale, right? So like when we compare, like, you know, like what Aldia does to Vendrick's kingdom versus what Nashandra's done, and if we're including the giant war as part of that, like, yeah, I mean, I think the whole destruction of the kingdom is a lot more than like, you know, Aldia causing like you know, a bunch of, you know, war crimes or atrocities or whatever you want to frame it as.
Day, which in Aldia's case was Vendrick, who also happens to be his brother. Unlike Seath, Aldia is somewhat successful in actually recreating the ancient dragons, but in some ways he is worse than Seath. Because he is not insane, he commits his crimes with a clear head. Yet in
Again, I would argue that Cease, like, again, insanity is such a weird thing to talk about in terms of Souls, because Miyazaki plays around with it so much in terms of, like, you know, haha, I'm actually like kooky, I've lost my marbles, and insanity just being a byword for immorality, because we like to think that if people do evil things that they're insane, because we can't imagine any rational person would be able to justify doing bad, when you can argue that, yeah, it's because they're rational people that they're able to justify doing bad, because rationality has nothing to do with morality, right? You know, again, Miyazaki plays with both ideas, and oftentimes he intertwines them. So, like, again, I don't know how much we could say, you know, Seath doesn't really have a clear head versus Aldia. I mean, I don't remember anything ever getting characterized with Aldia as madness, so I'll give Smowtown that. But like in terms of like what he does that Seath has done compared to what Seath has done, I think Aldi's definitely done a lot of things that that you know, people have called Seath mad for. So like, I don't know if you can necessarily say that people would at least not characterize Aldia as mad. Again, I still think that the problem is that both of them are very small scale.
Aldia's mind, he is doing all of this for the greater good. So he might find a way to break humanity out of the endless cycle.
Oh yeah, that's another interesting, because yes, Aldia is thinking about the greater good on this. So this much is true. I don't think saying that, you know, Aldia is looking at the greater good necessarily changes the atrocities themselves, but at the very least, it does make it where it's like, okay, Aldi is thinking he could do a maximal good if he does these bad things, right? That much is very, very true. And I think you could definitely make the case that Aldia, that whether or not Aldia had succeeded, he did more good by understanding it than other characters had in the context of Dark Souls 2, who are still blind and they're kind of just pursuing their own selfish endeavors, which end up oftentimes bringing about the destruction of their own countries. So you can argue that Aldia in his position has at least done more to advance the understanding so we can at least tackle the problems of the world and the greater evil responsible for it, right? Which is Gwyn. So there's that.
That was instigated by Gwyn. And that's why I have chosen Nashandra over Aldia, because Nashandra seems to orchestrate destruction on a large scale, and she revels in it.
Again, orchestrate, if we're talking about the giant war, not really. In general, though, we have to. There's no denying it that the game wants to portray. And again, this gets the problem with like the confusing characterization for Vendrick, where they have two different ideas for his character, and they just don't do a good job of being able to mix them. They just end up being very kind of contradictory. But like, there's definitely this idea that with Nashandra there, she gave. There's definitely peace and arguably prosperity in Dragon Lake. But bad things were definitely happening with the king, and things were definitely at least at risk of going downhill and stuff like that. So again, the problem with Nashandra is that her evil thing is tricking Vendrick so he can do bad things to giants, so he can do something for her, so she can end up cheating on him for the chosen undead. When you think about it, from a certain point of view, Dark Souls 2 is just a wish fulfillment fantasy where a hot lady wants to cuck her king husband for the chosen undead. Your Dark Souls 1 self-insert. Oh, that's so wrong. Nashandra's a misunderstood villain, says me. LOL. I feel like, again, the problem is like Nashandra doesn't really do anything. Most of the time she's just sitting around waiting for other people to do stuff. Now, again, I'm not saying that as a master manipulator, you have to be constantly doing things, right? The point of a master manipulator is that they like set everything up so they can just sit back. But like, are we really going to say that Nashandra has like contributed like so much destruction and mayhem? Like, I'm very curious how Smotown's going to justify this to say like, oh, she's so much worse than Aldia, right? Again, the Giant War is the only thing. And again, if he's trying to say she orchestrated it, I would say, like, no, there's nothing really to suggest that.
We learn a lot of her story from Chancellor Welliger, who tells us that Vendrick rose to power by vanquishing the four Great Ones, and then building this kingdom with their power. Eventually, though, Nashandra was...
Again, I've talked about this before. This line is line from Welliger is nonsense. It doesn't make sense. Nothing works in the timeline of it. It's one of those things where I'm just like, this is probably an idea from earlier in DS2. Dark Souls 3 has a similar problem what they had with Karthus and Izalith and stuff like that. And it's very clearly something that ended up on the cutting room floor. But this is just kind of left alone. And again, it doesn't even make sense if you want to be like, oh, Welliger's lying, because why the hell does he know this? Why does hell would he be saying this if he's lying? Like, why? Like, it's just nonsense. But anyway, the point is like, yes, the queen he found the kingdom, then the queen came. But again, she's trying to trick and use him. So, like, there's that orchestration there, but it's like she wants to trick and use him so she can get a more powerful soul from the first flame. I guess the question would be, what would Nashandra do with the first flame that would be so much worse than either a Dark Lord or a Lord of Cinder, right? The Lord of Cinder is keeping the world going anyway, so it's like, well, that's not good. Nashandra has that soul, and I guess she would devour it and take it for herself, so we would enter the Age of Dark anyway? I mean, I'm not saying that like Nashandra is secretly like the hero or something of this story, but it's one of those things where you're kind of like, okay, like she's kind of a nasty individual, but like I'm not really seeing the bigger picture problem beyond the fact that she's going to kill like literally the only reason that Nashandra is like the big bad guy of this game is because she tries to kill us at the end. Like, that's it. If she left us to make our own choices or do our own thing, like there would be never any need for conflict. Like the only reason we're actually there to kill her is because she's there to be thematically a stand-in for the Age of Dark that is looming itself. So like, and she's trying to kill us. So even if we support the Age of Dark happening, we have to get rid of her because she's going to get rid of us otherwise. And we want to be the ones to snuff out the flame and be the ones to live and rule the new age. It's like all like it's one of these things where it's like, you know, her motivations and her end goals are not that insane. Like they're not like any worse than say anything the player characters are doing. DS2 is just NTR for people who enjoy bad game design, aka me. Oh man, I'm so sorry for you.
Drawn to Vendrick
Hey, have you considered visual novels?
because of his power, and she became his queen. We learn that it was she who encouraged Vendrick to plunder the lands of the giants in order to steal the Throne of Want. This decision would have drastic consequences for the kingdom of Drangleic, as the giants would cross the sea in
What are your thoughts on DS1? You'll have to clarify what you mean by that. Because like overall, I would say it's a great game. It never needed sequels, though I can't say that I hate that the game has sequels either. Again, if it was just DS2, I'd feel very differently. But Dark Souls 3 also exists, so I'm like, okay, there was some good that came from this game having sequels. But overall, like again, I think it's a I don't know if I'd use the term masterpiece because I'm just hesitant to use that term in general. But like it's a great game. It's got it created a great provocative world that I think is going to inspire people to tell and retell its story as a mythology for generations. And I feel like it is in many ways, I think one of the great modern stories, though I wouldn't necessarily say it's my favorite game either. I've said it before, like I wouldn't say Dark Souls is my favorite series or my favorite IP or media or any franchise or anything like that. Though again, after all the work I've done I definitely love it a lot more than I did when I started.
vengeance to reclaim what was stolen and subjected Vendrick's people to war without equal, leaving this once great nation in ruins. Drangleic was able to defeat and imprison the king of...
Again, it depends on whether or not you're really going to blame Nashandra for something that, like, how many people are going to be like, okay, we're going to kill these people, and then they're going to come back and try to have revenge on us? I guess you could say that's a reasonable assumption to make, but then the question is, if that's a reasonable assumption to make, why wasn't Vendrick prepared for it? Like, it's clear. Like, again, this becomes the underlying problem. Either Vendrick, the good wise king, was either not so good or he wasn't so wise. Because like the shit that he kind of like does is kind of like, dude, like why are you retarded? Loki Dark hates Dark Souls 1. He's just a DS2 stan. Slander. There we go.
Giants, albeit that is a feat that we accomplish by going back in time via memories. We are the unnamed hero of Drangleic. Regardless, this is a Pyrrhic victory, with Drangleic never...
A Pyrrhic victory? Smo. The kingdom collapses. This is the final battle. This is it. The kingdom is over. What victory here? We defeated the king, and everyone is dead and turned hollow. Nothing got rebuilt. Like this is like we legit do nothing. We are not a hero of Drangleic. We are some guy that came in and saved technically a few lives before they all ended up dying or turning hollow anyway. Like, what heroism have we accomplished? We gave some people a few extra days or weeks, I guess. But the kingdom still fell. Like, it's like, Drangleic wasn't lasting a week. Everything was in chaos. It basically had already collapsed. Like, what are we talking about here?
fully recovering from this war. Following the...
Yeah, you're right. It never fully... We're gonna give it a second. There we go. Okay, we had OBS had a little oopsies for a moment there. Sorry about that, chat. Does Manus affect Nashandra's motivation anyway? Not really. She like you could have swap out Manus with like any other human character and someone like okay, I guess I can't say that because like Manus is the best candidate in terms of creating something like Nashandra, but in terms of purely her motivation, you could have swapped Manus out with basically anyone. What man with humanity doesn't have craving, right? Like she is the apostle of craving. All humans are by their nature greedy. She is basically a manifestation, an incarnation of human greed and desire. So like, no, I don't think you can really say that Manus specifically has any effect on her motivation. Like she's clearly just doing this because it's her nature as a craver. She wants that chosen undead soul. She wants that big, fat, juicy soul of cinder. I played that one NTR visual novel that I don't remember its name, and I got traumatized in a good way. I don't know how you get traumatized in a good way, but you do you, I am.
Realizing she coveted the throne, he fled, going hollow deep in the undead crypt. Nashandra would then usher in an era of dark, and any humans who survived the War of the Giants would
Again, Smo's just making this up. Like, citation, please. Smo, show me the item description. I'm noticing there's a distinct lack of item descriptions or dialogue that you're referencing here. A manifestation. Fuck you, Xavier. Anyway, a manifestation. Manifestation. She's just a manistan, guys. Just a manistan. Okay, so yeah, Spo, you got the timeline all mixed up. The whole point is that, like, you know, she was bringing quote unquote dark to the king and theoretically the kingdom at large during their reign before the giant showed up. Again, this goes back to like some of the contradictory stuff on like Vendrick and being like, you know, Vendrick is like doing some like screwed up things before Nashandra enters the picture, which kind of complicates this idea that, oh no, she corrupted him or something like that in any meaningful way. And the game doesn't really go into that because the only time that he ever does anything that you could say like, oh no, he's just crossed a moral boundary he never would have crossed before is after the giant war happens and stuff like that. And the whole thing with, like, you know, using Aldia's forbidden research then in order to try to do the survival, like it's one of these things where it's like, okay, like that's not really Nashandra. Like that's kind of like, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. It's like, again, this goes then the only way to kind of sort of maybe connect is if you're trying to say, oh, you know, but Nashandra had him take this stuff and then the giants came back for revenge. And so she kind of orchestrated all this, but it's like, okay, well, how is that she's orchestrating this? If it's like one of these things where it's like, oh, she can reasonably predict that the giants would come back for revenge, then so should Vendrick. What the hell is he doing then? Like just kind of kidnapping and leaving any of them alive? Clearly he didn't think it was going to be a problem. So like, why the hell would like Nashandra be like, oh no, they're definitely going to like, again, it's one of these things where it's like, we're in a case where Dark Souls 2 is just a bad game. I'm sorry to say it's a bad game with a stupid story, but it's one of these things where it's like the characterizations just aren't working here. But again, I'm willing to believe that Nashandra is definitely worse than Aldia in many respects, but I don't know if I could definitely say that she is worse than him because she doesn't do much of anything, and that's the problem. DS2 is good. Loki's just delusional. What was that comment you said earlier again? I am.
would go hollow. Nashandra is a being of pure want, something we learn from her weapon, the Scythe of Want, which reads,
Ah,
"The
now
scythe
we
bore
have
the
a
soul of
description.
Nashandra, the old one of the abyss,
Actual
was reborn
lore.
in death, split into minuscule fragments, and spread across the land. After regaining their shapes, they crawled forth yearning for strong souls, in search of greater power. Nashandra and her sisters are fragments of Manus, father of the abyss, who fell in Ulasil at the hands of the chosen undead in Dark
Yeah.
Souls 1. And these beings covet power, and so Nashandra, Alana, Nadalia, and Alsana all become consorts to powerful kings in order to latch onto their power. Only Alsana acts in the interest of her king husband, the Ivory King, and she defies her nature for the greater good. The
Whoa,
rest
wait,
bring ruin to the
wait.
kingdoms they come
Wait. Go back on that again.
power, fell in Ulasil at the hands of the chosen undead in Dark Souls 1.
Well, let's.
And these beings covet power, and so Nashandra, Alana, Nadalia, and Alsana all become consorts to powerful kings in order to latch onto their power. Only Alsana.
Okay. All right, because I want to double check because I'm like, did I mishear that? And you're trying to like kind of say like, because you know, Nashandra is by like unambiguously Nashandra is the most evil of the four, by far, like 100%. I wouldn't necessarily say though, like, you know, them going for the power of the kings. Yes, that is what they're going for, but like only Nashandra has like this terrible, truly manipulative, awful relationship with it. I guess you can argue that Alsana kind of had that because she never told the king, you know, never shared anything about the reality of her nature with the king. And I guess you could have argued the same thing maybe with Alana. Maybe the Sunken King didn't completely know, but like he knew enough about her dark and stuff like that. And for a holy king and all that stuff, he was pretty okay with that. Like the only one like who you could argue maybe potentially in the running would be what's her name? Nadalia. And like the problem with Nadalia is she doesn't even get to her king first. Like her king happens to have already died by the time she arrives to be able to you know, make any difference there. So like maybe, but she's also, if I recall correctly, she is the apostle of Not fear. Oh, I don't remember. So you have the Apostle of Wrath with you have the Apostle of Craving or Want, and you have the Apostle of Fear. I don't remember what Nadalia was. Was it the Apostle of Solitude or something like that? Like she's just kind like if she's like driven by like a sense of loneliness or whatever. Like I feel like she would have been like kind of be like, hey, willing to be like I'm willing to be part of like your harem or something, Mister Old Iron King, sir. Like please just give me some companionship, right? Like I worry she may be a bit yandere if he like starts spending too much time with other women. I don't know. This is a weird one for me because it's like I want to see where he's gonna go with this. Because if he's gonna try to like talk about like how these are all evil people, I'm like, nah, like most of them are pretty chill. Like Alana's evil stuff is because of the evil inflicted upon her, ironically enough.
Acts in the interest of her king husband, the Ivory King, and she defies her nature for the greater good. The rest bring ruin to the kingdoms they
I mean,
come to rule in a quest for greater power.
okay, yeah, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. First off, what the hell did Nadalia do to ruin the kingdoms of their kings in greater power? The Iron King is dead and his kingdom was already collapsed. Like Smotown, Smo. I know you've had a soft spot for Dark Souls 2's themes in the past. I know you've talked about it, you've had it, you've done videos on it. I'm fully aware of this, and I have no problem with that. Even though I would argue that those themes are very vacuous and they're not really, as that deep. When you like really go through them. But like, come on. We don't need to be making up this stuff about Nashandra and the other children of Dark and stuff like that. The worst we have is that Vendrick is like being like, you can't trust her or whatever like that. But let's be honest, he just got betrayed by his secretly dark monstrosity wife. I don't blame the guy for being a little bit biased. His perception is just slightly colored. Also, he obviously doesn't know the full history there, as we learn because we have the helpful aid of item descriptions. Asana's just pure good. I'm not going to say that she's pure good. She does deceive the king for the sake of her fear and all. Like there's no denying that there's an aspect of cowardice to her, right? And deception and lies. Now, whether you'd say that makes her outright evil or stuff, we can like kind of get into that separately. But like, I'm not going to try to pretend like, she was just a good small little bean or something like that, right? Like she helps with the kingdom. Alana helps with the kingdom. Nadalia doesn't do jack because the kingdom's already gone. Like Nashandra is the only one who's actually brings destruction to the kingdoms. Like Alsana's not this big unique exception to anything. Again, like completely misunderstands the lore of these places. And again, I vaguely recall that I think Smo has read my stuff on Shulva too. So again, he should know the evidence for this stuff as well, I think. But again, I'm not going to blame him too much. He probably doesn't remember because it's been a while.
Case, she callously orchestrates the downfall of both Drangleic and the Giants, just so she can get her hands on her true prize, the Throne of Want. When Vendrick realized the truth of Nashandra's nature, Vendrick fled to the Undead Crypt, so that he might keep the throne from her grasp, as the Throne of Want is sealed behind a door that requires his signet ring. All of this took extreme patience from Nashandra, and so for a long time she kept her true nature a secret. When we first meet her, we see her human form, one that is fair and is very civil. This is the form she used to manipulate Vendrick and the people of Drangleic. All these years she hid her true nature from Vendrick and the kingdom at large, while slowly moving both towards their destruction.
Again, in what way? She just sits around. Again, Smotown is saying like all these big things or whatever, and here's the problem. None of this is true. There's nothing really in the game to really back it. You go into it and you find that a lot of this stuff is kind of just silly, right? Like it's like Nashandra's big evil plan is just to sit around and wait for other people to do all the heavy lifting, and then she'll come kill them at the end, and then finally she'll go on and do her thing. Like that's her big evil scheme in the main plot of the game. And before that in the game, her main evil scheme was also just sit around while Vendrick would do all the heavy lifting for her, and then she would hope that he would actually go through with the fire linking and stuff in ahead. And then, like, again, you can make the case of, oh, did she want to wait until he killed the chosen undead and became the Lord of Cinder himself? Or was she going to then betray him, kill him, and then become, go on to, to get her better husband, quote unquote, with the chosen undead or whatever? Like, again, you can, that's something where I guess we can make it, have some, like, reasonable argument on, like, how far did her schemes really go? But again, everything she does is mostly just kind of sitting around. She's not really doing a lot of crazy evil things. Now, she did, or was probably going to do, in cut content and stuff, when they had earlier idea, and she was all about, like, the dragon egg and stuff. And again, I think what we have now is, like, better for her character overall. It makes more sense, I think. But, like, I'm not going to pretend like it's, like, this super, like, deep motivation, and she's like this crazy master schemer or something like that. Like Gwyn has her beat like 10 times over. Like this is like, I'm sorry. Gwyn actually does shit. He actually effectuates policy and things that bring about awful stuff for the people that he doesn't care for. Like, what is the Chandra doing? She doesn't care for any of these people. And the kingdom apparently was doing pretty okay, all things considered, until the war happened. She just got lucky. Yeah. Like that, like essentially, again, her plan is I'm just gonna wait until, you know, like fortune, you know, fortune passes me by and I see an opportunity. That's it. Like, God forbid if we weren't, you know, the main character of Dark Souls 2, God knows how long she would be stuck in that chair waiting for someone else to show up. Like it's a joke. It's absolutely a joke. Nashandra is just one big joke of a character. I just can't take her. I can't take her especially seriously. As far as like being like, you know, crazy evil villain. Which is why I struggle to be like, okay, yeah, she you know, she's bad, she's got ill intentions and stuff like that, right? She's an, you know, apostle of craving, yada yada yada. I get all that, you know. But like, is she really worse than Aldia? I just don't know. Like I really can't see anything that she specifically does that's destructive outside of the war. And again, it's a war where it's like, God, if we're really saying that's her evil scheme, it's a dumb scheme, and it's even dumber that it worked.
Cold and calculating.
Again, what would even destroying Drang Lake even accomplish? It wouldn't advance anything for her goals. I guess you could argue it adds like pressure for Vendrick. But it's like, what's more important to him? Trying to save his active kingdom, or maybe, you know, stopping the Age of Fire from it? Like, yeah, like, I'm just not real. I'm really not seeing it. Because again, the whole point of trying to convince Vendrick to Firelink is because he'll have the power of the ultimate soul and stuff like that, right? And he's like doing more research to like verify and things like that, which again shows like, you know, again, her scheme is like, you know, she's apparently not good enough at seducing him that he's not doing this shit right away. He's taking his sweet ass time. It's just it's one of these things where it's just like, I'm really struggling. Like, suppose trying his best, but I really don't think you're making a good case on her being like this ultimate bad guy. It's like so much of it is just off.
In her design, yet Nashandra is so hell-bent on her goal that she even directs the player character to the Undead Crypt so that we might finish him off and claim his ring. She truly never cared for Vendrick, only for what he could provide her, and that is power. She then also uses...
Again, okay, she's really bad to Vendrick, and you could argue that maybe she had influence on public policy that led to bad outcomes for more people in his kingdom that Vendrick otherwise would not have committed to. Let's say that I think is fair, and I think let's say all that is true, right? Again, is it that much worse than with Aldia and the stuff that he does to people and experimented on? Again, we're not really given a full idea of everyone who's involved in the experiments besides the giants. So again, let's just say that the giants are of equal, you know, ethical value as any other race in this franchise, like humans. Then yeah, that'd be pretty messed up and stuff like that. But then Vendrick is responsible for procuring those giants. So wouldn't that also impugn him as being pretty damn evil then as well? And like on top of that, like Aldia, as Smotown says, is doing it for a quote unquote greater good, but like who's he experimenting on? Is he experimenting on normal citizens? Is he just experimenting on his fellow sorcerers there? Like, yeah, there's a lot of levels and variables you can go into with Aldia. I can't know what I can say with Nashandra here beyond, like I said, like maybe she would have turned Vendrick's public policy to be slightly worse. But again, the kingdom was supposed to be like doing good and fine and great and all that. So again, like I say, it's a mess. It's all because of Vendrick's characterization.
Us to unlock the throne of war.
That's domestic violence, yeah.
True monstrous form and attempting to kill us.
She's using the luck stat that humans are known for. The power of humanity. Nashandra knows, like, you know, I'm just gonna get lucky. Apparently, lucky enough to win, unfortunately.
Now that our usefulness has dried up, Nashandra's true form is also quite a shocking sight, and clearly is meant to convey the truly evil nature of Nashandra. I'm not saying that the dark or beings associated with it are intrinsically evil. Whilst a lot of the aesthetics may suggest this, the dark is ultimately just another force in the universe. For example, Nashandra's father Manus is not morally evil in a traditional sense, and I would argue that Manus' darkness instead represents the chaotic and unordered nature of the dark. Where light is order and structure, the dark...
Smotown. I mean, Smo. The light is anything but order and structure. the light and fire, like all of it is characterized by chaos. I guess you can make the argument that light brings order insofar as like, the order to time and stuff like that. There's linear time. I don't know if that necessarily, I guess in that sense it brings order, but like overall, like the entire point is that like these aspects of disparity, like the dark is sort of the, again, this is sort of like cribbing from Elden Ring, but it's like, if we're going to say that the light is order, then the dark is order as well, because it creates an entire age that's defined by it and everything. Like it is the rule. So like, I don't, I think there's some philosophical problems underpinning this statement.
Dark is disorder, and this is reflected in the aesthetic design of Manus and the Four Kings. Both have
Okay, what about now do chaos demons? Like it's in the name. The point is that chaos defines life, which comes from flame and light and warmth and all. Like again, smell. This is like death. Death is defined by tranquility. It is defined by the lack of doing things. It is like the more you get to the consequences of disparity, the more orderly things come, because that is where the universe is ultimately heading. That is when the world will, like the chaos, the randomness, all that variability will finally settle and become part of the Age of Dark, of infinite possibilities and potential of its own, but it will become the defining order. So it's like,
large wild growth
again, there's a lot of problems I have with this.
protruding from their body. Manus' soul item description tells us that his humanity went wild.
Just met
And
someone
in
luckier.
general, I believe that the Abyss in Dark Souls 1 is depicted as something uncontrollable and inevitable, rather than something evil. Even Manus just seems to have been lashing out.
I mean, it's not that the Abyss is uncontrollable. We use the Abyss if we use like dark magic and stuff like that. The Four Kings use the Abyss. They have it pretty well under control and all like that stuff. Like the Abyss can very much be controlled. The problem is that most of the time it is shown as uncontrollable because Gwyn had estranged it from mankind. And so what a shocker if you don't like, if you like tied up my hands behind my back and I grew up my entire life not using my hands, and suddenly you untied my hands, I do not know what the hell would go on with my hands because I've never even practiced using them for the ever in my life. Same thing with the dark of humanity and the abyss that it produces. Like when you are estranged from your true soul, then of course, and that true soul has life itself doing so, and you've cultivated essentially a separate life, even though it is coexisting with your other soul. And that soul is not allowed to cultivate any of those same memories, experiences, consciousness, and things you learn to become a civilized human being in your society. Then yes, of course, it is going to be chaotic, uncontrolled, rampant, like a wild animal. And again, it's all because of Gwyn, the first sinner. like this is, whether or not you want to think that you can blame, therefore, everything involving Manus and stuff on Gwyn or not, I'm just kind of laying it out there. It's like, I think this is just wrong. Like this is just no.
Because he was provoked and is more akin to a force of nature. However, his daughter Nashandra is clearly portrayed in a different way. She is more akin to evil incarnate, calculating, cold, and patient in her act, only discarding civility and human form when violence is needed. And when her true form is revealed, unlike the chaotic and bestial form of Manus, Nashandra's form has a very clear silhouette, one that is to make us think of the Grim Reaper. Her aesthetic design is meant to make it clear to us that she is evil, a person who destroyed a kingdom.
Again, are we now saying that like Grim Reaper and death and again, I'm not gonna deny that like the ominous and stuff like that, but like are we gonna now say like, Nito's the ultimate bad guy or whatever because he's like all about death and stuff like that? Like again, I think the problem that you can make the case for Nashandra is that she is a craver, she's hungry for souls and stuff like that, and her design, evocative of Nito, is representing all the lives that she has sacrificed in order to gather the life and power which she possesses as a child of dark. And you can argue that this is true for all the other daughters, that all of them have taken souls and probably lives along with it. Though, again, we don't see the same thing for her. So you could argue it's unique with her and that she's she's particularly greedy for souls and power and stuff like that. So again, I think all that would be fair. I just think that the way that like he's trying to go down this rabbit hole, like it'd be so much simpler to just kind of say, she's the apostle of craving. She just wants more and more and more. She has an insatiable lust for power of disparity in souls and stuff like that. She's trying to her goal is ultimately to take the ultimate soul from the Lord of Cinder, who is steward of the fueling the first flame and all that stuff. And therefore, she's the design evokes how many people that she's killed. in order to obtain more power leading up to this point. Like, that's all you really have to say. And that you can even point out, oh, compared to the designs of Nadalia and Alana, it really highlights just how many more lives she has sacrificed in pursuit of satiating her appetite for souls and power, right? Like, that I think is a much more straightforward and coherent argument than what we're getting here.
Kingdom used Vendrick and now used us, before moving to dispose of us. Nashandra is a power-hungry monster, who essentially sacrificed an entire kingdom for her ambitions, and did so with zero remorse and plenty of forethought.
Again, power-hungry monster, yes. Sacrificed her kingdom. Sacrifice for what? Like, what was sacrificed about the kingdom? Again, the entire, like, I guess you can make the argument, again, well, she didn't, the consequences of what Vendrick did ended up, like, killing her. Again, this comes down to the stupidity of, well, how the hell did Vendrick not think that the Giants were going to come back? And if he didn't think that they were going to be a problem, why the hell would Nashandra be uniquely positioned to think that they were? Like, this is such a such a weird thing to try to rope her into, right? This is my problem
and as a
there.
result, she absolutely makes my list for the most evil character in Dark Souls 2. I imagine that no one will be hugely surprised at my choice for Dark Souls 3, as Pontiff Sulyvahn is one of the most obviously overt evil characters in all of Souls history. In Dark Souls 3, we are very close to the end of everything, as the lands past and present are drawn to the fading first flame, like water circling a drain. One of the cities that is drawn to Lothric is Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. In the upper reaches of Irithyll, we also find a fragment of the Old World, Anor Londo, long past its glory, and yet still breathtaking. We come here because we are seeking the Lords of Cinder, and we are here for Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. We first sought Aldrich in his tomb, in the Cathedral of the Deep, only to learn the Saint has already fled.
Oh, I'm scared for this one.
We are told by Anri of Astora that Aldrich likely returned home to Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. Upon arriving in
So it's a similar design thing to Godric? Yeah. Again, Nashandra was explicitly designed with Nito in mind, as I recall from the DesignWorks interview. Or was it just the DesignWorks? I forget which one. Anyway, it was mentioned somewhere. So, like, obviously there was the look there, but the way they tie it in, yes, you can tie it into, like, her soul, lusting nature. With Godric, of course, he's just sacrificing lives in the pursuit of power so he can, confront and, become king, right? I guess you could say he wants more power that way, right? I guess you could say so. Ultimately, it really is just ultimately for power. So it's kind of like Nashandra in that respect. But obviously for Godric, there's at least some practical benefits for it. For Nashandra, it's just in her nature to crave. And she's just hungry, essentially, right? Like, she just wants to eat some souls. Yum, yum, yum. Like, it's a little more simple for her compared to Godric. But yeah, it's basically the same idea in broader strokes.
Grand Cathedral of Anor Londo, we are treated to a horrific sight. Gwyndolin, the son of Lord Gwyn, has been devoured by Aldrich, his tortured form, now part of the parasitic saint. While Gwyndolin is definitely somewhat of a villain in his own right, it nonetheless is pretty disturbing to see the once proud god in this state, being slowly digested by the abominable Aldrich. Of course, Aldrich himself isn't...
Personally, I find it very funny. But I have no sympathy for the medial, so what can I say? I love Gwyndolin, but I do kind of funny that he ends up getting imprisoned and then he's just sitting around in a cell for a while and then suddenly Aldrich shows up and just kind of bores him. I do just kind of find that funny. Like, he's like just kind of like he doesn't know what the hell is really going on out there. He's just trying to keep Yorshka alive by cooperating with Sully on all this bullshit for years and years on end. Like, there's actually something very touching there about all the stuff that he's sacrificing essentially for the sake of making sure that Yorshka lives. He doesn't even know if she actually is alive. Like, honestly, like, for all, again, I know why Sulyvahn keeps him alive, but like, theoretically he could have just killed her and Gwyndolin may have never known. Like, there's value to keeping her alive. I'm just saying that it's very funny that, like, with the way events had, like, she could have not even been alive the whole way, which would have added to the tragedy. But like, it's just so funny to me, like, all that stuff that he's doing, and then like Aldrich just kind of shows up and bores him, like, completely unrelated to everything.
Evil being, an example of human depravity and greed taken to its extreme limit.
I'll be honest, I would probably pick Aldrich over Sulyvahn. Again, Sully is a pragmatist. He's like, okay, well, I want to do all this stuff for me, for my understanding of sorcery and stuff, for my personal knowledge. Again, he's your typical sorcerer in that respect. But he's someone who is willing to climb the ranks of power and stuff like that, so he can be able to effectuate that much more broadly. And on top of that, he has the benefit of being like, oh, now that I'm in this position of power and my power base is on fire, even though I'm someone who doesn't care if I use the powers of dark or whatever, I'll keep this system going because it will perpetuate my power. And so, like that I find is a very interesting aspect of a character where he's someone who is personally corrupt. He has no investment in the ages of fire or dark or any of that stuff, but because it is useful to him to keep the existing system going, so that way he can, keep himself in a position where he can do more of this magical bullshit that he does. Like, he's willing to kind of go along with it. And again, I find that type of amorality to Sullivan's like sort of decision making, that complete lack of ideology. I think it's something that's very unique, because even Aldia ends up falling into ideological pitfalls because of his own personal biases when it comes to his work, which leads him being, as I affectionately call him, the smartest idiot in I would argue the franchise.
Reminiscent of the characters and demons we could fight in Demon Souls. And we know from Aldrich's Rubik
rapist cannibal cult leader versus evil wizard overlord. Yeah, that's another problem with. Okay, here's another problem with Aldrich. Aldrich wants to become the leader of the Age of the Deep. We already see what he does with his little cult stuff and wanting to make everybody into like little cannibals like him, right? Like, this is already a guy who's like encouraging like everybody to eat each other. Like, imagine now you have an entire age where he's the one that basically instituting that as being like the more like, that's the ethical standard. Like, I think we can all agree that like, what Aldrich is trying to do to the world is a lot worse than what Sullivan is doing, irrespective of the fact that Sullivan is keeping the Age of Fire, and you can say the Age of Fire is equally bad, right? Like, the worst you could say about Sullivan is he just doesn't care. With Aldrich, he actively wants to make the world worse. Sullivan's just okay with the status quo. That's for him. He doesn't care about how bad things are or how they're gonna get. Now, again, which do you think is more evil? There's a case to be made. Personally, I just think Aldrich is like, I think Aldrich is just so much more damaging to the world at large and anyone that comes in contact with him. Sully, you can reason, you can make deals with. Like, Oseros and Sully got along great. Sully actually helped Oseros in a lot of stuff. Now, Oseros is a piece of shit and he's an evil bastard himself. But like, I'm just trying to point out, it's like, Sully isn't like this person who's like going to make, your life miserable just from coming in contact with him. Like, Aldrich, like, let's be honest, I don't even think Aldrich's servants are benefiting from Aldrich. A lot of the times, they're just afraid what happens if they're not on Aldrich's side.
Soul, whose exterior reflects his corrupted soul. Yet behind him there is a character
like, imagine Age of Blood from looking at Mogwin Palace. Yeah, kind of.
For his own ambition, and is responsible for inflicting more widespread harm than Aldrich. I of course refer to Pontiff Sullivan, the de facto ruler of Irithyll. Sullivan now resides in his city of the...
Oh, okay, so this is where I'm interested in how Smo's going to reason on this.
Hunger for his own ambition. Yet behind him there is a character of great intelligence and cunning, who used Aldrich's hunger for his own ambition, and is responsible for inflicting more widespread harm than Aldrich.
Yes, Sullivan did use Aldrich in many ways for his own ambition. I don't think it's for the reasons that Smotown is. I'm very worried Smotown's going to fall into the pit trap that so many have and get into the timeline paradox. Like, please, Smo, please. I've criticized all of your picks so far on factual grounds for a lot of this. Please don't make this misstep with Sully. I beg you.
I of course refer to Pontiff Sullivan, the de facto ruler of Irithyll. Sullivan now resides in his city of the Boreal Valley, yet we learn from the Snap Freeze spell that he was once a young sorcerer from the painted world of Ariandel.
Yep.
He then left this world and came to the material world, a young sorcerer who would begin to accumulate power, first by going to the profane capital while he was young, before rising through the ranks of the Way of White to the top position he now holds. He has a massive power base as the Pontiff of the Way of White and leader of the Deacons of the Deep. We learn that it was Sullivan who doomed Gwendolyn to this terrible fate via his soul's item description, which reads as follows. Pontiff Sullivan of Irithyll imprisoned a god of the old royalty in the abandoned cathedral to be fed to the devourer.
Okay, is he going to bring up that the Japanese description is actually referring to the chief god or the Allfather? Is he gonna acknowledge that? Again, this is, if nothing else this video accomplishes, I hope Smotown brings this up. Please, I beg you. Because otherwise, you can't necessarily assume that it's Gwendolyn. At the very least, there is some room for argument here, right? Like, you can like quibble over this, right? Like kind of how you could quibble with the Keeper and Watchman thing, right? Like, I can at least understand an argument being made of, it's not necessarily Gwendolyn, though I think in context it would still be obvious. But Like, please, I want you to please clarify this for everyone.
The pontiff was the one who imprisoned Gwendolyn in Anor Londo.
Oh, Smo, why? Oh man. Well, damn. I don't know what to say there.
Trapping him there for when Aldrich returned. I have always seen this as a usurpation of power by the pontiff, that he wanted to remove Gwendolyn so that he might further advance his power. What do I mean by this? Well, Sullivan is called a pontiff.
Okay. I have so many questions here because he hasn't yet clarified his position. Again, imprisoning Gwendolyn, sure, I can get behind that. But if he's gonna say the eating was involved too, again, I've pointed out all the problems with that. Both timeline, it just is not true, man. It's not true.
A rank that is equivalent to the real world pope. So pontiff is the head of a church, but which church? Well, it is almost certainly the Way of White, the religion from the first game that worships the old pantheon
What?
of
Is he gonna bring it
Gwyn's
up here?
family. There are numerous reasons to believe this. The first being that it is the Occam's razor choice, given this is the main religious institution in the world of Dark Souls. Additionally,
Again, I would not. Again, Occam's razor is, of course, you want to make the it's the simplest solution. Choose the correct one, and at least in my case, I would define simplest as the one that covers the maximum amount of evidence with the minimum amount of assumptions in order to be able to make that explanation whole. Again, I would like it if Smo had said that, okay, well, it's the Occam's razor choice because it's the most important thing. Well, there's other stuff adding to that. Now, please, are you going to mention the whole Chief God, All Father connection?
Pontiff Sullivan essentially rules over Irithyll, a city that is built right underneath Anor Londo.
I don't see.
It is the new city of the gods. Given Gwendolyn's presence here, I would suggest that following the events of Dark Souls 1, he continued to survive and essentially became the new head of the Pantheon, and the new locus of worship for the Way of White. Thus, it would make sense that the pontiff of the church would also be located in this holy...
You're not even mentioning Lloyd. Again, like, here's the thing. I agree with what Smoketown is saying, but the way he's saying it makes it very easy to just decry it as BS. Because again, he's not pointing out the stuff, the translation problem that is right there with the whole God of the old royalty thing. He's not bringing up the stuff involving with Lloyd and how Lloyd is no longer the Allfather and stuff, which again would directly tie into this because now there's a new Allfather in Irithyll that Sullivan had imprisoned at the cathedral, right? So there's so much here. There's so much here that I'm worried that he's just gonna brush over this. Maybe he's read my stuff or whatever, or maybe he's not, and this is just his own thoughts. But like, this is something that you could make this so much stronger, so much straightforward. And I just feel like he's leaving it up there for people to criticize him for. Which again, I've criticized him plenty for a lot of this stuff, right? But that's for stuff where I'm like, I know stuff about the JP script. And I know stuff about like just the game in general, right? But this is like average people could just be like, I don't know about that. That kind of seems like a little bit of a reach or something. Like he's just opening himself up here, I think, unnecessarily.
If the pontiff was the head of the Way of White, he likely had close and direct access to Gwendolyn, meaning it wouldn't be too difficult for him to organize the god's downfall. Additionally, we get more direct evidence via the Archdeacon set, which states that this outfit is worn by high-ranking members of the Way of White. Additionally, the regular Deacon set tells us that the Deacons of the Deep were not originally worshippers of the Deep, rather they were actually entrusted with sealing its power. Therefore, I believe that the Deacons of the Deep are the remnants of the Way of White Church that has been corrupted by the Deep's influence under the direction of Pontiff Sullivan.
Oh.
In having Aldrich devour Gwendolyn, Sullivan now has sole control of the Way of White.
Ah, no! No! No, you did it! You fell for the fallacy! Sullivan imprisoned Gwendolyn and then ultimately offered him up to the God Eater. Now, let's go through this, chat. Now, when did Aldrich decide he was going to be the God Eater? After he got awakened from the Firelink Shrine. Why was he awakened from the Firelink Shrine? Because he was Lord of Cinder. Why was he Lord of Cinder? Because he got sent there to be Lord of Cinder after spending a lot of time eating people at the Cathedral of the Deep. Why was he a Cathedral of the Deep? Because Pontiff Sullivan sent him there. Sullivan's already at the top. He's already in charge. He's the one that's representing the Allfather. Like, what the hell? The timeline doesn't make sense. You have to, or like he literally gives him the statue when he leaves for the cathedral from Irithyll. So no, he can't be eating Gwendolyn already. Gwendolyn has been there, imprisoned the entire time since before Aldrich even became sludge. Ay, ay, ay. This is something, all right. All right. Yeah, actually, why the hell am I gonna do this? I can just go outside
He is
and
now the custodian of
and
the Old
die
Order,
instead.
and for all intents and purposes, he is now the master of Anor Londo. The Deep is an interesting concept, and it is one I tackled in an old video, and I still stand by my analysis found in that video. In short, I believe that the Deep...
Smo, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm scared to watch that vid after seeing what you shared here and saying that you stand by whatever was analyzed there. If you brought that over from this, this is no bueno. Yeah. Like, oh god.
is an aspect of the Dark's power, a metaphysical watery abyss in which all dark...
Actually, I think I've seen this video, and I think I remember it being decently okay. So I may be overselling, you know, how much he's bringing over from this, but like, yeah, like this timeline stuff, Smotown. I'm sorry. After this stream, I'm gonna mention this to you directly because this is bad.
dark things sink to over time. Sullivan found power within the Deep, and from its power...
Like everything else, you're like, okay, well, maybe we can, like, maybe like he's got some of the facts wrong or whatever, but maybe his broader points are doing it, or like, you know, it's in the realm of possibility with some of the characters or the room for ambiguity for doing so. Like, this is just plain like nonsensical timeline stuff. Like, you like this is a huge part of the timeline, and he has completely rectified it, and he's basing his entire analysis of the characters and their motivations on this timeline discrepancy. Like, this I think is probably his biggest mistake in the entire video by far. Maybe there's gonna be bigger stuff later. I don't know, but like from what I'm seeing here, like this is sad to me.
...created the Sullivan Beasts, which seem to have once been knights that were rendered into beast-like forms over time. This is suggested by the rings known as the right and left eye of the Pontiff. One of these rings is found on a Sullivan Beast. The other is found on Vort. This suggests that Vort and the other...
No, I'm not going to ground Smotown or anything again. Again, this is Smotown's channel, his vid. Again, he's a bigger channel than I ever will be, right? I am privileged to know him as a colleague, right? I truly respect Smotown and you know all this stuff and you know everything he does and the fact that he even, you know, gives me time of day for anything. But like this is something where I'm like, Smotown, you're publishing this to hundreds of thousands of people, right? Like this is a work you've put so much effort in and stuff like that. And you know what? There's always going to be factual mistakes and stuff like that, right? And I've criticized those throughout or whatever. But this is like, again, if all the others were like, you know, little mistakes that I would argue like completely miss some of the points of some of the characters, this is just a big one. Like this is something where it's like, how do we not catch this, right? I'm worried he's going to say Ronnie's the worst villain in Elden Ring. I'm not surprised because I know he's definitely been more critical of Ronnie in the past, but I'm interested in seeing it. But let's see. Let's get to it.
Because they are being transformed via Sullivan's power. Their relationship to the dark is seen in the Dancer of the Boreal Valley and Vort, who both materialize via a black portal, suggesting that they both have traveled via the Deep to get here. In time, I believe all such knights turn into the Sullivan Watchdogs,
yep.
Beings of the Deep,
I would agree with this.
Recognition. A cruel fate to impose upon his own loyal knights,
and
yet not surprising given that Sullivan finds power where he can, and will use anyone as he sees fit to that end. Additionally, note the precise wording of the eye rings. He only gave these to knights who would leave Irithyll, meaning Sullivan knew that these rings would transform his warriors into beasts, and he didn't want them anywhere near his glorious city. Perhaps because he didn't want his warriors and the people to know what awaited his crusading warriors that he sent abroad. Understanding that Vort, the Boreal Knights, and the Dancer are all his creations.
All right, I need to hear that again because what?
Meaning, additionally, note the precise wording of the eye rings. He only gave these to knights who would leave Irithyll, meaning Sullivan knew that these rings would transform his warriors into beasts,
okay,
and
yeah.
he didn't want them anywhere near his glorious city. Perhaps because he didn't want his warriors and the people to know.
He didn't build Irithyll. Just wanted to FYI on this, but I get again. I don't think saying his glorious city is wrong because again, you know, he's the boss right now. He's the king. He's the king of the doctrines.
What awaited his crusading warriors that he sent abroad. understanding that Vort, the Boreal Knights, and the Dancer are all his creations.
All right, in fairness, we only have 2 known conflicts that he's ever participated in. One of them was against Chaos Demons, next door at Irithel's border, and the other was, of course, more recently at Lothric. So I'm not saying that what he's saying is wrong. It's one of those things where it's kind of like, he's kind of sending them, like, he's sending them abroad and they're coming back as like beasts and stuff like that. I guess, and you can argue, I guess they died instead or whatever, right? But like, it's one of those things where I really have to wonder, is like, are we really saying that the people don't know or they're not suspicious when a bunch of giant beasts are suddenly coming around? I guess you can argue he doesn't show the beasts or whatever, but like, if they're these giant beasts that you're not like showing or whatever anyway, like, what does it matter? Again, like, I get what he's trying to say, but I'm not sure if Sullivan's big concern is keeping it a secret from the people necessarily, considering like Irithyll slaves exist. They walk and patrol the streets. They have giant humanity for hair, basically. Again, not really, but you know what I'm saying. Like, are we really going to pretend that like everything that Sully does, like nothing about Sully, is suspicious? That nobody's at least going to be like whispering, hey, I'm not sure if our pontiff is all on the up and up.
Can begin to realize a truth.
Granted, if you do speak up, he'd probably have you, someone would probably snitch and have you jailed. So granted, maybe he does care enough about appearances for that, but I don't know. I'm not sure if this is like the big deal for him. Maybe it is. Maybe he thinks it's too
Sullivan
much.
has been our main enemy since the very beginning of the game, and his reach extends far beyond the Boreal Valley. The first boss we fight is Vort, meaning that even at this stage, Sullivan does not want us to succeed, and it makes sense that he wants to stop us.
No. No. Just no. Sully only cares to get Lothric under control because Lothric sent out missionaries after the High Wall appeared using the old traditional banner system, and Sully responded with the traditional way with the Batwing demons and stuff like that, so that he could get information, and then he sent out his campaign people, and they're setting up a perimeter to quarantine the area, try to get things under control. Again, Vort is a half-mad, half-beast already. Sully is not aware of anything that is going on between us and Vort. Vort is just doing his job, guarding the gate, while the Dancer does her job, flicking in the shadows over Memma's shoulder, making sure that she cooperates proper. And Dancer is probably a little motivated to get Vort killed because I'm sure she knows that Sully is keeping a closer eye on her, through him. If he's literally basically like shadowing her. So like, yeah, I don't think Sully is like, oh no, I have to stop the fire, the stuff that lets me preserve being in power of the Way of White. Again, I guess this kind of makes sense if you think that Sully is in league with Aldrich and so is all about that Age of the Deep shit, but he's not. The timeline doesn't make sense. Aldrich is actually responsible for screwing up Sully's plans and everything that he was doing with Lothric. He's screwing up everything that Sully's doing as we speak. And if anything, if Sully has switched over to be in league with Aldrich, it's not to be in league with Aldrich so much as being in league with the Deep, and he wants to be the one who will take over from Aldrich, right? He's undermining Aldrich and his lieutenants like McDonnell. So like, again, very sad. Very, very sad. And we got a lot more to go here.
Has taken control of the world as it is. He is the de facto ruler of this fading world.
Is wear shoes in winter. That's very suspicious. I agree.
No matter our
that
choice
makes
at
him the
end of
most
the game,
evil by default.
whether we link the fire,
What the hell,
or we let it
man?
fade, or we become the Lord of
Him
Hollows.
and Frida.
Each of these outcomes
Frida has
result
an
in the
excuse.
end
She
of
has to look
Pontiff's
like
rule,
Priscilla.
and so he hounds us every step of the way. Vort and the other Boreal Knights confront us at pivotal
Okay, imagine that's the lore explanation for Sully. It's like, oh, in Ariandel, nobody wears shoes. Actually, wait. Does anybody wear shoes in Ariandel? Gale does, I guess, but, Gale's not currently at Ariandel. Maybe he has to take the shoes off. A culture of no one wears shoes because Priscilla popularized it and they couldn't bear to tell her that you're supposed to wear shoes instead of letting them freeze in the cold because she was so innocent.
moments in our journey, and we even face some of his knights in the
That'd be
Grand
so
Archive
funny.
of Lothric. We of course face the Dancer. When we unlock
He's
the
the
ladder
most
up to
evil
Northrop
religious
Castle,
guy in Dark Souls.
and
I
in my
would say the
opinion,
most
she
evil
is here on the
cleric
orders of the
character,
Pontiff,
probably,
so that
but
we
he's
are
not really
prevented from
religious
claiming Prince
himself.
Ulfric's scalp, given he is a Lord of Cinder, who we require to access the Kiln of the First Flame. Pontiff Sullivan's power base is massive. From his beasts, to the deacons, to his knights, he casts a long shadow indeed. This is of course not to mention that with the death of Gwyndolin, he is in sole charge of the world's largest church. For all intents and purposes, he is God.
He was basically that beforehand too, when Gwendolyn was just imprisoned. You know, for all those years, where Aldrich was not eating him because he was too busy being imprisoned at the cathedral, and then later being asleep in a coffin after becoming Lord of Cinder for Sullivan and the Way of White, and you know, the world of man at large. Because at that point he was a corrupt cleric, but he was still a faithful cleric, even though. Then he wakes up and he's like doing his own thing. He's like, well, I just kind of want to chill and eat and shit. So I'm going back to the cathedral. I'm like, clearly you guys have to get your shit together. And I don't really care. Like, it looks like everything's going to end anyway. Okay. So like, I'm peacing out. Then he does that and he thinks, oh, wait, I could be in charge of all this shit. Like, everything's going to end up deep, right? Like, yeah. And if it's going to all end up stagnant and deep, then I can end up being the one who makes all the decisions as the new king of the next age. Oh. And then he goes over and he brings all his guys after he does a good little old purging and stuff. And then after he does his good little old purging and stuff and goes over, he's like, I gotta start eating these gods, because, you know, these gods are the guys who are, you know, blocking our way from this age. You know, they're the ones that are big resisting. And Sully, as the representative, is, of course, in the way of that. Although, of course, he's using Gwyndolin as basically a hostage at this point. So then he rolls over Sullivan's forces, you know, has them, you know, have insects devour all their weapons and stuff like that because of the, you know, the doors and crap. So all that happens. And then afterward, Sullivan basically gets his ass whooped and has to acquiesce and offer up Gwyndolin to Aldrich. And then Aldrich gets to eat, you know? So yeah, all that time that Sullivan was being basically God this entire time, because he was God's representative, and God was too busy being quote unquote sick and retiring to his like vacation home in Anne Orlando. So like, yeah, all that happened.
He hasn't just relied on his agents, however, as Pontiff Sullivan is an exceptionally powerful being in his own right.
The painting
He is armed
protectors
with the
have
great
shoes.
sword of
Ah, damn,
judgment
you're right.
And the profaned greatsword.
Maybe they took
Additionally,
off
he
their
clearly has
shoes
power
too.
over the dark, given in
We've
stage
never
2,
seen
he
them
takes
inside
on
the
form
painting
similar to the
alive.
Dark Lurker, and is able to duplicate himself like the Lurker. I take this as further evidence that the Deep is indeed linked to the Dark, given the Lurker, a creature of dark, has similar powers to those displayed by the Dark Lurker.
Wait.
Sword. Additionally, he clearly has power over the Dark, given in stage 2 he takes on a form similar to the Dark Lurker, and is able to duplicate himself.
Do I think that Sully's relation with dark magic may have had an influence on the stagnation we see? Yes. I would not even be surprised if the necromancy stuff he does with his cold ghosts of his Pontiff Knights is related. 100% I can believe that. Do I think they were trying to make him look like Dark Lurker? No. Not at all. Not even slightly. Again, maybe we'll find some interview or something where they say it, but I don't see it personally. Again, his form with Dark Lurker and the better argument Smo would have is all the dark fog and crap, and him becoming the stagnation and the general effects of the stagnation. Like, I don't think anything that we see has anything to do with, oh, he's doing crazy dark magic. I think it's just, oh, Sully's being affected by the stagnation of man. And it happened to conveniently turn into wings. Now, again, could you say it's magnified or accelerated by the dark and stuff like that? And as a result, he takes on that form specifically, right? Not necessarily controlled, as it were, but, you know, it just ends up being more useful to him because of that. Sure, I can believe that. I have no problem with that as a concept. But like we're just kind of say, oh, he looks like Dark Lurker. It must be connected to the dark. No, I think he's subscribing the wrong reasons to this. I think this could have happened to any human with humanity. I think the bigger argument is the fact that he has the magic that is said to be darker than even the dark moon. Well, how do you get darker than the dark moon when it's literally just like a sliver of a crescent moon? Like, duh. We're talking about basically dark at this point.
Like the Lurker. I take this as further evidence that the Deep is indeed linked to the Dark, given the Lurker, a creature of dark, has similar powers to those displayed by Sullivan.
Also, he's trying to now connect. He's assuming that Sullivan is related to the deep, and therefore the dark and the deep are connected by this thing. There is so much better reasoning to connect the dark to the deep. Sullivan is not it. This is all manner of wrong. This is so wrong. Like, this is not how we should be making the argument for the dark and the deep's connection. Oh boy, oh boy.
who clearly has mastery of the Deep's power. However, the Deep is not the only source of his power, for the profaned greatsword reads the following. Long ago, when Sullivan was yet a young sorcerer,
Oh
he
god.
discovered the profaned capital, and an unfading flame below a distant tundra of Earth.
I'll be honest, if we were just talking about what makes Sullivan evil, I don't think we need all this, personally. Again, Spo was trying to say, I don't think the dark is necessarily evil or whatever. And he's trying to go out of his way to connect all the things that Sullivan does to the dark here. And I don't think it's relevant to talk about why he's evil. Because whether or not, he's using the dark or not, I think the problem is, like he said, the stuff with his beasts, the stuff with his slaves, the stuff with his experiments, the stuff with Irithyll Dungeon, the fact that he's a tyrant who oppresses everyone, and it imposes an authoritarian police state, essentially. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about his connection to the deep specifically? I guess because the argument is, well, Aldrich is basically doing whatever Sullivan wants, which isn't true, by the way. Like, this is a problem. Like, are we not seeing the damage of the timeline misstep that Smotown has made? He has made this determination, and now all of this coming from this is just
Phil, and a burning ambition took root within him.
You can't
Again,
see
this
the
sword
video. Oh,
reinforces his ambition,
my bad.
given he would use a power as dangerous as the profane flame for his weapon.
It's doing
We
the
know from
I did
profane
the
flame
I made it
pyromancy
mini for
that the
me.
flame of
I
this capital
forgot.
went out of control and burned the profaned capital to ash. And this was after Yorm left to become a Lord of Cinder. And clearly the Giant Lord was the only reason the flame had been kept under control prior to this.
Wait.
We know from the Aristocrat's Mask that Sullivan essentially recruited the survivors of the capital.
Oh, no, Smo, no.
And this was flame pyromancy, given he would use a power as dangerous. Ambition took root within him. Again, this sword reinforces his ambition, given he would use a power as dangerous as the profane flame for his weapon. We know from the profaned flame pyromancy that the flame of this capital went out of control and burned the profaned capital to ash. And this was after Yorm left to become a Lord of Cinder. And clearly the Giant Lord was the only reason the flame had been kept under control prior to this. We know from the Aristocrat's Mask.
I would not say that Yorm is responsible for this, but thank God it isn't as bad. I thought he was trying to say that Sully took the flame and Yorm went to link the fire because it went out of control because he took it. Or I thought that was what he was trying to argue, and I was like, I had to have misheard that. I did. Thank God. This is, yeah, again, I don't know why we're talking about this specifically, but we'll see where he goes
Sullivan
with
essentially recruited the survivors of the capital to run his prison.
Made the mistake
And
again.
again, in this prison, we see an example of his cruelty, as these jailers mercilessly tortured those condemned here by Sullivan. Look, I could keep going on about Sullivan, and I do think that I need to revisit the lore of Sullivan, the Deep, and Aldrich in a future video. But for the scope of this video, I think what I have discussed will suffice. Sullivan
If you do, please, I beg you, Smo, read my Dark Souls 3 stuff. I beg you. You've made such a big factual misstep here, and it's completely warped your understanding of this. I don't know how we're gonna recover
is
here.
essentially the main villain of Dark Souls 3. His forces hinder and hunt us all.
He is not the main villain of Dark Souls 3, not by a long shot. I would argue the main villain of Dark Souls 3 is probably Gwyn, maybe Aldia, if you want to talk about being the most consequential in terms of how we get to the events of the game happening and the way they are, right? There are so many villains in Dark Souls 3. This I think is his worst section of all of them. The others, at least I can understand the decisions, even if I disagree with some of the facts and the reasoning here. This one, it is so out of tune. Just so off base.
Throughout our journey, he has corrupted and overthrown the Way of White.
I
He
have to
has
go, my
sentenced
brain's getting
countless
fried, see
to a
I
life
am.
of torture within his prison. He fed Gwyndolin, the last of the gods, to Aldrich, condemning him to a slow and painful death, as no doubt he is still semi-aware, while he is being slowly devoured.
Unwillingly, I might add. It was not his choice. If he had his way, he would have kept Gwyndolin imprisoned, as he had been doing for years. Again, I must reiterate, Smotown completely overlooks this. He did not consider how absolutely illogical what he's saying is.
By the saint. he has rewarded his loyal knights with a fate worse than death, providing them with rings that slowly deform them into rabid beasts, again just so he can wield them against his enemies with no regard to their pain. A tremendously written character, who really has his tendrils wrapped around all of Lothric and Lordran.
I would agree with this, but for all the wrong reasons you have, Smotown. Ooh!
I think Bloodborne was the toughest of the games for me to decide on the most evil character, because there are so many characters within this world who have caused large-scale harm. At one stage, I had the...
All right, Smotown. If we're talking about large-scale harm, Gwyn should have won. Should have won the Dark Souls section. Just full stop. Like, come on. Like, come on. Yeah, like, this is... Yeah. I get why Smotown is... I think Smotown might be at least partially influenced by wanting to pick... not make sure every option he picks is, you know, the most basic answer to have. I think he is trying to get creative with some of these, right? While still being within reason. Again, Dark Souls 3, he at least would consider Sullivan the main villain. Nashandra, he considered the main villain. Seath, again, you know what? Actually, I take that back. He's been basically picking whoever was the main villain of each game, except for Dark Souls. He decides he's going to overlook Gwyn. I don't know.
Moon presence in this section.
I don't know.
Because Flora is a different type of evil, a being that isn't cruel or malicious in the human sense, yet represents a cold, indifferent type of evil.
She's called Mamono. That literally means evil thing. The moon presence is a moon fiend. She's literally called a baddie. Again, you could make your argument on whether or not Laura is actually being characterized accurately that way as the moon fiend, as the Mamono, right? That evil thing, that monster, that demon, that devil. But like, at the very least, I think it should be in the discussion if we're talking about like malicious and stuff. Again, I myself would probably have a hard time picking this. Like, I feel like Lawrence would probably be like the obvious choice, but I'd really have to think about it, about like what Lawrence does and all the things and how much you could say, well, he was well-meaning and stuff like that versus no, he's kind of an asshole. But like, I think like experimenting on an entire town, even if you think it's for the greater good, at least in the context of Bloodborne, everyone thinks they're doing the greater good to some extent. So like, in that case, I feel like probably the maximum evil would be Lawrence. Gwyn did nothing wrong. Yeah. It'd be Gwyn for every Dark Soul. Okay, here's the thing. I would be okay with not having characters who are not like, you know, as prominent in a sequel versus the original be counted, right? Like, I'm willing to like say like, okay, we're not going to say Seath for Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 just because he's like, you know, still a present character and has some influence or legacy in all those games. I would not do that. Right? Like, I would say, okay, for the franchise, sure, overall Gwyn is the big baddie, right? Like, for sure. That's of course that's the for the overarching story down to when we fight Soul of Cinder and we're fighting basically Gwyn again for the last time. Like, yeah, sure. But like, in terms of like, you know, specifically like what game would I want to say that Gwyn would be the answer for all of them? No, I feel like Gwyn is basically like a minor character in Dark Souls 2, and he's more so like the background force in Dark Souls 3, right?
Additionally, I think that the slaughter at the fishing hamlet is the single most tragic event that happens in any of the games, and the perpetrators of this act, Gehrman, Maria, and Bergenworth as an organization.
Okay, I guess tragic for the villagers. I don't know if I would call it tragic. I would say horrific, like absolutely diabolical. That they basically just be like, okay, time to go kill the innocents so we can get to the mama and then we can take the baby from her. Oh, we're going to kill her too, by the way. Like, I don't know if I would... Again, again, this is a silly thing for me to quibble with Smotown about. I just feel like... Yeah, I feel like the fishing hamlet is pretty bad, huh? And Lawrence was definitely in charge for that. So... Yeah, I don't know. The more he's making the case, I feel like I would definitely pick Lawrence. Like, I feel like I would be remiss not to say Lawrence.
Absolutely are monsters in their own right. And this is not to mention Lawrence, an arrogant individual who ignored the warnings of Willem to establish the Healing Church. Thus, the horrors of the Research Hall and the Beast Scourge as a whole can be traced back to Lawrence. I had also at one point chosen Mikolash because of the mass suffering inflicted by the School of Menses, their kidnappings, the mass murder and creation of the One.
Yeah, Mikolash is also a really good choice. Like, Mikolash is effectively the leader of the School of Mensis and everything that follows from them. Like, they're also pretty detrimental. But I don't know. Like, ultimately, they're just a smaller faction in the larger Healing Church. And the larger Healing Church has done damage to Yharnam at large, and Lawrence is responsible for that. Like, he built the system, and even after his death, they're just continuing the system he built. They're basically doing exactly what he wanted. Hey, Nobre. What are your thoughts on his Dark Souls takes? Oh boy, Nobre, I'm having a headache just trying to think over that Sullivan stuff. Like, oh god, like my brain is just like, oh no, how do we have it all this twisted? Like, overall, I think so far, I would agree with his choice for Demon Souls. I would disagree with his choice for Dark Souls, because I do think that there's just so many problems picking Seath for Gwyn. Like, it's like, goddamn, like, there's so many problems. With Dark Souls 2, I think Nashandra is reasonable. I would agree with that, but I feel like you could definitely make a case for Aldia too, so I'm kind of like either or on them, right? Because Nashandra has the problem of being like just like a nothing character. And then Dark Souls 3, I don't know if I would pick Sullivan over Aldrich. I'd have to disagree with him there. Nashandra too, not gonna lie. As in, you would pick Nashandra, or you wouldn't pick Nashandra. Anyway, so far, like, so far, I'm liking this video. It's helping me think a lot. I will say this again. All my criticism and stuff, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying this video. You know, this isn't a, oh, I'm trying to present the lore and stuff to it, although that is part of it. It's basically Smotown making his case for each one, right? So while I'm being critical on the facts and the conclusions and analysis here, again, I think that ultimately this video is just a way for Smotown to get across his thoughts on who he thinks is the most evil. And I actually am enjoying this immensely because it's making me think about, okay, what do I think about these characters, their villainy, and where they sit among their peers in each game. So again, don't get it twisted. I am enjoying this immensely. Anyway, back to the video on how somehow it's the imposter Yosefka that's worse than Lawrence and Mikolash.
Born, and in general, they were responsible for the extended Night of the Hunt, because it is they who have beckoned the moon so close. And yet, after a lot of thought, I have chosen fake Yosefka, because her brand of evil is more deliberate and sadistic than the megalomaniacs I have mentioned. A cruel individual who has little regard for the people she personally mutilates. It is a more straightforward and personal evil compared to the others I've mentioned, but I think it is the manner in which she inflicts that has led me to choose her as my nomination. Her evil is further emphasized by the character she impersonates.
Again, can't you just say this about Lawrence and the Healing Church as well? They are knowingly experimenting on people and turning them into beasts. Like, like, is there somehow something less personal and vile on what the good doctor is doing compared to what Lawrence and the Healing Church crew have done? Like, I really don't know if I could say that. Like, what makes their transformation into like Celestial Emissary minis that much worse than turning into a ravenous, bloodthirsty beast? I'm not sure if I understand that.
The real Yosefka, a kind individual and one of the first people we meet in-game. If we return to the clinic we received our blood ministration at in the game's intro, we find the doors locked, but through the door a person speaks to us. This is Yosefka, and she says that she must keep the door locked for the safety of her patients. She wishes us luck on the hunt, and is happy to provide us with her blood, a powerful healing concoction. However, we can tell that she is replaced because after reaching Cathedral Ward, the woman at the door has a shift in her tone. She is no longer scared and gentle. Instead, this new woman now has...
She's the same voice actress though, still, right? Like, it's not like they change out the voice actor. I'm pretty sure, because obviously the model is technically the same and stuff, but I'm pretty sure the voice is also consistent.
A sort of glee and excitement in her voice. Additionally, she reintroduces herself to the hunter as if we are meeting her for the first time. Final confirmation of the real Yosefka's demise comes when we later enter the clinic from the alternative entrance, finding an experimented body holding one of Yosefka's blood vials. This is the real Yosefka, and clearly she was the first victim of the imposter. The imposter asks us to send humans to her clinic. This is the real Yosefka from the alternative entrance, finding an experimented body holding one of Yosefka's blood vials. We later enter the clinic from the alternative entrance, finding an experimented body the real Yosefka's demise, she introduces herself to the hunter as if we are meeting her for the first time. Final confirmation of the real Yosefka's demise comes when we later enter the clinic from the alternative entrance, finding an experimented body holding one of Yosefka's blood vials.
Is the body alive? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, he words it as if she's dead when we find her. But maybe I'm wrong, but I could have swore she's alive, right? Again, maybe this is just a flub when he was going through it, and because he looked at the B-roll and he's like, okay, yeah, we just find a body, and he mixed it up with the one on the operating table or something. But like that I'm like, now I'm feeling like do I have it wrong? Am I forgetting something? Like, I could have swore that like the Yosefka is just one of the emissaries, right? Like I would have made the argument that, oh, we find, if we go in through the alternative entrance, we'll find one of these celestial emissaries that has Yosefka's blood vials on her, and as we continue sending new people test subjects for her to experiment on, she will add more of these celestial emissaries that each have items and stuff that are associated with these characters. Therefore, we can determine this is definitely Yosefka, right? Hell, I would even point out the fact that when you confront her after going through this alternate entrance, she more or less drops the pretenses and admits that she's not healing these people, she's experimenting on them. She's alive. Okay, good. I'm not crazy.
This is the real Yosefka. Clearly, she was the first.
No,
victim
don't
of
you
the
say it
imposter.
again, Xavier.
The
I
imposter
am
asked us
definitely
to
not
send humans to her
crazy.
clinic,
You have just
telling us
confirmed
that
it for
will
me.
act as a safe haven. Yet the tone of her voice makes it quite clear that she has some ulterior motive, that once again becomes clear when we are finally able to enter the clinic. Each of the poor people we have sent here to get help have instead been transformed into a celestial emissary. We have been providing this person with subjects for her experiments. As to who this person is, we get the answer from both her outfit and the equipment she uses. She wears the iconic robes of the choir, and is also able to use Augur of Ibrataz and A Call Beyond, both of which are items of choir origin.
Wait.
We also find celestial emissary.
Wait.
She uses.
That's not the choir set. I'm pretty sure that's just the white cleric set, Smotown. Smo. Again, I've talked about little factual errors in all of them, but like, she's not wearing the choir set. Again, she uses some of the arcane attacks that we see consistent with choir members, though again, Mikolash does use some of the same as well, right? But I can understand if you're making that, but she's not wearing the choir set.
Wears the iconic robes of the choir, and is also able to use Augur of Ibrataz and A Call Beyond.
If she has the choir set, there's no reason to make any further argument beyond this. Again, this is, I think this is a flub.
Both of which are items of choir origins. We also find celestial emissaries in the orphanage of the choir, confirming that the transformation of humans into these kin-like forms is a practice of the choir. The choir are an organization that are dedicated to trying to make contact with the cosmos, and the emissaries are great intermediaries in that regard. As their name suggests, they are considered to be a point of contact between the mundane and the cosmic. Again, I discuss all of this in detail in my choir lore video, and I would direct you there if you were interested in learning more. The suggestion is that this imposter is a choir member who came down from the orphanage during the night of the hunt, hoping to use the chaos.
Yeah, the reason why this has any potential debate is because she's not wearing the choir set. Like, if she wore the choir set, like, we would just be like, oh yeah, she's obviously a choir member. Again, I don't have problems with him going through the analysis, trying to explain this to someone who maybe hasn't even played Bloodborne, about why, but I don't know why he's made those. He's like the body thing. Maybe it's just poor wording, right? Like I can imagine that, he's not, it's a living celestial emissary that has it. He just kind of worded it a little, he could have worded it a little better. But this is just straight up like a little flub.
As an opportunity to further her research. Yosefka's clinic provided the perfect lab.
Yeah, it's the white church set. Yeah, I thought so.
Provide her with the materials that she needed.
I'm pretty sure that's the female version of the white church set.
For me,
this is like I know the choir set. I 100% know the choir set. This is not the choir set. So like, if I don't recognize what the choir set is anymore, my goldfish memory is truly beyond saving. Like, it's pretty bad.
Imposter is a chilling character, an unhinged scientist who takes advantage of the night of the hunt to callously experiment on people who are just seeking shelter.
Okay, yeah. Now do the healing church. Like, here's the thing: the imposter Yosefka is a microcosm of the entire faction. Like, this is just who they are at the top ranks, especially. And who's at the toppest of the top ranks? The what do they call him? The vicar. And who was the first vicar? Lawrence. He's the founder. He's responsible for all of this. He's responsible for the massacre. He's responsible for everything. Like, and like, and everyone's just repeating his means and methods. They're just continuing his work, which he would want fulfilled for his ultimate dream. And again, you could say that there's like some admirable qualities to the good of mankind and what he's trying to accomplish, and great sacrifices for the greater good and all that jazz, right? But like in the context of Bloodborne, like when every quote unquote bad guy is doing something for the greater good, except arguably maybe Cainhurst. I guess Cainhurst are just looking out for themselves. You can make the case. Like how the hell are we supposed to like say who's the most evil except by the extent of their damage? And the Healing Church does damage not just to a small clinic and a few innocents. The entire town of Yharnam has been subject to it. Like she's just one small part of the larger problem. So yeah, like I disagree with this. So
Bear in mind, this can also...
this is the one I probably am like, I'm glad he went for a creative answer here, but I still disagree with it. I still think, again, it's boring to say, but probably whoever's the main antagonist of the respective games is probably the one that's actually responsible for all this. Like King Allant, Gwyn, again, Nishandra, though you could also, I would argue maybe Nishandra could be replaced with Aldia. This one, I would say Aldrich personally, because like there's so many bad guys in Dark Souls 3 and they all have like, varying levels of not really relevant, right? And then Bloodborne, I would probably say Lawrence.
Gascoigne's daughter, a young girl, to which this imposter shows no mercy.
Ooh!
The Dung Eater is genuinely one of my favorite characters in any of the From Software games. From his visual design, to his voice acting, to his story, he is as compelling as he is revolting, and unlike with my Bloodborne nominee, the Elden Ring choice was incredibly easy. What Dung Eater does to his victims is disturbing, a grim violation that is both physically and spiritually violent. He commits these crimes without remorse, and it is clear from the way he speaks that he is nonchalant about the suffering he inflicts on others. He is a brutal murderer without parallel that would send chills down the spine of even the most seasoned warrior. The Dung Eater is a Tarnished like the player character, and we learn this via the opening cinematic where he is listed alongside other Tarnished, who have been resurrected by grace and summoned to the lands between. Perhaps unsurprisingly, we see that prior to his resurrection, he was being hanged by a mob, likely a community found outside the lands between, who lynched him after his awful crimes were discovered. And no wonder, for the Dung Eater's methods are brutal indeed, and we can find his victims littered throughout the lands between, bloodied and usually bound to chairs. The character Boggart seems like a tough man, and yet when we speak to him about the Dung Eater, he is visibly shaken. He tells that he was once a prisoner alongside the Dung Eater, and that he witnessed what he did to his victims. That's why it is so unpleasant that Boggart himself falls victim to the Dung Eater's predations. Yet he is of course too disturbed by his memory to give us a visceral description, but if we speak to the Dung Eater himself, he does give us an insight into what it is he actually does.
I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
So he does something transgressive that curses the victim. In my Dung Eater lore video, I put forward a suggestion as to why he is called such, and what this procedure could be. And if I am right, it is indeed very repulsive and vile. In some Japanese folklore there is a concept known as the Shirikodama, and this is a hard ball,
Yeah, this is
found within the anus that contains one's soul. In this
so far, I have nothing to complain about. Now, I admit, I'm not an expert on Elden Ring lore, so this could just be my ignorance and me not knowing enough about ER lore to point out all the factual inconsistencies. But to my memory and to my knowledge, everything that Smo is saying here is accurate. So I can, again, is Dung Eater the most evil? I'll be honest, I don't think I'm even qualified to make that judgment. But if you were to just ask me like blindly, I would say, I definitely think he's probably up there. So I think it's reasonable to say Dung Eater is the most evil in Elden Ring. And so far, I think he's laying out a pretty solid case for it.
same folklore, there are the Kappa, a mythical goblin creature who seek to steal this ball, and thus the victim's soul, via the behind. We actually already see this idea explored in a FromSoft game, Sekiro, where the headless enemy type have a sort of grab attack, where they appear to devour the shinobi's soul, via his anus. So he is not a Dung Eater in the literal sense, rather he is a soul eater, but does it in the most gruesome and transgressive way imaginable, violently defiling his victim in a physical and spiritual way.
I like how he framed that. He's not a Dung Eater in a traditional sense. He's really a soul eater. I think that's the perfect way to frame it. Like, good on you, Smotown. Like, I really like this. Like, That's I think that's my favorite part about this video in terms of like just individual script stuff.
way. We can see the result of his curse in-game, as on every victim's body we find that a seedbed curse has been cultivated. Again, reading this item description can help us understand what it is that he is doing to these unfortunates. The item description for the seedbed curse reads as follows: curse grown on a corpse, killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox, afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. You can see from the object image that this is no ordinary curse, it is the Omen Curse, as is indicated by the horns growing on it. In turn, this tells us about the nature of the Omen, and in part, why they are so reviled.
I don't know enough about this to speak on it, but it has to be connected to the Omen just because Dung Eater has so much stuff related to Omen, right? At the very least. I don't think it's kind of like what we see in like Dark Souls 3 where there's some stuff where like maggots and light and they're completely independent, they're unrelated, they just rely on some of the same principles of magic. I assume that this would have to be directly related to the Omen specifically, right? Or maybe it is something where it's like, no, it's getting to something more fundamental than just the Omen, right? I don't know, because then that goes into like the Omen curse and like they were cursed by obviously the horn scent and stuff like that. So where does this horn scent like curse come from for the omens thing here? I don't know.
Golden Order,
Again, this
as
is
their souls are
this is just me spitballing because I have no questions. I don't know enough about the lore for Dung Eater and their its connection to the Omen to really say on this, right? Like this is just me trying to like, you know, share my shower thoughts.
from the Erdtree. Under Marika's rule, the Erdtree became the nexus of all life, and any being not connected to its power are seen as impure, such as those who live in death and the Omen. But why is the Dung Eater a tarnished spreading the Omen curse? What is it to him? Well, it likely hasn't escaped your notice that the Dung Eater is wearing armor that mimics an Omen with his horns cut off. The helm of this armor set reads as follows: malformed helm resembling an Omen with its horns cut off. Worn by the Dung Eater, their form is a vision of the landscape of his mind, and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an Omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then, if the curse claims at all? It seems as though the Dung Eater himself wanted to be an Omen. But why? Well, perhaps it is as simple as the fact that he sees himself as an outsider to society, much like the Omen themselves. However, I think the real reason is far darker and yet more simple.
I'm curious
The Dung
what
Eater
he
revels in
thinks.
suffering, even his own. He genuinely talks with glee about his grand plan to have everyone cursed. Cursed individuals who themselves will go out and kill and spread the curse. He even calls his curse a blessing. Dung Eater's Sun Medallion, as described by his armor's chest piece, is a symbol of his ultimate aim: to create the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse, an artifact that would spread his curse through all of Order and all life. The Dung Eater has no noble intent, has no grand vision to make things better. He just wants to drag everyone down to a miserable existence, and he revels in the suffering he spreads.
Okay,
Before we
yeah.
move on to the final chapter, in which I will name who out of these 6 I believe is the most evil,
This is going to be an interesting choice.
I do want to acknowledge some honourable mentions who I considered, but ultimately passed over. The first is the old monk from Demon Souls, the once
Ooh.
consort to the Ivory Queen, who willingly brought destruction and death to her great kingdom.
It's not the consort! No, Smo, you just had to No, it's a localization error. Oh, Smo. The localization screwed this up. It wasn't there. It's not part of it. I think they even fixed it for the remake, as I recall. It's one of the few things they actually fixed, besides doing little grammar, old ye English grammar changes.
Purely out of spite. He coveted her power, and his greed is what brought so much suffering to Latria and its inhabitants. The
His armor says he believes he had a soul of an owner, so yeah, well, he goes a bit into that. By the way, Loki, do you know what is the point of the new Bow of Want description of DS2 Scholar of the First Sin, where it says light and dark are one, so too is soul and curse? It's trying to reiterate the point that Crestfallen Salden Boy was trying to make. The point being made is that the curses are rooted in soul, right? It is a affliction upon the soul, and therefore you cannot really separate a soul from the curse, and thereby life in a curse. And oh my God, so life is basically, don't you get it? Life is basically suffering, right? But that's kind of like the message there. Again, like I said, DS2 thematically is very vapid. And it's being compared to how light and dark are one because they're intrinsic, right? You can't have light, you can't have dark without the light, and vice versa, right? Because they're both aspects of disparity and part of flame, right? And this goes to the larger point that technically, flame, when flame disappears, it's not truly gone because its effects and its influence and presence in the world still exists in the form of the dark, because the dark is ultimately an aspect of the disparity that is both the source and born from the flame. So again, this is getting deep into the cosmology,
The
but
reason he didn't take the #1 spot for Demon's Souls is mainly because his crimes are basically a smaller scale version of Alliance, with the king instead
then why does Seath win over Gwyn's Grismo Town? Hell, why does Yosef fake Yosef go again? This is. I'll be honest. I think again, I appreciate the creativity, but I don't think his criteria were very consistent for this, because this just makes me ask more questions.
bringing suffering to all of Boletaria and its client kingdoms. Additionally, Alant is still aware and unrepentant, whereas the old monk himself is no more, having been taken over and then abandoned by the Golden Robes. Aldea, as
Is he really repentant though? It's like, oh man, the demon, which facilitated me and sucked me dry after giving me everything that I wanted, betrayed me. I could not have seen this coming, and then I died. Like he's not really like, oh my god, you know, he must have really been regretting it right there at the end. Like, I don't know if he was regretting everything he's doing. I think he's still an evil, awful monster who wanted revenge on everybody for what was not because he was married to the queen, but because he was goddamn experimenting on people. So Bo highlighting how the Shards of Mana seeking the dazzling power of kings is to once more highlight that is something intrinsic to them. You can't separate because of the greedy. Yeah, the point is that the you know, you can't separate souls from curses. Souls are connected to curses, right? And in the context of talking about the fragments of Manus, you're talking about how you know, these powerful souls, they are inevitably coming in contact with powerful curses, right? Get it? Because the more powerful the soul, the more powerful the curse, right? So the point is that thematically, you know, you know, don't you get it? It's only natural that that these powerful kings end up meeting with these powerful fragments of Manus and stuff like that, because they are these terrible curse. They are literally manifestations of the curse of the dark that have come to devour the soul. We get it, because the dark devours souls, so it affects souls, so it technically curses souls in a way, right? Like, again, it's all one Ouroboros. So like that's the point being made. It's trying to, again, you'll notice this a lot in DS2, because the game itself doesn't really have that much to say or to add about a lot of its characters and stuff like that. It will try to go into these abstract thematic places a lot more than you'll see in, like, say, the Miyazaki game. And it will end up trying to make these sort of abstract points about, oh, you get it, because, like, you know, everything with Deshandra is kind of stupid and doesn't really tie into a bigger theme, but, you know, she's really kind of just like a stand-in abstraction for the Age of Dark itself. So, like, you know, opposing her right here at the end is you kind of like imposing the impending Age of Dark. What if, like, you want the Age of Dark thing? Then it's kind of like thematically kind of muddled. So you're kind of like working against the thing that you're actually like. Again, you see the problem here. Well, that is quite repetitive. Yeah, again, it's one of these things where DS2 has a few very simple ideas, and it tries to drive them home into the ground. It has nothing else really to say. Now, again, you can say some of the same things about 3, right? Like, 3's big thing is stagnation. How much can you just say, it's the stagnation, right? Right, like, that's ultimately everything goes back to the stagnation, right? But again, that's because the larger thematic point of the game is that on a meta level, especially, is kind of like, you know, the continuation of sequels and souls and the repetitiveness of it, and why it's time to let everything just end. It's time to put Dark Souls to rest, right? So, right. And there's actual, like, you know, substantial stuff with different characters and plot threads and, like, building on the world and having to tie together both 1 and 2's world into the one that 3 is then creating and all that. Like, so there's a lot more just ending up going on versus, again, 2's decision, which was, okay, we're going to press the nuke button, completely reset everything, do a soft reboot, and try to, like, have it where we're on our own thing, but we don't want to get rid of it because it's still got to be Dark Souls, so it's got to be its whole thing. So therefore, we're going to be kind of like doing all this, like, fan servicey, you know, references and callbacks to these old things, but they're only there to really serve the larger purpose of just saying, see, this was all once connected to Lordran, but now it's all kind of irrelevant with the passage of time and stuff like that, and, you know, being in literally another part of the world. So, like, yeah, it's, again, man, DS2 was just one of those things where it's like it would have been so much better if it wasn't a Dark Souls game. If it was just its own thing, it could have definitely been. I'm not saying, like, the game itself would have ended up being great because of that, right? Because mechanically it still have its problems, but at the very least, you could just be like, okay, it's not being tied down by its own IP in many respects, and feeling like it's forced to have to somehow tie everything back to the question of to link the fire or not to link the fire, where it doesn't really have that much to say because it can't do anything with the characters and stuff Miyazaki has because Miyazaki's off making Bloodborne. And again, one of the things you can say thank the DS2 devs for is that they were respecting Miyazaki enough that they weren't going to fuck up the story of the characters that he created. They weren't going to like tell the story of Gwendolyn or Andre or whatever, right? Like they made sure to make things as detached and ambiguous as possible so that Miyazaki could come back and do whatever he wanted, which is what he did with 3. Anyway, back to the actual video. This is completely irrelevant. This is just me ranting and raving about DS2. Why does it always come back to me having to criticize DS2? Let it die. I want it to.
I mentioned was someone I considered for the Dark Souls 2 nomination, a scientist who used people like cattle, determining that the greater good was more important than ideas such as morality. However, I do believe Nashandra is akin to an evil.
Well, it's also the stagnation again, but really extreme, which I find novel personally. The thing that I like about Dark Souls 3 is that it's exploring different aspects of stagnation for the various things. And I think that's where it's like, okay, yeah, you can sum it up as all stagnation, but then you could say that for a lot of Miyazaki's games where it's like, it's stagnation. Like, again, stagnation is like a key facet of all of them. It's one of the key problems with what Gwyn is doing, right? Like, but you can basically say that if someone is causing stagnation, they're probably Miyazaki's bad. They're either Miyazaki's bad guy, or if that's like such a huge focus in the game as long, they're probably the big bad, right? Like, obviously, stagnation, big problem you have with the Valley of Defilement, but obviously the huge stagnation is what's happening caused by the fog, basically kind of putting everything into this perpetual limbo, which is being enabled by Alon. So he's the big bad, so on and so forth.
Evil incarnate, again someone who revels in what they do, whereas Aldia at least believed there was some point to the suffering he inflicted. For Dark Souls 3, you could just as well have chosen Aldrich over Sullivan. There is no doubt that Aldrich is a depraved individual, but I believe the suffering Sullivan inflicted was on a much wider scale and had far more wide-reaching consequences.
Again, I don't know how you can justify this, Motown. I'm sorry. Again, I think I know why. Because you think that Aldrich and Sully are like buddy, like in league, and so therefore anything you could attribute to Aldrich, Sullivan is just as guilty of. This isn't true, though. This is completely not true. So this is like the comparison between them is just night and day. Again, this is not to excuse Sullivan. He's a baddie. He's a big baddie. But like I say, what makes Sullivan such a well-written character is that he is pragmatic evil. He's willing to do basically anything or whatever in order to get what he wants, and he's not ideologically driven. If he has to help the quote-unquote good guys in order to make things work out for him, he's happy to do that. If he's got to work with the bad guys, then he's okay to work things out with them. He's not biased toward one or the other. Because ultimately for him, he just cares about his own personal knowledge of all things in this world, which again is manifest in his sorcery.
And of course you would be forgiven for choosing the likes of Gwyn or Marika, two beings at the top of the pyramid who
again, Marika's a harder one for me to choose because I just don't know enough about I don't know enough about the cosmology, the world, the stories and things to be like, okay, is like Marika really worse than like, I don't know, whoever her predecessors were in some of the previous stuff, or the Greater Will, or I don't know, like Shabriri. Like I just don't know.
Subjugated, purged, and oppressed people on a wide scale, mainly to retain their own power base. And as for Bloodborne, I do also believe the Moon Presence does represent a cosmic evil, a calculating being that uses the hunter and the dream in order to achieve its goals.
Sure, I can definitely agree with that. I don't know how you don't tie that to any malicious intent, though, because it's definitely bringing at least some harm to Gehrman. You could argue also causing harm to hunters. Because it's not actually saving them from anything like beasthood or whatever, right? So,
but because it is an eldritch being, I am not confident enough in naming it the most evil character of that game.
There is so this would be speaking of, this would actually be the best case you can make for why the turning into a great one is the best ending, because you can make a case that with all the blood you've consumed and stuff, you're going to probably turn into a beast anyway. So before that happens, you may as well try to transcend because you're already screwed. Like, it's like, okay, either become a great one or become a stark raving beast. Like, okay, whatever the problems being a great one is, it's definitely better than becoming a stark raving beast. So I feel like, again, this is not to say that the moon presence is somehow like, this horrible evil now because she's in the way of our transcendence or anything. I don't think she's relevant at all. But I just think it's kind of interesting when you think about it. It's like kind of like, us being like immortals who are able to come back again and again and again and just end up keep using blood vials. It's just worsening our chances. And hell, we do even partially transform into beasts with certain weapons and stuff like that. So it's definitely not something that isn't possible for our future after the Awaken ending.
as I feel it does go a fair bit beyond our human concept of the word. I also already mentioned a flurry of other characters who could easily take that game's nomination, Lawrence and Mikolash just to name a couple, and I do suspect that fake Yosefka might be my most controversial choice. This is all just my opinion, and it is a subjective matter.
I
So
agree.
with that said, I would absolutely love to hear your thoughts on who the most evil character is in the comments below. But without further ado, let us get to who I believe is the most evil character in all of Soulsborne
All right,
and
let's
Elden
see.
Ring. I wasn't entirely sure who I would choose before writing this video, but having written out the nature of each of these characters' evil, I do believe that the Dung Eater takes the prize, and as such, he is my personal choice for the most evil character in this.
Again, I'm not going to like impugn that. Because Dung Eater does in fact advocate for an ending that would drag, like he says, everyone in his misery, right? So if we're going to say that the Dung Eater and the world that the world that he plans to create is evil, then yeah, I would say that that at very least matches what other characters like Gwyn or King Allant or something is going to do. And you can definitely make a case that at least King Allant, by erasing everyone, is trying to essentially erase suffering, period. Whereas Dung Eater is essentially trying to perpetuate suffering and while maximizing it through his through the world he's trying to create. So there's definitely a case that what is better is having annihilation or eternal suffering. I mean, again, one, you don't even exist, so can you even count it? The other is not. But I think at the very least, the presence of pure pain and suffering and endless cycle and just generally miserable time might be definitely worse off. And then like with Gwyn, I guess you can at least make the argument that the Age of Fire is to some extent like, hey, at least you can kind of live as a normal person, kind of. Again, like how long that lasts when everything becomes an ashen desert, I don't know, but like at the very least you can make a case that, at the very least things are livable, maybe not thriving or anything. So yeah, I feel like this is fair. And obviously stuff with Bloodborne is such smaller scale, like it's not even worth considering. Same with Dark Souls 2 or 3, like none of his picks or the villains in general are that like crazy. Okay, let's keep going.
Series. A lot of these other characters are cruel and despotic, but they all usually have some greater goal or vision in mind, even if that goal is power. Yet Dung Eater's goal is nothing more than cruelty itself. His depraved acts are not just a means to an end, suffering is the point. This is not even to mention the sickening nature of the defilement he inflicts on his victims. There are few things as grim in the world of Elden Ring, and it is made all the worse because of the joy he takes in what he does. Dung Eater's sun medallion is clearly a nod to Solaire of Astora, the jolly knight from Dark Souls 1 who also wore a sun emblazoned on his chest. Yet these two characters could not be more different in their nature and morals. Solaire, for all his faults, is a paragon of honor, a knight who will defend anyone.
Interesting how he's making the Solaire comparison. Are they voiced by the same voice actor? Like, is this Alfred's VA? I've never actually looked into who the VAs for ER are and who they voiced in the past. That'd be kind of cool if it
Who
was.
calls upon him, and is ultimately pursuing a noble goal. The Dung Eater is a perversion of everything Solaire stands for, and by paying homage to the wholesome Sunbro, the Dung Eater's darkness is made all the more apparent. A deeply evil, cruel, and depraved murderer, who, in my opinion, absolutely deserves the title of the most evil character in Soulsborne and Elden Ring. So that's it, guys. That is my take on who the most evil character in Soulsborne and Elden Ring is. As I said, I would absolutely love to hear your take on this interesting discussion in the comments below. I absolutely loved making this video as it really whetted my appetite for diving back into Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Bloodborne lore again. So
Yeah, it was great for you, Smotown. Unfortunately, you got a lot of facts wrong. I'm very sad to go through that. Like, most of the time I'm very positive about Smotown's videos. I think, I disagree with him here on some of his analysis. I think he's making a mistake there. He's not making a connection there, right? But overall, I think his videos are very solid on that front.
in the near future.
I'm glad these aren't like actual like lore videos or stuff. Like these are like discussions because I think it's made it interesting to go through and talk about all that. But like in terms of like the actual raw lore, yeah, I think all these are just horribly flawed. Like so many factual errors. Just like as a baseline. That it makes it where even if I agree with the pick, I'm not agreeing
we
with
finally land
the
here.
reasoning oftentimes. So I'm
Everyone
very
for
sad to
watching
say
and for
that.
the support of my Patreon members. But until next time, folks, I will see you in the lands between. Take care and have a wonderful evening.
You too, Smo. Again, guys, go to Smotown's vid. Give him a like, give him a subscribe if you feel so inclined. I love his content even when I'm criticizing it. Again, this stuff we were talking about with Vati stuff, where I love Vati and his presentation stuff and his style of video, but obviously I usually prefer something more in depth. Smo does that. He does bring the more in depth stuff for sure. Again, I don't think this is his best video by a long shot, but I think it was fun, and I agree with him. It's a cool discussion to have on how do we rank the various From Software titles and the evil of their characters. Because these are characters that are very well realized, even when they're simple, oftentimes. Again, I think the worst one on this list was probably Nishandra, because she's such a nothing character. But, like, generally speaking, there's a lot to talk about with these characters. Yeah, Nishandra, he was literally inventing stuff out of things. Like, it's like, oh god, no. I don't know if I would pick Dung Eater if I had, like, you know, a complete understanding of Elden Ring lore or not, but I think it's a fair choice. I think it's a good one. I think it was his. I liked his honorable mentions list because he at least was able to address stuff, even if he added a little bit more factual errors there. But overall, agree with King Allant, disagree with Seath. You know, kind of feel like either or with Nishandra or Aldia. Disagree with Sully. Disagree with Fake Yosefka. I'm willing to agree with Dung Eater, though again, I can't say that I know enough to really, really decide. That's what makes her the worst villain. She's the most evil because she's the most badly written. Yeah, okay. Guys, this video has gone for a while. I did not take, you know, crazy amount of screenshots here, but I wasn't expecting I would. I was expecting this video I would be pausing a lot with these because, you know, I was expecting these to be stuff where there was gonna be a lot to talk about, which is, you know, the best thing I can say for both vids. You know, I like being able to really kind of, you know, think about my own thoughts and other people's thoughts in my discussions and things. And I thought that was enjoyable. I hope it was enjoyable for all of you who are watching as well. It's a, you know, it's a fun change of pace for me to go back to doing a little bit of React and stuff like that. I haven't been able to do that as often because there's been so much, but I felt like, you know, I finished my first draft of Londor. I can take the time to kind of just chill a bit with you guys and just watch some really good Soulsborne content. So thank you so much, all of you. Again, I'm going to put the links in the descriptions for you guys if you want to go check out these videos for yourself. Again, thank you so much. If you want to, please like and subscribe to me if you really enjoy the channel. And until next time, bye-bye.